clumsy pilot.
Good afternoon, friends, and welcome to the second week, day 3 of the 2024 running of the Anger Games version 6. Welcome back to the desk. My name is CCP Jotun. Joined here with me are our respected, beloved, honored commentators, the one and only moderator, and from down under, Wingnut Cross. Gentlemen, welcome to the desk. Thank you so much for being here.
G'day, mate. How's it going?
It's going well. Thank you. We are going to jump right into the action here before too long. Before we get into it, I want to talk about a couple things very quick. Folks, don't forget, we have our second stream up today. That is twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. Twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments for the second stream. All of those matches are also in group stage, as are these. So you can watch those as well. That's all of these things are happening concurrently. We just have too much content for one stream. If you weren't here last week, we're going to talk very briefly about the rule set for this tournament. The rules are a little bit different than they were in previous Anger Games. The point total has been changed from 100 to 150 points to allow for a little bit more granularity in comp picking. The match time was reduced to 7 minutes, which will trigger a 3-minute overtime if teams are within 20 points of each other at the end of that 7-minute period. Those 3 minutes don't have reverse tie-dye. Instead, they have what we're calling heat rules. So every module is affected now by a 50, I think it's a 56% overload bonus. That's the C3 Red Giant effect. So everything becomes 56% more effective during that 3-minute time period, at the conclusion of which is the end of the match. So that is, and we remove the duplication rule. So duplications allowed, free of use, very easy, good stuff. We are going to be getting into the matches very shortly, but before we do, I want to talk for a few minutes with my friends Wingnut and moderator. Gentlemen, thank you, of course, again, so much for being here. Let's talk about what we saw last weekend. Mod, we'll start with you. What comps are we seeing straight out the gate that groups are starting to either fall back on or consider just the more reliable versions of these comps with the rule set as it is right now?
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of continuation of some like similar archetypes that work in the Alliance tournament, but maybe scaled down, for a 7-man format instead of a 10-man format. So we're continuing to see, kind of like a mix of battle cruisers supported by a logistics and then maybe like an augur navy issue, an exec navy issue, something that can project a lot of damage. We're also continuing to see a lot of, rush and kite comps, a lot of like Nighthawk, Cyclone fleet issues. And then we're seeing some of the Gators, right? We've got the new Florida Man comp that's working pretty well. So a lot of what's continued to work to scale down. No surprise there. If it's not broken, it doesn't necessarily need to be fixed.
I agree. One thing I wanted to talk about for a few moments, Wingnut, is the seeming absence of what we've seen in a lot of previous contests. Not so much an absence necessarily, but perhaps a underutilization of triple battleship comps. We've seen a couple times people bring out like the triple Abaddon comp, but those quickly seem to have fallen out of favor. What is it about a 7-man format that makes those sort of triple battleship heavy comps not as popular as they may have been in previous years?
they're just lacking the support they need. So, like, usually with a 10-man form, you have just enough extra ships to hold those, well, either hold targets, keep them ranged, basically control your targets.
Mhm.
With 7, you're just really lacking that if you want to bring a Logi and other stuff. And also the way the points are set up as well, it's definitely a little harder to get with it. But we've seen a few of them. They just don't seem to work, I think.
Very good. I think we should be ready to go here shortly. Before we do, I want to talk just announce very quickly what our bans are. We don't have a lot of time to talk about these because we are a little bit behind. E is for emotional damage versus Lazy Piglets for the first match. Double Gila bans for both teams. E is for emotional damage banning the Kids, the Blackbird, and the Leshak. Lazy Piglets banning the Loki, Paladin, Curse. We'll analyze this and more when we get back on the next segment. Until then, we're going down to the arena. We have Ben Rush and Murray Rothbardo in the arena. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
We in?
Maybe.
Hi there, Murray! How are you?
Hello. Welcome back to the arena, everyone, for the first match of the second weekend here. On the E for emotional damage side, we've got a kiting setup centered around Jackdaws. 3 of them, Scimitar, some Logi, Nighthawk for Lynx, Cyclone for Lynx. What do we have on the other side here, Ben?
Yeah, so on the other side for the Lazy Piglets, we got like most likely a kiting composition with 3 Artresses, Scimitar as a Logi, and we got a Skybreaker frigate there. So we'll see what this one's gonna do. And we got some Lynx with 2 Cyclones. No battleships in this match.
Yeah, I think the big thing that really stands out to me here is the fact that those 3 Orthreses, they're all rapid light. And combine those with those Cyclones. On the other side, you've got 3 Jackdaws that are going to be incredibly vulnerable to just getting instantly volleyed off the field.
Exactly, and we know that Lazy Piglets are already won 2 of their 2 matches in this league, and E for emotional damage have 1 lost and 1 win. So most likely it seems that we got our team of Piglets that are ready to go, and here we go.
Lazy Piglets are going in pretty aggressively here. It looks like they try and want to get some heavy damage on early, and they don't seem too scared of this Rapier, which could present a potential threat with its long webs.
Exactly. So we got both Logi taking their distances from the main matches, and we start exchanging blows. And one of the Archers is taking damage on his shield, but ripping like a pro there. One Jackdaw down already.
Yeah, those rapid light volleys are going to be so deadly, and it looks like they're not able to do much to this Orthrus with just the Jackdaw, Cyclone, Nighthawk. It's getting repped by that Scimitar pretty comfortably. They're going for the second Jackdaw now of Cyborg. We'll see if the Scimitar can hold him.
Exactly. So lots of pressure on that Jackdaw.
Yeah, and I think one additional thing to note here, right, is each team, even though they don't have necessarily, or one team doesn't have bonused paints, you can still see that Lazy Piglets have a paint to help out these missiles. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Rapier does actually have some help there. It can, help a little bit, but they are really relying on paints to try and do damage here.
Yeah, we got another Jackdaw down. The third one is having issues there. They're trying to get Lazy Piglet Scimitar. Will they get? No, not before this. The last Jackdaw is down. So they still got the Nighthawk on the E for emotional damage that can do more AV DPS there.
Yeah, if they'd managed to get down this Scimitar from Lazy Piglets in kind of trade for these Jackdaws, maybe they could look to try and still play out the match and have some good angles to win. But it looks like they're struggling to get any additional damage onto the Scimitar. They've switched to the Skybreaker to try and clear it out. Meanwhile, their own Scimitar is now taking heavy damage and probably won't live very long.
Yeah, they got a bunch of drones on the Skybreaker now.
Yeah, you can see while they were trying to damage Scorched Celeste in that Scimitar, they're currently unwebbed. The Scimitar's moving max speed, running around, getting back to that Skybreaker. So despite the fact that they brought this Rapier to try and help hold down targets, they've really struggled to actually manage and do that.
Exactly. And now, it's 7 against 3. The Cyclone is getting some heavy fire, but the Scimitar on the Piglet's side too. Oh, will they succeed to get the Scimitar down? Oh, the Cyclone is now on structure, half structure, done. Yeesh. And the Scimitar is repping.
Yeah, there's no tackle on that Scimitar. It's able to just run away with the XLASB cycles. And this match is looking like it's going to be a clean sweep for Lazy Piglets. They've got a few people with armor damage, but at the end of the day, nothing goes down. And with just the Nighthawk left, it looks like Lazy Piglets will be able to cleanly round out this match.
Yeah, exactly. Which will make them the winner of Group A.
Yeah, I think, especially seeing these teams initially on grid, the standout to me was that we've seen this Jackdaw comp. We've seen it be effective, but we've only seen it when the Orthruses are banned out, when they need a different option for how to play a missile kite because the strongest ship is missing. In this case, they brought kind of the second comp, but the Orthrus was still up, so Lazy Piglets showed up with the better version of the same comp, and you can really see it here as the last ship goes down. So let's pass it back to the desk so they can do some further analysis.
Exactly.
Welcome back, folks, to the desk. Of course, I am CCP Jotun, joined by moderator and Wingnut Cross. A pretty strong showing straight out the gate from the group from Lazy Piglets. That is the Tuskers Corp or Tuskers Co. AG team. We didn't get a lot of time to talk about their bans, but pretty standard set for both these groups. A lot of things we've seen before, and both of them went with missile comps, just of a different variety. Moderator, let's start with you. This Lazy Piglets team always comes in strong with the triple Orthrus set here. What do you think their thinking was going into this match? Mod, unfortunately, I believe you are now the victim of the Muterator.
Yeah, it happens, once every year.
It's all good.
So what ended up happening there, Lazy Piglets said, forget utility. We're going to have 3 Cyclones. We're going to have a Logi, and we're going to have, 3 Orthrus. That is a lot of kiting. And really what we saw was that the other side, right, had 3 Jackdaws. 3 Jackdaws does not do the same light missile damage as 3 Orthrus. They had a Nighthawk, 1 Cyclone. And they spent like 25 points on that Rapier, which really just wasn't used really that. Rapier is great if you have, a rush team that's going to try to push into you, right? And you can use that Rapier to, try to prevent people from getting on top of your comp. But if you're both running kite comps, it's just basically a math problem of like who can do much more damage quicker. And Lazy, Piglet's head basically just win on draft in that situation.
You are absolutely right. Wingnut, let's talk for a moment about the target selection for this E is for emotional damage team. So they went hard early on this Scimitar of Scorched Celeste, which was the highest point value ship on the Lazy Piglets team. And honestly, for a comp like that, if you can pull down the Logi, everything else behind it gets much, much squishier. However, they stayed on that Scimitar almost the entire match. Do you think that was the right move, or should they have been a little bit more judicious in their shot selection throughout the match?
So unfortunately, I think the match for them was lost on Warping. But when they brought Jackdaws against Orthruses, they're done. The Orthrus just kills Jackdaws. It's basically designed for the role. Now, going for the Scimitar, it does make sense, but that match there shows why the Scimitar is so damn good and why it's up-pointed. Because a good Scimitar pilot flown well is going to really stretch out his life. He's got 9 XLASB charges to use. He's running away. He's an absolute nightmare to catch. And you saw they couldn't even get him down. And halfway through the match, you've lost half your team. You kind of can't switch off because you don't have the damage to break through anymore. So, again, they were dead on Warping. Just Orthrus versus Jackdaw, just done.
Yeah. Well, and we've talked before, too, about those triple Orthrus comps and how spooky they can be, especially if you have a lot of support, especially low-end support. certainly, and definitely if those that low end support are Jackdaws specifically. We've got about 4 minutes until the next match, so let's go ahead and go to our next one. We're going to talk about bans. We have Desync versus the Finnish Toilet Moonshine team. The Desync team, captained by our friend Gideon Zendikar, banning out the Carries, Sentinel, Mollis, and Loki, while the Finnish Toilet Moonshine team banning out the Gila, Sentinel, Scimitar, Orthrus. Moderator, let's start with you. Carry, Sentinel, Mollis, Loki. A lot of E-War on that team. What do you think that Desync is trying to avoid here?
Yeah, so basically you're saying that I really, really do not want to deal with any sort of whatsoever and don't want to deal with, long range webs. This feels like a kite, kind of like a kite situation. That's why you would probably want to deal with a lot of disruption.
Yeah.
Or it could be kind of a Octo DAD missile or medium turret opposite.
Gotcha. Well, and I just want to apologize very quickly to everybody listening at home. Very quick. I am being informed that it is Orange Juice Moonshine, not Toilet Moonshine. Thank you, Ace Tech 09 in the chat. Orange Juice Moonshine. Wingnut, let's talk Gila, Sentinel, Scimitar, Orthrus. This looks like, hey, rushing or kiting, I would like to avoid it, please. Thank you. What do you see here?
Well, here's the thing. The main 3 bans before the Overflow ban was Gila, Sentinel, Scimitar. So as you said, it is a screw your shield kiting bull. It's getting rid of the Gila because it's strong and it works really well with Logi. And then just deleting the Scimitar from... And basically any shield kite is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they got the Overflow ban, they doubled down and took the Orthrus out too. So even Rapid Light, what would you call it? Like deletion of small ships, kind of banned off as well. So they don't want to see people running away from them. Can they stop them from doing that? I don't know.
Yeah, no, they certainly do not. The double Sentinel ban is actually kind of interesting. We don't usually see the Sentinel specifically as a double ban. A lot of times you'll see Scimitars as double bans. You'll see certainly Orthrus's or Gila's both. But the Orange Juice Moonshine team trying to avoid both of them right now. So interesting to see how this plays out. We saw this Finnish team bring what is perhaps the most interesting comp of the weekend last weekend when they brought dual Vargers with both shield and armor reps. However, no Vargers getting banned in this match. Moderator, do you think we're going to try and bring that one out again?
You said how many Vargers?
It was a dual Varger comp. Both Vargers were shield and armor repped.
That's like 5-dimensional chance I can't even begin to really work with. But
yeah, well, it certainly is something that we could potentially look forward to. Let's before we go, we have got about 50 seconds left before this match starts. Wingnut Cross, what are your predictions? What do you think is going to take? Who do you think is going to take the win for this one today?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't even have a prediction. I'm just going to go for Desync because why not? I got nothing on this.
Sounds good. Moderator, what about you?
I'm a Finnet to win it. I believe in Nick Domar and boys. They've got yes.
Oh crap!
Hell yeah.
I didn't
As for myself, I say Perkele! The Finnish team takes this one. We'll be back up in the desk here in just a few minutes. We're going back now to Murray and Ben in the arena. We'll be back for the next match and analysis here in just a couple minutes. Until then, we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the arena, folks. We've got a pretty interesting matchup here. On the red side, we've got an armored drone comp with a Curse, a ship we've seen often banned but rarely used, backed up by a couple of Deacons for logistics. What have the Apple lads brought for us here, Ben?
Yeah, so our Finnish friends from Orange Juice Moonshine are bringing one Logi as the Augurer. And they seem to be going really on the Confessor side for their main DPS and some Augur Navy issue there. We'll see what those absolution will be bringing, because without any cap from the curse on the other side, it might be quite effective. So we'll see how this curse is gonna be applying his newts on those Amar ships. So I'm pretty sure that they are gonna try to get this curse as a priority right at the beginning of the match, because it's a curse.
Yep. And with the match underway, we see a bit of movement. Drones aren't out yet from the drone comp, but both sides seem to be a little cautious here. The Ishtars are moving forward. Some of the Gunamar ships are moving forwards, but it remains to be seen whether they're going to just fully on ram scram and try and brawl, or whether they're going to try and dance around a little.
Okay, so we got the Ishtar going in with the absolution. Gordon Ivieshuk trying to get out of range right there. And the curse is getting a lot of damage. The shield is already down. They are now on armor. And on the other side, we got the Confessor that is getting a lot of damage. The Augurer, so the only Logi on the Orange Juice Moonshine side is now on armor, but it's an armor comp, so nothing to fear just yet. On the red side, we got the Crucifier that is getting a lot of damage, and the pressure is still applying on this curse that is so vital for the composition of the red team. Oh, it's now in structure, and the curse is now down. So
the loss of the curse is going to be absolutely brutal. You could see how big the control bar was with the curse alive. With the curse down, the control bar has basically vanished. It's just the Crucifier's TDs left. And despite the fact that these Ishtars were able to kind of hold down these absolutions, it looks like the curse just wasn't able to get far enough away from them to keep itself alive.
Exactly. And they still got the 2 Deacon are still up and trying to get reps on that Ishtar. And it seems that the blue team is now getting after the Logi side,
they've got a bit of split damage. It looks like mostly drones going in on this Deacon of Nicholas, and then gun damage trying to take out the Ishtar. On the other side, you can see a bunch of damage going in on the Confessor, and while they've chipped at the Augurer before, it's going to be pretty difficult for them with this low damage comp to break ships without the Augurer going down.
Yeah, and the Deacon is now really low structure, so it's just hanging by the skin of his teeth right now. So we'll see if this 1% structure remaining.
is literally 1% structure left. He is hanging on for dear life, as it looks like all the damage has swapped to this Deacon. They're desperately trying to take him out. But despite the fact that he's webbed, his little buddy and the other Deacon is keeping him just barely alive.
Oh yeah, 1%, that's something really great right there. And the Augurer on the blue team is getting in low armor right now.
Yeah, you can see the heavy drone ball has made its way over to the Augurer. The Augurer doesn't have a lot it can do about this, and it's going to be a Logi trade. That first Augurer is worth more than the Deacon, but you know that this second Deacon is not going to be living long without his buddy.
Oh no, they come together, and now it's the second Deacon is now on his armor without a much of local rep. But the Confessor on the other side is getting armor too, and he doesn't have any kind of rep from there. I don't know if he's gonna change its mode here. No.
Yeah,
so we're 5 against 5.
The Confessors are a good early target here. You know, they've got way less EHP than some of these other ships, despite doing pretty decent damage. And so trading the Confessors here for that last Deacon, which is taking a while to die, is a pretty good trade.
Yeah. And on the other side of the arena, we got the Ishtar with the 2 Agorn Aviation and the Absolution on him, and it's going down. So we're now 4 against 3 advantage on the blue side right here. And
and at this point, you'll often see the drone ships try and just run away, get as much distance as they can in order to buy time. But the Myrmidon Navy is pretty well tackled. Everyone's kind of dogpiled on him. And so it looks like they're not really going to be able to buy the space that could give them a potential window in this match,
And
as the Crucifier is dropping to drone damage, and the Myrmidon Navy is eating some heavy laser blasts to the face.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can see some damage going in on the Og Navy of Avelios. He's taking a bit of damage, but Og Navy's Absolutions, these are some brick tanked ships. They take a while to die even when you have your whole set of DPS, and right now it's about to be one Ishtar doing all of the damage.
Yeah, match is pretty done for the red team now, as only one Ishtar is remaining, and we got like 4 ship in pretty good shape on the Orange Juice Moonshine team, which are the ones that is the I'm gonna try to say it actually. The Apple Seeing Kiju Toimi Fi, and now we can do a short about that.
All right, and with the last Ishtar down, they've been cleaned up by Apple, and it's time to head back to the desk to figure out what went right and what went wrong.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. Once again, CCB Oten here with moderator and Wingnut Cross. We had another exciting match. This one a little bit more well balanced than the one previously. My favorite part of that match was when the Finnish Moonshine team decided to laser all over the other team. That was what I liked a lot about that one. Wingnut, please, let's talk about this for a moment. Let's talk about how about the curse and how the curse was immediately picked off. What about that curse for the folks at home is so immediately triggering to this team from Finland that they needed to go after it immediately?
So the curse is the master of control in the arena, basically. It is the maximum skill ceiling ship, or also for your comp as well. The longer it lasts, the more painful it is. And they just went, you know what? We're going to get rid of the curse. And every single ship dropped their light drones on the Crucifier too. So they decided to make the Logi pick. Are you saving the curse? Are you saving the Crucifier? The answer is they're saving neither of them. But they just constantly forced them. And the best thing about it as well is they're versing a drone comp. And I watched the first ship got targeted by drones, immediately turned and left. It immediately was like, nope, I'm dragging you away from me now. So even though it looked a little bad for a while, most of the heavy DPS ships were neutered out. Both Absolutes were held down by something and neutered. It didn't matter. They had taken out the controller, taken out most of the nukes and the tracking disruptors. It was like, that's perfectly done. And it was really hard for the opposing team to really like stop them because they're just too much. So I love that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, no, I thought it was really well played. Moderator, let's talk again. We've seen a couple of drone comps throughout the tournament so far. This was kind of an interesting one. No Gila in this drone comp because of a ban. So we saw the dual Ishtar, Navy Merm, curse kind of comp here. This feels like maybe half of a drone comp. What do you think Desync was thinking putting this one together?
I mean, it's basically most of the armor drone archetype we've seen in previous years. The difficulty that they run into here, right, is that you have, a curse and a crucifier that you're not really going to ever fit tackle to. You have 2 deacons. So you've got then 3 remaining ships that can possibly have tackle in the mid slots. And then you've got 6 angry ships that are going to bear down on you. And the math just doesn't work out. So when you're facing this kind of an Octo Dad Max threat setup, you have to be able to find a way to basically separate and split out these ships so that none of them can really all apply to you if you're going to run a control comp. The Finns said, forget that, and they just dived in with everything. Their initial Absos did get caught, but I mean, there was no way that everything was going to get held back. They dived on top of the curse, got rid of it. Exactly what you needed to do. Then, like Wingnut Cross was saying, they picked apart, that crucifier, and then there was no tracking disruption, and the game was over at that point.
I don't know for a fact as well. I would assume those are probably beam Absos. Though, hang on.
What's going on there?
Oh my god! I'm packing stuff up. I'm getting ready to move to Iceland. I've got boxes everywhere. And the cat, please, God, cat, not right now.
The cat's like, there's a box, let me in.
I know, it's horrifying. Anyway, what I was about to say was, before I was rudely interrupted, if they were beam Absols, then even getting web down is not enough to negate their effectiveness on the field. In fact, in a lot of ways, it can be more effective because all of a sudden now you slow down. Yeah, you may have to switch to less damaging ammo, but your tracking goes way up when you're not moving in an absolution. Believe me, as somebody who has out-tracked himself many times in an absolution, especially beam absolutions, that is something to think about. Anyway, we're going to move right along to one of my favorite team names to say, Yamete Kudusai versus No Spaceships for Old Men, who I think is Rote Capel. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong about that one. It just seems like the name of a Rote Capel team. I might be wrong. I think I'm wrong, actually. This is a different team. Regardless, Yamete Kudusai going straight out the gate with Loki, Curse, Jackdaw, and Gila bans, and No Spaceships for Old Men banning Hyena, Jackdaw, Cinnable, Barghest. Cinnable, Barghest. Interesting setups. Let's talk Wingnut, Loki, Curse, Jackdaw, Gila. A pretty standard set, looks like, for avoiding some kind of kiting activity. What are you seeing here?
The interesting part to me is we're starting to see more and more Jackdaw bans. They're good. They're very good. But we're seeing them pop up more and more as bans. And I'm like, why are you going for that? There's other ways to ban out the archetypes they fit into. But both teams doing it. So they know something I don't hear. I don't know what they're going for that. But as you said, with the rest of it, pretty solid bans. Loki might stop a ham rush and some weird kite setups. And Curse is just... I think Curse is usually a scare ban. Like, I don't want to go near that. No, thank you. I'll pass.
It is interesting you mentioned the Jackdaw, and I want to get your thoughts on this too here in a second. Mod. The Jackdaw feels like it fits so well into so many different kind of shield comps because it's low, low point value, but it has a lot of range, a lot of utility, and really kind of fits in well in a bunch of different comps. Going to the No Spaceships for Old Men bans, Hyena, Jackdaw, Cinnable, Barghest. Mod, what are you seeing here, especially with the Barghest and the Cinnable pick? Very interesting Cinnable pick.
Yeah, we've seen some more of these angel ships being brought this year, especially with the new release of some of the new battle cruisers. Right, we've got we're going to call it the Alligator, and we've got the Kinsreel. Right, so those factions kind of getting some more love in recent expansions. Thank you, CCP, for introducing new ships. But really, these bans telling me. I really do not want to see a shield kite comp whatsoever.
Yeah.
You could still kind of technically make it work if you really want to bring like Northrus and some other stuff. You've got some options with like Drake navies, but the better ships here for that comp have been banned out. On the point of the Jackdaw, the reason we're seeing a lot of it banned is for the point value that they're just very, very, very good. And you can make them work in rush comps. You can say, I'm going to put rockets on them. I'm going to get in your face, and I'm going to, kill your support wing with them. And they're good for that. They're also really good in these kind of, long-range kite setups. They can fit a lot of E-War, in their mids. We've even seen armored Jackdaws brought in the past where we say, hey, I'm not even going to try doing damage with these. I'm just going to, put like a plate of damage control and then like 4 mids of disruption and like a prop and call it a day. Yeah, I mean they work for that. There's a reason they're continued to brought in both shield and armor. They're just very good for what they are, and they're cheap here. So people doing that.
I do think it's interesting, both the Hyena and the Loki getting banned, so that does leave it open for a potential kind of armor kite comp, since both of these long range web ships have been pulled out. Before we go down to the arena, Wingnut Cross moderator. Who do you have? Yamete Kudusai and No Spaceship for Old Men. Wingnut, what about you?
Old Men, I think. That's just my random guess.
Okay.
I recognize a few of the parts. Like, I'll go for them.
Do you also like Old Men?
Whoa. I'm going to go with Yamete Kudusai in this. It's hard to go against the Russians, but I will this time.
I am also going to go with Yamete Kudusai or Yamete Kudusai or however it's pronounced. We'll go down to the arena again to Murray and Ben. We'll be back here at the desk in just a few minutes. Until then, enjoy the match.
And welcome back, folks. So we got a really interesting match in front of us where we got only winners. So people that won their 2 last matches. So on the Yamekate side will actually got like 2 scale spell as Logi frigates, triple Artrox with Cyclone Fleet Issue. And on the blue side, what do we got?
So we've seen this composition from, I believe, this team once before. This double Vargur backed up by Bellicoses, a ship rarely seen in the tournament. They can do HML damage or rapid light, and they have bonus paints, which could potentially help out these Vargurs quite a bit. We'll see if they choose to dive in or just project damage as the match gets started here.
Exactly, and we saw that like the initial positioning is not really good for the Vargur composition, as they are really close to the the other team right now. So we got the Logi getting into places, Arthur's getting their range, Vargur getting right in between to try to tank all that incoming damage. Drones are flying in.
These Vargurs are blasting Orthruses, man. They just absolutely vanished the one. The Logi on the other side, the Ospreys managed to get away from the kiting comp. Another Orthrus is getting volleyed into structure. These are XLASB Orthruses, and without the shield buffer, they're just getting instantly deleted.
Wow, that's really efficient right there. And like the third Arthurus is already like half shield right now. Oh, getting some ref from the Scalpel, and now half armor. It's really, really fast. They're trying to go to the Osprey on the other side, but no, the Arthurus is now down. They the red team now only has like 2 Logi frigates and the Cyclones to do it. It's gonna be really hard to win that one for the red team.
Yeah, they're throwing some chip damage at this Griffin. They're throwing some damage at the Osprey, but they haven't really been able to get on either target in a meaningful way. And they're already just the Cyclone Fleet Issue is getting destroyed. The Scalpel's getting killed by drones. It is looking like disaster for the red side here.
Exactly. Some damage on the Osprey that is getting a better transversal now, and we got one less Scalpel, so the other Scalpel won't be able to hold those Cyclone that much.
Yeah, and one thing that I think is really interesting to point out here is it seems almost intentional, right? That the old men, they left the Orthros up. They said, hey, we know it's really strong, and you're probably going to bring it. And it looks like they brought a comp where they had a game plan. They knew exactly what they needed to do with that comp to kill Orthroses. And they kind of went straight in, did that, and kind of got the job done really efficiently.
Yeah, the rock paper scissors game has been really been working really fine. Mine the theory crafting on the old man side is really on the point for that match. That's for sure. And you got the Cyclone now that is on the structure. The Scalpel's going down as well. The second and 2 at the same time went down. Only the Cyclone Fleet Issue now remaining.
Yeah, and they were shooting the Osprey. The Osprey's in armor, but the Osprey is now about 100 kilometers or so away from that Cyclone fleet, so he won't be doing any more damage to him. And as his hull and armor are all being removed quite quickly, this will be a clean sweep for the old men as we send it back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. It's me, CCP Jotun, joined again by moderator and Wingnut Cross. The age-old story, in the words of the wise Wingnut Cross, the age-old story of kite versus high damage projection. Let's start with you, Wingnut. Dual Vargurs versus a missile kite setup. Was this doomed from the start? Oh no, not again. We've got
it happened to me. No. Anyway, sorry.
Oh my god.
I gotta get my train of thought back. As a commentator said, I think they honestly baited them into bringing the Orthrus. They left it unbanned. I was like, okay, well, guess what? You're going to bring Orthrus? We're just going to bring 2 Vargas. You cannot outrun us. Everywhere you can, anywhere in range you can shoot, we can shoot you better.
Yeah.
And it is just, that is brutal. The Varga is probably one of the most aggressive marauders to bring to a comp. Paladins can sit out and reach, but the Varga chases you down. It's
Well,
just
it is funny you mentioned that too,
destructive.
because we have seen that right, and now both of the comps where we've seen dual Vargers. Vargers, for some reason, just tend to be those Marauders that are the more likely to find something on the grid and go after it. Marauder or Paladins tend to be pretty passive. They like to hang out in the middle of the arena, project out with with beams or with however they want to do it. Golems, of course, have their own litany of issues. Nobody's brought a Kronos because I assume people have sense. But the Vargur is just so aggressive. Let's talk for a moment, moderator, about this Yamete Kadusai team, because you and I were both pretty high on this team. But the triple Orthrus, the dual fleet Cyclone, running up against this kind of heavy battleship setup with a lot of support in the lows between the Sork, the Griffin, the two Bellicoses. Was this doomed from the start, or was there a play here to kind of try and pick off those lower ends and avoid the Vargurs?
Yeah, so you need to be able to have some sort of a either damps or some sort of disruption, basically, to cut the ability of those Vargurs to project. So what that team that Team RU brought was basically, I'm going to put all of my basket into 2 ships, right? Yeah. And if you don't have a way to basically, bring like a curse or something else that will, mitigate that incoming damage, you're going to be in for a bad time. And that is kind of one of the risks that you do when you put like 96 of your 100, points, 150 points basically into that. But it worked very well for them. I mean, you could see that those weren't even, arty platforms. These aren't even in Bastion, right? That's banned in this event. They're just, overheating their prop modules, overheating their guns, and they're just cycling through with 800 auto cannons straight through everything. Yeah. So a lot of damage, a lot of application, and the other side just didn't have a way to mitigate it.
The Vargur specifically just feels like such an attack first concept, right? They're not the tankiest Marauder by a stretch. They're certainly not the highest DPS Marauder, since the Kronos exists, though the Kronos is also the Kronos. But the Vargur feels like it just lends itself so well to comps that want to be aggressive, that want to go out and find targets, that don't want to be sitting back and waiting for the kind of the positioning to develop in their favor, like you see with so many other comps. And in a position like this, where you're running up against a comp that likes to be in good position, that likes to kind of have that space, the Vargurs running you down, I imagine, can be very, very spooky. Folks, just as a heads up, our second stream right now does not have any active matches. There was a disqualification, I think, a couple of teams that dropped out, so we are going to be on the main stream primarily starting, well, I mean, obviously now because we're still here, but don't expect anything over there. However, in 45 minutes, that second stream will be back up. That is twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. Again, twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. You should check that out if you get the chance. Also, if you've not done so yet, I want to plug something here real quick. Eve Tournalytics. If you have not yet found out about this, I don't have the link for me here. Somebody can put it in chat for me, please. There's a lot of great feedback from last week, a lot of great breakdown of how how the last week went. Very, very cool. You should check it out. That's Eve Tournalytics. It's a kind of a weird thing to spell. I would put it in chat right now, but I'm doing this instead. So someone else will pick it up, I'm sure.
All right, mods permit me. Posted the link and then immediately got timed out. So
no.
We'll see if we can't get that to work.
There we go.
Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to Shelmanow for putting that all together. It's been an invaluable source of research for all of us really here on the desk in order to make that work. So,
and I mean, in-depth analysis of every single match over the last weekend, with talks about comps and talks about bans and everything else. If you are not checking out this blog right now, you are doing yourself a disservice, because it is really, really cool to have this as a utility. And again, I also want to shout Shelmanow for this. It's so cool to have it. So cool to make it available for free for everybody. If you don't know anything about tournaments and want to know more things about tournaments and think tournaments are interesting and exciting, then please God, go check out Eve Tournalytics. I wonder if I'm banned. Am I banned? Let's find out. Let's see. Can I post links? Oh, nope. I also got timed out. There we go. Oh, well, yeah. What are you going to do? You know, let's go ahead then and move on to our next match. We have Of Essence versus Spooky Action at a Distance. Of Essence, of course, the team captained by our very own number one in my heart, Chad Flame. I love him so much. The Chad of all Chads versus Spooky Action at a Distance. We have Of Essence banning the Loki, the Gator, the Gila, and Spooky Action at a Distance banning the Cursed Pilgrim Scimitar. Let's talk for a second, moderator, about the alligator and its place in the bans. Early on, we didn't see a lot of alligator bans last week. We've started to see more and more at the end of last week, and this is our first one today. Do you feel like the alligator specifically is one of those that we're going to start seeing creep up into these ban lists as we go forward?
So the alligator ban here actually makes a lot of sense when you look at the other bans, right? So the alligator and a Gila together, they make sense to me. So the alligator, is basically the battle cruiser version of that, Gila cruiser. So you're, getting the bonus drones, on the alligator, you're getting a lot of missile damage. So you're basically saying, I really don't want to see the shield drone archetype. And a Loki would be another ship that, you would want to web things down so your drones could catch up. So what Of Essence is saying is, I don't want to see a drone, shield kite comp from Spooky Action at a Distance.
Mm-hmm.
And that just makes a lot of sense to me right there. So if you want to do exactly what you're just describing, those bans are where you want them.
Well, and let's talk for a second, Wingnut, about how Spooky Action at a Distance seems to have followed up on that philosophy by saying, you know what, you're absolutely right. We also don't want to see Shield Kite. So we've now gotten rid of the Scimitar, along with the Curse and the Pilgrim. Seems like they're trying to, avoid some of that disruption, some of those newts. What do you look at when you see, again, kind of a split theory here? Scimitar, Pilgrim, Curse from Spooky Action at a Distance.
So I think Scimitar Curse bans, I agree with. I can understand what you're going for there. The curious part is the Pilgrim. So that's left the Sentinel on the table. That's a lot better value, to be honest.
Yeah.
So are they doing it as like a bait, or are they doing it because they don't want to see it? And that's, looking at the fact they left the Sentinel there, I'm leaning towards bait, but I don't really know yet, of course.
It is kind of funny you mentioned that specifically, because a lot of times we'll see where teams want to get rid of the Curse, the Pilgrim, maybe the Arbitrator, and then they'll also put the Sentinel in there as well. They'll just do a clean sweep of bans for that one kind of effect type, right? It is interesting to leave those two open. The Pilgrim specifically, you pointed this out, Wingnut. Do you think the Pilgrim is, we haven't seen a lot of Pilgrims. Do you think that this is something that they've maybe seen before, or just a caution pick, or what are you thinking?
I'm wondering if, because they have the Curse on the list, they expected to have a double ban where both teams were going to ban it, because the Curse is a pretty common ban. So like I said, I think either they were expecting that, were planning to add the Sentinel after potentially, or they were, like I said, potentially baiting the Sentinel. So yeah. I'm very curious to see which way it's going to go.
Well, go ahead, Mod.
I would say if I'm Spooky Action at a Distance, we've seen a lot of this, actually, the Cursed Pilgrim ban in particular, from, I want to say, like these top 8 teams in the Alliance tournament last year, where what you see is in internal practices, if you get a Curse ban, you see what happens if I replace it with a Pilgrim and how effective the comp is, and you still lose to a lot of setups there. So what you're really trying to do is get rid of the Tech 2 resist cruiser platform, where an Arbitrator really just doesn't have the tank or the survivability that you get with the Pilgrim and Curse. So that's why you'd see it. They've done this in internal practices, and they know that whatever they would want to do doesn't work against the double Tech 2 cruiser.
It is funny to me a little bit, because I do feel like a lot of people who aren't super familiar with tournament comps specifically will look at something like a Pilgrim ban, something like a Curse ban, and say, well, those ships are so squishy in game. Like, why would you even waste a pick? They can just be burned down. But in a comp like this, where you're limited so much on DPS, when you're limited so much on tackle, having those T2 resistances, Mod, in your opinion, do you think that just the value of having those T2 resistances alone makes something like the Pilgrim, which we haven't seen a lot, have that kind of staying power on a grid during a fight like this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can do things like a resist, an active resist hardener.
Hmm.
You can if you have even like a guardian right in or in Oneros, if you don't have a way to um, really just push through that and or get a ton of damage on top of like a pilgrim, it can still be very tanky. It's not quite as good as a curse, obviously, in this role,
Sure.
but it's still a formidable platform if you don't know how to deal with it.
Gotcha. Well, we're about to go down to the arena. Let's do predictions real fast. Wingnut of Essence, spooky action at distance. Who do you got?
I'm just gonna go for spooky action just to see what they've got going on here.
Okay. Good enough. Moderator, what about you?
Spooky action at a distance every time.
Well, I am not going to stab our boy Chad in the back. I pick of Essence, and my opinion is the one that matters. Chad, please don't make me look like a fool here. We're going down to the arena. We have spooky action at a distance versus of Essence. We'll be back here at the desk in just a couple of minutes.
And welcome back, chat. So now we got something quite interesting right here. So triple Ferox Navy issue. No, sorry, Ferox Navy issue and a Vulture on the red side with the Osprey as a Logi and 3 Moas. So really heavy on the red side for the cruiser. What do we got on the blue side?
Something a little more standard. We've got some Sleipnirs, some broadswords. They warped in at 0. They're looking to ram and shoot autocannon bullets real fast. And so as the match gets underway here, timer ticks down. I expect we'll see these broadswords, these Sleipnirs diving straight at these hybrid gun ships.
Yeah. Will they melt those more fast? That's what we're gonna see. Oh no, they're getting on the Ferox's Navy issue at the beginning right now.
Yeah, these broadsword long scrams are doing work. They're able to quickly grab a Ferox Navy issue. There's a Moa that's taking damage as well. So they've gotten right in on top of them, and they're getting down to business, doing damage quickly.
Exactly. So like more than half shield for on the first Ferox Navy issue right now. And
Yeah. They're doing good damage. The broadsword of Tally is taking a lot of damage as well. A lot of these other railgun ships, some of them have managed to kite a bit away, get a bit of distance, so they have good tracking on this broadsword.
yeah, so there's something like 20 drones on the Bantam right now trying to catch up with it. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, that extra split pressure on those T1 frigates can be deadly because they often really struggle to keep each other alive. They don't do that much repping overall in general. It's a race though. This Ferox Navy's about to drop. This broadsword's actually slowly starting to hold now.
Yeah. And the Bantam is also getting some pressure there. The Ferox's Navy issue is now on structure.
Yeah, so this Ferox Navy is going to go down. Now, they have other targets available, right? They can look for the Vulture, or they can look towards the Ferox Navy that they have a broadsword close to. They have a couple of options there, especially with these Hexgrams.
And first Moa going down, so it's now 7 against 5. And the Bantam is still getting a lot of pressure, and now on structure with something like 20 drones. Okay, and it's now down. The second Moa is now getting a lot of damage as the Bantam of Tugun is now alone and getting like the attention right there.
Yeah,
And
getting
now,
the Logi out of the way is helpful, but I fear they may have lost too many of their DPS ships. And they're really struggling to kite, right? Like, things are getting onto this Osprey. He's about to get hick pointed. He's going to probably be their next target. They still have a hick point, or Hexgram rather, on the other Ferox Navy issue. So they, despite the fact that they want to kite, they really can't.
And the Osprey on the other side is getting down. So no Logi on both sides right now. So that should go quite fast.
Yeah, It's
Ross-
they're most everyone's focused on killing this Ferox Navy issue. They're around there, but then way on the other side of the arena, you just have Tally's broadsword chasing after this Moa of Alexander, and he can't quite catch up to him as the Moa is continuing to try and barrel up. But it looks like he's finally going to get a scram on that Moa and get the 1v1 in close range that he wants.
Yeah, exactly. And
Now the Ferox Navy of Booney is about to drop, hitting armor. Looks like he's
Yeah.
going to die. The Moa of Alexander is probably going to die well before Tally's shields run out as well, leaving just the Vulture of Chad Flame alive for Of Essence.
yeah.
So,
And
do you think there was a way that they could have gotten away early at the start of that match? Because it looked like they were just pinned so fast by these long scrams from the triple broadsword.
yeah, well, I think that since like the initial positioning was like heavily in the advantage of the blue teams, that they can just charge right in was like a big plus for them. But who knows? And now Chad against the world.
Yeah, it's a Vulture, so it's tanky and it might take a little while, but you can see that more of the DPS ships are starting to trundle on over to add to the broadsword that's currently sitting on top of him. Looks like Tally's going to use the MJD beacon to get back over to his friends, as well as the Sleipnir Vordak also practicing his jumping ability. And as they slowly start to pile on, this Vulture should get dropped down. What did you think of the choice of the railguns here? Like, in terms of piloting, I think there were some things that they did well, but do you think the railguns like really ever had a shot at winning this match?
Actually, like against those other ship, like I think that they were not fast enough to get like the transversal needed to outgun them or go under their guns. So it was quite hard to get like those two compositions to get the red team to win. As the blue team just won spooky action at distance, and we are now going back to the desk.
Well, listen, not everybody's right all the time. And this time I wasn't right. I'm willing to admit it. I'm a big man. I am a big man. I'm willing to admit sometimes you don't get them all. And that time we had what? Shield Rush versus some kind of rail situation. Let's talk moderator. Let's talk about the railgun specifically. Are there situations where the railgun is a thing that you would want to fit on a ship during one of these kind of fights?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've seen a lot of utility in these, like shield kite setups where they've worked in the AT, they've worked in anger games. Like, for example, let's talk about like the max threat. Like you'd see, Executor Navy issue. Those
That's
run
fair.
railguns.
Yeah, that's fair.
Things like the Brutix, those run railguns. And actually, like doing that kind of kinetic damage, thermal damage, is actually very good against Minmatar Tech 2. Kinetic is typically going to be like on the broadsword on the Sleipnir. That's going to be their weak spot, right? Doing kinetic damage. The problem is that those Kaldari ships, the Vulture, the Ferox Navy issue, they are relatively slow for their class. Broadsword Sleipnir are very fast for their class. And when you have 3 ships that all have multiple 20-kilometer scrams, they're just going to, overheat. They rush on top of them. And, Spooky Action knew what their win condition was. They executed it. The kite team was never able to pull range. They just got sat on top of and, gunned down.
To moderator's point, Wingnut, let's talk for a second about this Spooky Action at a Distance team. This does kind of feel like the anti-kite team specifically, right? Because not only were their bans restrictive of what, I mean, you saw them ban out the Scimitar, you saw, the Gila and the Loki bans were from of Essence. But so you see the Scimitar banned out saying, okay, you're not going to kite like that. And now that you're kiting like this, we've got 3 broadswords. Those broadswords are going to restrict your ability to use your micro warp drives at all. And now we have these Sleipnirs that can come sit on top of you and do a ton of damage. Does this feel like a specific anti-kite setup to you?
It honestly just feels like a rather standard rush comp. So there's two different versions. There's the Memotide version, which is Sleipnirs, and either Lokis or Brawlers, as you see. The other one used to be Nighthawks and Lokis. It's basically like standard rush comp, but the good thing about it is they're really fast. So they really work against kite setups too, because you can't really stop 5 ships. That is too much. My brain is just still stuck on Triple Moa. I was watching him. I don't think they even had an invul on them. I think they were basically untanked.
Yeah,
I saw at least a SIBO or a tracking computer. I want to see what those fits were. I'm very confused.
I'm curious myself because I wasn't looking too closely. I do think at one point I saw one of the Bantams kind of bump into a Moa and drop it into armor. So hard to say. Hard to say how those fits were set up. Listen, I still trust and believe in my boy Chad Flame. He's a true G. He's my homie, and I'm sure we'll see them again here before too long. That being said, let's move right along to our next match. We have Slow People Eternally Raging Games. That is the Spurg team versus Tempest Kalsif. The Spurg team banning Curse carries Blackbird, a lot of E-War. Tempest Kalsif banning the Geddon Navy, and the Gila. Moderator, let's talk about Geddon Navy, and Gila. What do you what is it, just a drone thing? What are they trying to avoid here?
Yeah, so that's interesting. So Tempest is basically saying Armageddon and Geddon Navy issue are known for basically 2 things. Like you said, drones, but they're also known for long-range neuting, right? So they have those bonuses to their newts where you can really hit out in optimal to, about 35 to 40 kilometers, really. And, like a shield rush or anything that wants to get on top of you can really suffer while those newts, can kind of shut off your hardeners. And that can be a bit scary to deal with. But, Gila also, it's another drone boat. So maybe they're saying, I don't want to deal with like heavy armor, neuting, and Gila is just a general, like very good, ban. We're going to see it a lot, not just the first 2 days, but I think, these days over the weekend. It's good for the value.
It is, and we say point efficiency. It has high point efficiency. You're getting a lot out of a Gila when you pick a Gila. There are a lot of others that are like that too. The Curse obviously gets that same kind of utility. The Orthros certainly, but the Gila may be near about the tops of just efficiency in a ship and what it's able to dish out between rapid lights, between drones, between its mobility, a lot of different things. Wingnut, let's talk about Curse carries Blackbird. Like I said, a lot of E-War on this side, but a spread of E-War. What are you thinking here?
I actually kind of like those bands because it is kind of like the best value and one of the most strong E-War ships all banned out. Blackbird's kind of, in my opinion, the best ECM ship. It's just the best value midpoint range. The carries is no one's bringing in a Razu. People have brought the Celestis. I don't know why. The carries is kind of the best one for that too. And again, the Curse is just strong. Just we don't want to go near that. So it's honestly a very good value set of E-War bands. So I actually quite like that.
Yeah, it is interesting that you mentioned the Blackbird because people always assume when we're talking about ECM, they're like, oh, but the Falcon and the Rook, they just have the better ECM number. The number is big. But why, in your opinion, Wingnut, is the Blackbird the most effective ECM ship above T2 variants like the Rook, like the Falcon, like the Kitsune, or even above like the Griffin?
Griffin and Kitsune, they probably can be better, but they are very vulnerable just being deleted by a single Orthros. So they're pretty nice for that. But the Blackbird has enough tank, and they're cheap enough in terms of points that if you can look after them well enough, they can hold your match.
Yeah.
So they're a little better in terms of survivability, but they are still T1 cruisers. They're still going to die. And if you lose them,
yeah, they are definitely going to die. And you see this a lot too in the Alliance tournament, the Alliance tournament proper, where because you have the extra 3 people per team, teams full of 10, you can stand to have an extra couple of Blackbirds on your low end that costs almost nothing. And because those jams, even if the percentage is not quite as high as the Falcon, as the Rook, as the Kitsune, something like that, just the chance by virtue of numbers makes your odds go up for those jams to land. So before we get into it, moderator, Spurg versus Tempest Kalsif, who do you got?
I think I have to give a slight edge to Spurg here.
Okay. Wingnut, what are you thinking here?
I'm kind of cheating because I'm looking at the arena right now. And
Okay, then you don't get the pick. You don't get the pick. I picked Timplis Kalsif to balance things out. We're going back down now to Murray and Ben. Oh, sorry, just kidding. This is Zeroak Ool and Fear Vina, a new set of commentators. We'll be back to you guys here in just a couple of minutes.
Well, we have an interesting set of compositions here for you. So to begin with, this is the last group match in Group F. So Tempest looking to go unbeaten here, and they've brought Armor Control with some interesting choices for DPS. We have the Zarm for the Logi, and then Dominik's, Stratius, Arbitrators, Magus, and Pontifex. What have Spurg brought?
They've brought Ham Rush, headed by a Nighthawk and a couple of Caracal Navy issues. Interesting to note, this Dominix is full Newt, as is the Stratios. We took a look at the models. Hard points are completely unoccupied by guns on both of those ships. So full Newt drone comp versus Ham Rush, really going to depend on how well SPERG can deal with the Zarmaz reps and swap between targets, or if they're going to be able to nuke this Dominix straight off the start of the match, as they just burn straight into them. They're going to try to burn for the Zarmaz as well. Caracal Navy issue of Breadfish gets grappled up, won't be able to get on top of that Zarmaz quite yet. So instead, they move right back onto the Dominix. But the Arbitrators, we see 3 sets of missile guidance computers, missile guidance disruptors, I should say, being used onto the top 3 of of SPERG.
You can already see those Zarm reps really, spooled up there. But this Dominix is starting to struggle already. At this moment, it looks like, this Ham Rush comp, they're going to struggle in terms of being away from drone damage. I wonder how they're going to cope with that.
Yeah, typically when you're up against drones, you want to be able to string them out if they're heavy drones. In this particular instance, these are heavies, these are not sentries, so being able to string them out would be very useful. We see the Zarm reps have completely, until they cut on this Dominix, they've already lost a Bantam, now on to the Caracal Navy issue of Breadfish. And the match is just going to start snowballing from here, because the full commit came out from the Ham Rush, and they were not able to get on top of the Zarm, and instead the ship that they were forced to commit on was able to receive those very, very potent reps. Some damage now going on to the Stratios of Devin Penkin, but it might be a little bit too little too late, as the Zarm has plenty of time to swap.
Looks like the Nighthawk is starting to trundle its way towards that Zarm. I mean, that is perhaps their only path here to redemption, is grabbing that Zarm and taking those extremely strong reps away. At this point, though, that Nighthawk probably been able to be screened, or just going to struggle generally to catch that Zarm. And it looks like the Nighthawk has turned around. So yeah, I think the Zarm is safe for now. Should be able to keep this Stratius up, especially now this Cyclone Fleet issue is going down.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for the Spurg team, they tried to go for the Logi straight off the bat, didn't quite work. They got screened pretty effectively by the Dominix, as they just kind of tried burning past them, but gets the webs, gets a grapple on the targets, and unfortunately there just isn't anything left from them to get on top of the Zarmaz, and they had to commit on the Dami, and everything just snowballed out of control for them. This is going to be 100-0. We'll just see how quick it is. They're on to Anthony Parker now in the Caracal Navy issue, but with only 1 Bantam, he will not be long for the world.
Claymore and Nighthawk still, in the thick of it, trying to get some tackle on something that they can take down. But the Caracal Navy goes down from Anthony here. I wonder what it'll be next. Will they bother with the Bantam, or will it be straight onto the DPS?
I mean, at this point, it's just free to shoot whoever you want, as they are strung out past the center of the arena. Looks like going to go for the Bantam first, and then maybe this Claymore. But yeah, full Dominix is able to shut off the prop mods of pretty much any cruiser or battle cruiser very quickly. With the combined web and grapple, it just not the best matchup for Spurg.
They really did have that Dominix sat right in the middle there, sort of tempting them to say, bring your ham rush in, try and kill me, see if you can deal with these arm reps, and the answer was sadly for them, absolutely not. I think the Dominic's probably had some local reps of some kind as well, because it really was tanking extremely well, even with the full weight of Spurg's DPS on it. And that probably wasn't the right choice of primary target there, but without catching the Zarm, what else are you going to do, I suppose?
Yeah, not a whole lot they could do. I mean, I was going to say maybe it was a reactive type of thing, but really the only one that's damage locked is the Nighthawk. So even then, I don't think it's just reactive spooling. I think it's just the Zarmazd was able to catch eventually, and meanwhile, Hamrush just... If you don't kill your first target, you're not able to snowball, and we see exactly what the consequences of that are. Only the Nighthawk is remaining, although he is pretty caught at the moment and won't be long for the world either. Any final comments before we send it back to the desk?
No, I think they did the right thing, right? They went bottom up in some sense, left the tankiest ships to last, and they had confidence in their Zarm pilot to stay safe and keep their Dommy up. So good, well played.
Yep, Templars Calcif, of course, winners of the Alliance Open and perennial good places in the Alliance tournament and other tournaments like it. They will be moving on into the main bracket for the tournament, so stay tuned for them there. But until then, we're going to take a quick move to the desk, and when we return, we'll bring you some more action here from the arena.
Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen, if I had not known better, I would have said that that team from Templars Calcif had clipboarded the Spurg team, because what a setup they had against them almost from the get-go. Those two arbitrators putting out those missile guidance disruptors onto the Nighthawk, the Claymore, the Fleet Cyclone, doing so much disruption. And then what a comp, the Stratios onto the Dominics. Moderator, let's start with you. Let's talk about the Zarmast. It's a little underused sometimes, but when it's used in effectiveness like this, it feels so strong. What did Templars Calcif do so well in that last match?
Yeah, I mean, it was a combination of what did Templars do so well and kind of what did Spurg not do right. So Templars did a really good job of applying their E-War, right? We saw that a good spread of Arbitrator missile guidance disruption went onto those, boats, which is good. But you want to make sure that you're, properly mitigating effectiveness across the board, cutting down the range and the application there. So good, use of E-War, good use of kind of the drones and the newt pressure to basically kind of spread across and deal with the incoming damage. Downside, so the way Zarmaz works, for people who might not be familiar with some of the Triglavian logic, is that it starts with very low effectiveness, right, relative to the T2 counterparts, the Guardian and the Oneros. But over time, it will spool, just like the Triglavian damage ships spool over time, and it will apply more and more and more reps, right? And the problem is that when you shoot a Dominix, right, that already has a massive buffer, even though we've banned multi-plates this year, if you don't break it instantly, you're not breaking it later as you kill more ships. So in that situation, you have to realize, okay, Dominix, it's never going to work as the first call with this composition. We have to kill an arbitrator, or ideally, you rush around and you get on top of the Zarm, right, and then you kill everything else. And then you go for the weaker ships, and then the Dami last. You don't go for the Dami first. And I would think that Chad Flame's team would know this in Scrim. Maybe they know something I don't. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But it was just weird target calling from them.
Yeah, I'm glad that you bring that up, and I want to talk to you too about this, Wingnut, about target calling specifically. When you realize that the Dami are going into a match where the only logic they have is the Zarm, especially when you have that kind of like a missile, like a ham rush setup like that, is it not? We talk a lot of times in the wormhole world about target switching against when there's Logi on grid, forcing Logi to make decisions to rep one guy, rep the other guy, switch targets quickly. Is that not something that you would be thinking of when you're in this kind of situation, when you've got a Zarm that only has a single target rep, and trying to switch back and forth between a bunch of different targets at the same time?
Oh, absolutely. There's kind of two ways to look at it. There's obviously that one, split damage, make the Zarm choose. The second one is potentially ripping to a target before the Zarm can even get the reps spilled up, because it is a Triglavian ship. It takes a while to get there. So if you've got enough damage, you can just blow through a ship. But the Dommy was probably the worst thing to pick. And that thing was a brick. It even had no guns. It was a full Newt fit as well. So it was just making everyone's life hell.
Yeah.
So honestly, after a while, they should have realized, it's not dying quick enough. We need to switch now. But they waited until the reps started ticking back up. And by that point, you're already done. You should kind of realize that you've not got him to half. He's not moved down fast enough. And we're starting to die. We have to switch. We have to go now.
Yeah,
but like I said, I think it's waited too long to make that choice, and that's what killed them.
You do talk. We talk a lot of times, from the comfort of our commentary chairs, about tunneling on targets and feeling like teams spend too much time focusing on one target or another. Moderator, as somebody who's been involved in the tournament gameplay for such a long time, somebody who's been in so many tournament matches, there's a difference, obviously, between the ability to criticize tunneling or target selection between what it's like in the match specifically. Do you feel like this is a situation where they maybe just thought, we can break this thing if we just give it a little bit more, we can break this thing, and then they just ran out of time?
Well, I think it was a situation where they were forced to stay on it because so many of them were scrammed and neuted out, where it's like, I physically can't move to another target. So what happens kind of in that situation is everything else pulls away once they realize so many of your ships are scrammed or neuted out, right? You're trying to get away from all these rush ships, and they did. And then Chad Flame's, missile comp is in a situation where now they can't do anything but be on the Dominic. And by that time, the reactive armor hardener has shifted. The Zarm has, fully spooled up, and it's like, okay, well, we weren't breaking it 3 minutes ago, but we can't go anywhere. So, you're just hard locked into, being stuck between a brick and a hard place there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, we're going to go ahead and move on now to our first redemption match. This is the redemption match between Hidden Ship Village Idiot Contract Scam Esports, and E is for emotional damage. We're just going to say Baz's team versus E is for emotional damage. Baz's team banning the Gila, Scimitar, Orthrus, Sentinel. Bit of a theme there. E is for emotional damage, banning the Gila, the Blackbird, the Kizreal, and the Celestis. Let's talk Wingnut about the Gila, Scimitar, Orthrus, Sentinel. Again, this Gila, Orthrus, Scimitar band set, very popular right now. What does that say to you they're trying to avoid?
It honestly looks like they've just banned out best kite. Scimitar Orthrus is basically the best kite comp at the moment, as far as I've seen. So they've just gone, all right, you're not getting that. That doesn't mean kite can't be done, but if they are versing kite or they're bringing it, it's going to be a suboptimal setup.
Sure. So, and we talk about this a lot too, right? How a lot of times these bans aren't so much just like, I want to avoid this. It's more, I want to avoid the best version of this, right? So let's talk then about the Blackbird, Kizreal, Celestis. Now, the Celestis is the fourth ban, so we can't put too much weight into that, knowing that it's, it wasn't there on their primary set of bans. But moderator, why in the world do you ban the Celestis?
So Celestis basically says that I just really don't want to deal with, maybe a more stationary, more bricky slightly version, and I'm okay. I feel like I have the projection right with something to deal with, something like the carries or the Maulus, but I'm more worried for whatever reason. And there are some comps that kind of have to deal with that, right? Like, drones can kill a Celestis, but they can't really kill a Maulus. But conversely, like maybe missiles really good at maybe killing a Maulus or a Carries, but not a Celeste.
Gotcha. Well, I think you're right on the money, and so we certainly have seen a lot of projection so far in this tournament. Projection very strong right now. We'll see if that plays out today right here. Before we go down to the arena, what in the world is going on back there? Wingnut Cross, moderator. Wingnut, who do you got between Hidden Ship Village, Idiot Contract Scam Esports, and E is for emotional damage?
I'm going to back the Baz and go for the Hidden Ship Village Idiots contract scam esports.
It's very good. Moderate. What about you?
I really like the Basilisk, so I got to give him the edge with a Hidden Ship Village Idiot Contract Scam Esports Nasash Assassin Village Squad
Gaming.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Well, I also am going to pick Baz's team just because
We're biased, okay?
They're a real underdog story. I don't know what else to tell you. Folks, we're going back down to Zeroak Uul, Fear Vina. We'll be back here at the desk in just a couple of minutes.
So in this match, we're going to see who goes on to face module clickers in Redemption 7. So with E's Emotional Damage, the Pandemic Horde team, we've got an Alligator, Loki, Osprey, Double Caracal, and Flycatcher.
And for Hidden Ship Village, I can't remember the entirety of it. You've changed your name already. All I remember is the team is silent. The Baza team, they've got dual Armageddon Navy issues, and interestingly enough, these are pulses, not rapid heavies like you would typically assume out of that hull. So making use of the long-range newts, but also of the pulse laser bonuses, and they'll be shooting into the resist hull of these alligators.
So the Alligator Caracal combination, an interesting choice. We have missiles versus drones, plus drones versus our red team, the Loki for control, and the Flycatcher with some missiles as well. So they're able to project from range, able to catch stuff with the Loki. But I wonder if they're going to be able to, on the other side, of course, red team only bringing the T1 Logi.
Yeah, but again, they've got such beefy ships, and they might have up-tanked them up against the Shield Rush, but we'll see. They're going to get some damage in onto this Caracal, the Stray Dog, to start off the match.
Looks like our blue team are going for the Ashimu first. That's a sensible choice. Probably one of the less tanky ships. A lot of power and control in that Ashimu. But will it stay up again with the Inquisitor reps? And will the blue team manage to keep enough DPS on the field and manage their clips well enough to kill this Ashimu before it survives and the Caracals need to reload?
Yeah, those long-range webs can be very potent, but he is tackled down at the moment. The Basilisk. AT commentator and captain of... It's the same team under a different name this time around, after some well-documented things involving some AT ships and a scam contract. We'll see what happens this next AT, assuming they get to those prize ships again. Meanwhile, they've gone onto this Caracal. Lupus P gets absolutely deleted, and the Basilisk and the Ashimu finally goes into structure, but that is quite a good trade for the Hidden Leaf side.
Carl in the Kerries is in a vulnerable position there. He's really close to everything. I wonder if he's going to survive, but they're splitting damage onto the Ashimu as well. It looks like they spoiled for choice on targets, but not really targeting anyone in particular here.
They're losing their Osprey as well, and now going for this Carries, who has been getting some damps out, but unfortunately for those damps are on the Ospreys as well. So as the Ashimu goes down, unfortunately for E's for emotional damage, they've lost the initial trades. They're going to try to take down this Carries and the Inquisitor, but now without any Logi, their Loki is the target from these Armageddon Navy issues, and they do a lot of damage with these pulse lasers, and importantly, they don't have a reload like the Rapid Heavies do.
If this Loki goes down, then we're looking at mainly the T1 resists left over, and it is hard to see how the Armageddon Navy double is going to sort of be compromised here. But the Inquisitor of Starman is in trouble here. He's likely to go down. That takes away all the Logi.
Yeah, but this Carries has been staying alive for so long. Absolute menace. He was able to damp out the Loki most recently, and now we'll be able to damp out even some more targets. But yeah, damping out the Loki, making sure the webs don't go off. Now damage going on to the Alligator of Chosen One, and doesn't look like he's gotten Ansel fit, so Chosen One just gets absolutely melted through the shield, absolutely melted through the armor, will go down, but Virion Stone Shard, he's got local reps to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but he's about to dip into structure as well.
It's looking a little closer than I was expecting towards the end here. I wonder if this Kerry's and Armageddon Navy will stay up. Looks like the Kerry's has gone down now. Armageddon Navy now applying its local reps. I wonder if it was in a reload cycle there.
We'll see how they're fit. See if they're Ansel fit or if they've got other forms of local reps. Either way, Indestructure, Virion Stoneshard, gonna try to keep those reps going for a little bit longer, take down Dinar Manassi and the Alligator, leaving only a Caracal and a Flycatcher remaining, would give them the points lead going into the last segment of the match. And now Dinar Manassi down into half structure. It's gonna be close between the two ships, and the Alligator goes down first, but the Armageddon Navy falls second, and now it should just snowball for the Hidden Leaf side.
Yeah, with the red team so close to these Hidden Leaf ships, it's difficult to see, the blue team, how they're going to manage to mitigate and get away. Who's tackled here? Let's see.
Yeah, the Caracal's tackled. He's grappled up by the Armageddon Navy issue. And down goes the Caracal, just a Flycatcher remaining. Easy cleanups. We'll see if the Magus is going to make something happen onto the Flycatcher. Yeah, it's got tackle. So, Cyborg Devil, not long for the world. And Hidden Ship Village, Idiot Contract Scam Esports, the team is silent, is moving on to the next round of the redemption bracket.
And as the Flycatcher goes down, we'll go back to the desk.
Well. Old Baz and the boys pulled one out for us here with Idiot Contract Scam. Hidden Village Idiot Contract Scam Esports pulling out the win over Ease for emotional damage in the first of our redemption matches with the dual Navy Geddon. What an impressive comp bringing out against this Florida man comp. Let's talk for a minute about this one. Moderator, we'll start with you again. The dual Navy Geddon, interesting. We haven't seen a setup quite like this before with those dual Inquisitors. What makes this setup so strong specifically against this sort of like missile rush setup that we saw from ES for emotional damage?
So we could see just how effectively those newts were applying pressure to that, those alligators. We saw like how quickly they basically, just instantly melted, right? You could see some shield hardening effects, going on and off because they had been taking newt pressure for the entire match. And when it was finally their turn to get primaried, I mean, they just absolutely melted. Another issue you run into is that when you fit those heavy assault missiles, you use a lot of fitting, and you can usually, run into issues trying to be able to fit length and fit, an ASB. So if you just have buffer and your hardeners are getting, pounded, good luck staying alive.
Yeah, you definitely don't want your buffer getting pounded. I've always said that. It's words I live by. Wingnut Cross, let's talk about the Gators. Again, this is, we haven't seen a dual Gator comp so far, I believe, so far today. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but the Gator sneaking its way back into play already, perhaps more so than we've seen a lot of the other ships that have been introduced this last cycle. We have not seen a Mechubal or a Mamba at all yet, probably because those ships are not good. But the Kizril's not quite getting as much use, I feel like, as the Gator so far. This Gator, which is really just a big Gila, why do teams like the Gator so much? Is it just its raw sex appeal, or is it, it does have a lot of teeth.
As you said, it is a big Gila, but it is a big Gila who can also fit a command burst. And just big damage, big tank. And that match, they were doing a lot of damage, but big respect to Basilisk there. That man carried the live to win there. If he died maybe 15 seconds earlier, there's a chance that match might have swung. But he just sat there and just tanked and tanked and tanked. And you know he's going to go down, but the longer he goes, the more his Inquisitors kept him. It just kept going worse and worse for the Alligators. That is living to win, and big respect to the Hidden Leaf team for that. That's perfectly done.
Yeah, this Navy Geddon comp, I really like this. This is it's not the setup that you would usually see from a Navy Geddon, which I feel like Navy Geddons oftentimes do kind of fit into a kind of dual purpose, control / DPS set. But this was balls to the wall the whole time. And the Ashimu of the Basilisk. Moderator, we've maligned the Ashimu so much over the last couple of years because in a lot of ways it's just not that good. But in this comp, the Basilisk living to win. Why is the Ashimu fit so well into this comp specifically? Mod. Sorry, I should have directed that to somebody.
Yeah, so I mean, the Ishimu is basically, like you said, it usually just doesn't have a ton of survivability, right? It's got some amount of tank, but not a ton. It does have kind of those long range webs, right? It's basically the cruiser version of the Balgorn in that it's got more effective newts than, in terms of the, raw amount basically per cycle. But it doesn't do a ton of damage. It really doesn't do a lot of damage. And the webs, you get range on them, but they're just kind of okay, really at best. They're not what you get out of like a rapier or really a Loki, but there is some utility there. But critically, it doesn't cost a lot. And you've already spent all your points basically on 2 Navy Geddon. So you're like, okay, if I want to get, good, logistics, I need to, sacrifice a little bit of points somewhere. And that's why you'd see in Ishimu, where really you can use it to web down things that try to be annoying, that get cloaks on top of you, and just really slow them down to let those drones apply better.
I also want to say as well, they're also a ship that you have to stop from getting to your backline somewhere. If that Ashima gets on your Logi, it's just going to slurp it dry and stop it from running away. So it kind of like a ship that forces you to do something about it. Even if it's just kill it, you got to stop it.
Well, and that's especially true too with T1 Laundry, which is what T1 Laundry or Frigate Laundry especially. Those newts are just so oppressive to those kind of smaller end, lighter ships where they might not necessarily bother something as much as like a Guardian or an Oniros or a Basilisk. I almost said a Basilisk, but certainly against the Osprey, that is more than enough. Let's go ahead now, move on to our next set. I hope you guys enjoyed those Geddon Navies because you're not going to see them in this match. We have Ryba versus Snuffed Out. Ryba banning the Sleipnir, the Oniros, and the beloved Geddon Navy. Snuffed Out banning the Abaddon, Curse, Barghest. Wingnut Cross, the Geddon Navy, the Oniros, the Sleipnir. An interesting set of bans. Anything here that sticks out to you?
Honestly, that's just the Oniros is definitely the key one there. No really strong armor comps there, except for maybe the Zarm. Yeah, that's an interesting selection.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of curious. We talk a lot about trying to spread out bans, to fit a variety of different doctrines, trying to pull some things here, some things there that you might not like. Also, it's very real very possible that they could have seen something that Snuffed Out, pulled last time or pulled last weekend, and they're trying to mitigate some of that. Moderator, Snuffed Out, a team I'm sure you're not super familiar with, banning the Abaddon, the Curse, and the Barghest. What are you seeing here from these two battleship bans? I mean, the Curse, pretty straightforward, but the Barghest and the Abaddon specifically, what's the thinking behind that?
Yeah, so I mean, Barghest makes a lot of sense. I mean, just relative to what's been good in tournaments for the last 5 years, Barghest continue to be pretty good. I mean, they're still pretty expensive this year. I mean, we've seen, I think, a little bit less of them, possibly, again, just because of all the bans. Abaddon here is really kind of the standout. I don't think it's a ban that you'd see a lot of, really, podium level teams make. The thing about the Abaddon, it does a lot of damage, but it's very kind of one-dimensional in how it does its damage.
Yeah.
Spam Cat Jam in Cat for CCP Jotun's Kitty here.
Sorry.
We appreciate.
Cat woke up. Cat's back over the desk.
The cat stream. So yeah, the Abaddon, very bricky, but it does suffer a little bit from, the ban to multiple plates here. So not sure I like that ban as much, but Snuffed Out, not an alliance I'm with anymore, but still good friends with a lot of those guys, and I hope they can do well here.
I'm sorry, moderator. I am not caught up with recent events then. My apologies. I was trying to make a funny joke. It's not as funny now. I am seeing one person in chat, an individual who I've never seen before, Hadam1, saying they banned the Barghest so Nuke doesn't burn out his missiles again. For Nuke's sake, I hope that's true. Let's get some prediction before we go down to the arena. Wingnut Cross, Ryba versus Snuffed Out. What do you got?
Every time I've bet on Snuffed Out, they've absolutely bowled it. So I'm going to go Ryba so Snuff can actually win one.
Okay, and moderator, what do you think? Ryba and Snuffed Out.
I've actually liked Snuffed a bit more this year. I think that they have some upside in this match, but it'll be difficult.
Well, I'm going to go with Snuffed Out as well because Nuke Michael just so gosh darn cute. But we're going to go down to the arena now. We have Zero and Fear again. We'll be back here afterwards for the last match of this set here in just a few minutes.
So our second redemption match, the winner of which will go on to face a rival or Yamate. Right now we have Ryba on field with the Vulture, Ferox Navies, Osprey, Moas, and what have Snuff brought?
They've brought Leshak Control with an Ashamoon Lachesis being the control and the Leshak being the Leshak. Warp in ranges at 180 degrees. So a bit of time for Ryba to decide what they want to do as the Leshak starts burning in on them, but they have to be careful not to get caught. We have 8 seconds left until the match starts. Let's get ready to rumble. Wait, that's copyrighted. Let's get ready to go.
So these Vultures and Ferox Navies should be able to project. I can't quite work out whether they fit Blaster or
Burning
Rail.
straight in though.
Looks like maybe Blasters. They're straight onto this Ashimu of Nuke.
Yeah, we'll see how effective he is at screening for the rest of his team, but burning straight into a Leshak isn't really something I would advise a lot of the time, especially if you don't have control to keep the guns off of you. We see damage going on to the Osprey of Hillary off the start of the match as Wally Martz gets primaried by the Vultures and Ferox Navies. So, this Leshak, he's got 2 Thalias to keep him up, so that is T2 Logi. But it doesn't look like he's actually hitting anything right now between the Moa and the Osprey. He was on the Osprey originally. The Osprey pulled back. Now he's on the Moa of Yabi. But damage is getting split from this Ryba squad onto Snuffed Out.
And this Osprey is starting to burn slowly back in. Going to try and keep these Moas up and likely to be switched back on as a primary target. But if he can distract the blue team enough, then that's going to be quite powerful as the Leshak.
Nope, there's a wrecking shot. Goodbye to the Moa, but as we mentioned, these blasters are doing quite a bit of damage to Wally Martz right now. He's sitting about 12% armor remaining. He needs to be able to take DPS off the field as his Thalias are trying their hardest to keep him alive. Rem Gidreen now going into 16% shield, so might be able to get this Moa down, and the squishier and higher DPS target that you take off the field, the more effective it's going to be in these straight up trade scenarios. But the Thalia of blue now into structure, he's going to lose a Logi as he moves on to the 3rd Moa.
You can imagine this Leshak is probably reactive spooled right now and has a lot of Logibots on him as well. It looks like there's only really 2 types of damage coming in here, from the blasters and perhaps from some warriors, and I think he's tanking pretty well at the moment. He might actually survive this even without the Thalia of Laura, as Laura's starting to be under pressure because the DPS of our red team is starting to dwindle here.
Yeah, one of the disadvantages of blasters is that you're pretty much all locked into that kinetic thermal, right? So,
yeah,
as all the Moas are dead, Wally Martz has this pick of the litter between the 2 Ferox Navies as to which he wants to go to next. Well, Lachesis and Ashamu have been doing their job actually pretty decently now. That said, up against Blaster Rush, Lachesis gets a little bit less of a use, but the Ashamu newts can be pretty difficult to deal with if you are a cap-reliant ship, such as these Ferox Navies. Looks like the damage is going on to Tiger for the time being, as Wally Martz has had no damage on him over the last couple seconds.
And speaking of no damage, it looks like Snuffed are also struggling to apply any sort of meaningful DPS to anyone in particular on the red side. But now they've got this Ferox Navy of Tigerpron kind of in a hot spot here. He's starting to bleed into half shield, and it will be a race here as to whether this Leshak of Wally Martz can stay up, because he's starting to bleed more structure.
We'll see. Obviously, the Ferox Navy issue has pretty strong active reps, as well as the Osprey still being alive at the moment. And Wally Martz keeps on bleeding structure. He's now 17% structure remaining. He hasn't been able to take out Tiger quite yet. I believe if he could, he might be able to hold on for a little bit longer, but he's got 5% armor remaining, and he's down. And just like that, all the DPS is off the field for Snuffed Out. They've only got utility left. Their attack bar is anemic, and that might be just enough for the red side to actually win this match.
This actually, we're right in the thick of it, really in trouble if it wants to mitigate against damage here, because there's not a lot it can do. It's kind of surrounded here by blaster ships, and whichever direction it goes in, the Thalia goes down, the Ashimu is going to be in a bit of trouble. It can't get away because of tracking issues, and it can't go any other direction because it'll just be going towards a blaster ship.
Yeah, I mean, the blaster rush, not something that a lot of people like to run in an AT scenario, especially since the days of the old Galente blaster rush with the whole tanked Brutixes and stuff like that. Nowadays, typically when we see a rush setup, it's autocannons or hams. So I like seeing the blasters. I like seeing it kind of out-reading this Leshak comp, especially without more powerful Logi to keep it up. And it worked out for them this time around.
Yeah, and with the Osprey up and the Ferox Navy's likely having their very powerful local tank, it is an impossible task now for Snuffed. They've got the Lachesis of Minton far away from everything. Is he going for the record?
I don't think you can make that record happen in a Lachesis. He still gets 210-ish out, so not too terrible. But with that, we're going to send it back to the desk to analyze that match and bring us into our break. All right, actually, we have one more match and then a break. My bad. Here's the desk.
That is right. We have one more match and then the break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Yoten, CCP Cat, alongside moderator and Wingnut Cross. God almighty Cat, please, not right now. What a match. Snuffed Out all in on the Leshak versus a Rail Rush. What an idea. Vulture, Dual Navy Ferox, Triple Moa, and the Osprey. Wingnut Cross, Rail Rush. Who would have thought in 2024 this is the world we'd be living in? What do you got here?
That was the same comp that we saw earlier, and I was like, that's so silly. I still think it's silly, but they managed to run into something that actually worked. And but like those who are asking, yeah, every single ship in that comp was rail fit. They were not blasters, which makes it wild that they decided, you know what, we need to kill the Leshak, go in. They threw like 2 or 3 ships down the Leshak to get it killed. That is a big ball play, loading Javelin, just sending it. That is wild. I love it, but I don't know why they brought that.
Let's talk for just a second here, moderator. I want to talk about the Snuffed Out comp because this is kind of an armor control, not really an armor controls sort of setup, though there's a little bit of control in this comp, certainly more than the Ryba comp for certain. But it all hinges on keeping this Leshak up, and they're trying to do it with Frigate Logi. Now, T2 Frigate Logi, certainly, but still, is it a smart play to hinge all of your efforts on a single battleship being kept up by 2 frigates?
So the problem that they really ran into is, I think, a little bit less with the choice of the Leshak, but they had that Lachesis, which really did nothing for them. They spent, I believe it was 28 points for that ship. And what are you going to damp when the entire enemy team has decided that they're going to sit on top of your Leshak, at like 10 kilometers with Javelin and just rail on it? I mean, literally and figuratively, right? So you can't really damp anything out, I mean, when that's going to happen. So you've spent a ton of points that really isn't really doing much for you. If that had been, say like a Merm Navy or had been some other sort of like a command ship, right, like an Astarte, it would have done a lot more for Snuff, and I think that would have been enough maybe to even, swap that from an L to a W. That match was actually a lot closer than it seemed. The other risk, though, of going all into that Leshak, though, is that we did see, like, initially, oh my god, this Leshak is getting destroyed. And then slowly over time, the reactive hardener went all into that kinetic thermal damage that the railguns are doing. And the Frigate Logi was doing really, really good. Like Laura Riley, she survived far longer than she should have, right? Just continuing to keep Wally, who is just in a sliver of armor and hull, up for longer than that ship had any right to. Snuff did a decent job of swapping the drones between Wally and Laura to keep her up, but I mean, they just didn't have enough damage really to break anything eventually.
You're absolutely right, and really, you do expect so often to see one Thalia go down, the other one will follow it immediately afterwards. But Laura Riley holding on for such a long time after that, trying to keep Wally up, trying to keep the Lachesis up, trying to just mitigate as much of this incoming DPS as possible. And there was so much DPS on that grid. Shout out to the Riva team. What a well put together comp. The Navy Ferox, a little underutilized, I feel like so far, but fits in well with a lot of different comps. And man, it is spooky as heck. We'll move now to the last match of this set. We're going to take a brief break afterwards, about 15 minutes or so, depending on how long we talk afterwards. But we have 2 more matches, and then we'll go on to our next set after that. We have in red the team from Arrival. We don't have bands up on screen yet, but trust me, there are bands.
Do you want me to tell you the bands?
I will tell you the bands.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Actually, you tell me the bands this time. All
right.
I want to hear them.
Arrival, banned out, Arbitrator, Curse, Pilgrim, Sentinel.
And moderator, what of Yamete Kadusai? Sorry, Yamete Kadusai banned out in blue.
You should not feel bad for not knowing how to pronounce that. It means that you have, relations with women. So in this case, they have chosen to ban an Orthrus, a Curse, the Loki, and the Jackdaw. So really saying, I hate your missile kite. I hate the disruption. I hate your webs. No kiting for you. They're saying we don't want to deal with any of that. And really, we're seeing a ton of pretty much the only disruption ship you have remaining is going to be the Tech 1 frigate, whose name escapes me right now, because Curse, Pilgrim, Sentinel means like all the Tech 2 ones are gone. Yes, thank you, the Crucifier.
It is so funny. I mean, we've talked before about a lot. We've even talked today about teams going all in on their bans. We absolutely want to see this one kind of thing. Well, Arrival showed up today and chose violence because they said Arbitrator, no. Curse, no. Pilgrim, no. In fact, we get an extra ban for number 4. Sure. Sentinel, also no. We don't want to see any of that stuff. By the same token, Yamete Kadusai coming in here with the same kind of heat, saying the Orpheus, it's a big kiter, Jackdaw, big kiter, Loki does some web stuff. None of that. We don't want to see any of it. Get it away from me. Be gone. That sort of thing.
Interesting thing as well. Sorry to jump in. Interesting is they banned the Pilgrim before the Sentinel. Again.
Yeah.
It's the second time.
Yeah, I do think that's an interesting set. The Sentinel, those. Yeah, I don't know. We've seen Sentinel bans early in a lot of these matches. We've not seen a lot of Pilgrim bans early, except for the last couple times today. So maybe they're seeing something that we're not. I do want to let everybody remember, or let everybody know that we are now back up on our second stream. That stream is twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. You can go there, check out the second half of the matches that are happening today. There's a whole nother swath of matches going on at the same time as these on the main stream. You should check them out. They've got some cool commentary. They've got some cool people over there. Check out, it's twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. We got about a minute and a half left before this match starts. Let's get some quick predictions before I have to say a sad farewell to my very good friends, Moderator and Wingnut Cross. Moderator, Arrival, and Yamete Kadusai. Who do you got?
Just because Arrival are not weebs, I'm going to choose them in this match.
And Wingnut Cross, between the weebs and the Arrival team, who do you pick?
I approve moderator's message. F weebs, we're going for Arrival.
Well, I feel backed into a corner here. I usually try and be I try and balance things out. You know what? I'm going to stick to my guns this time. Yamate Kodusai has a cool name. I think it's fun.
Wait!
I'm saying it wrong, I'm sure, but we're going to go with it. So, folks, we'll be back after this match. Until then, to the arena with Zirak Ul, Fear Vina. We'll be back up here in just a couple of minutes, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, so our third redemption match in the main stream, but there are some redemption matches on the other stream as well. We have Arrival bringing Paladin ×2, the Executor, Pontifex, Bellicoses, and a Griffin. So what have our other side, the Maracuga guys, brought?
Yamate Kudasai has brought Sleipnir Rush. So we'll see how this goes. Both these comps are pretty straightforward with how they actually want to approach this. And AC Rush has been very nice today. We've seen it win in a couple different variations, especially with those broadswords earlier up against some rather tanky comps. But Paladins, they are among the tankier Marauders, and they do quite a bit of damage with their pulses. We're about to start the match. What are your thoughts?
So these Paladins can project almost across the arena, right? But it won't matter if these shield ships are going to be rushing into them. But they can also hit well at close range and for a lot of damage. But of course, Maracuga, they do have the Scimitar to try and help them mitigate against this Paladin DPS. I wonder if the Sleipnirs will be able to catch this Executor on Arrival side.
Yeah, and on top of that, the Sleipnir, unlike Tech 1 shield chips and Caldari shield chips, actually is pretty decent in terms of the EM thermal resists that the Paladin will be going into. Same thing with the Scimitar. Won't be able to hit the kinetic hull that is associated with the T2 Mimitar hulls, so maybe that will go in favor of the Sleipnir Rush as they begin to burn in the Scimitar, following up alongside the rest of the DPS. Damage going on to this Griffin to start off the match, though. Dalziel Arata, currently about half shields remaining in the ECM boat.
Yeah, and it looks like our blue team is going for Larynx in his Paladin, and he's already in half armor here, but he will be able to tank a lot more than this. But at the moment, struggling to stay up, to be honest with you. I think being isolated there, he's not going to be able to apply his DPS at such close range to these shield rush ships.
Yeah, especially because he's so far off of his Executor, he's just not able to survive nearly long enough. We see him just get absolutely melted. Scimitar from Maracuga will be traded, though, as he was way too deep. But still a Paladin for a Scimitar and a Shield Rush setup. Your Logi doesn't matter all that much, so we'll see who they go on to next. I assume it'll be the next Paladin, and in fact it is. So Howling Wind is the next primary. And these Sleipnirs, they've got strong local reps with the AARs, so we'll see if they're able to make this trade stick.
Yeah, and the Paladin able to be wrapped by the Executor because it's not caught at the moment. The Griffin on the red team also still up, so they do have an element of control still, as Captain is now in a bit of trouble in his Sleipnir.
Yeah, taking some damage. I believe I've seen 5 reps from the ancillary shield booster XLASB. Once he's out of cap charges, he won't be able to rep that much, but you know, everything that he gets onto him, he will put on to that Paladin. Some more damage coming in onto this Griffin from these Svitpulse. They want to be able to get these jams off the field as they're keeping the Sleipnirs from being able to get onto this Paladin. Dalziel Arata currently sitting about 50% shields or armor remaining as Captain Tubun in the Sleipnir goes into structure and finally falls.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of choice there, basically having to just sit on the Paladin and take the DPS because burning away wouldn't have made much difference. Trying to get a close orbit would have maybe helped, but at this point now we have the other Paladin of the red team dip in slightly, teasing us as to whether he's going to survive.
Yeah, and the DPS now going on to the Cenobol. Does not have those T2 Mimitar resists, so much more susceptible to those lasers as he gets chunked into structure and should go down. Now the only DPS remaining is a Sleipnir and 3 Svitpulse. Howling Wind just living to win ever so longer, and with more medium autocannons off the field, he should be able to start repping back up And looks like Arrival might be able to pull this one out from Maracuga.
Yeah, even though Arrival can only really shoot very tanky ships at this point in time, those tanky ships are just sitting next to that Paladin. They have no choice, really. That's the only option they have to try and burn through the Paladin's rep ability and tank. And at this point, it does look like Nymph is using most of his shield boosters here and is likely to be struggling very soon, as Howling Wind is also struggling. I wonder if
Wait
cap
a
is becoming
second,
an
they
issue.
got heat on him. They got heat on the Paladin. He is the only DPS on his team. He goes down, Nymph actually, into very low armor. He's only taking drone damage right now, pretty much. Got 2 Bellicose Pontifex, and that's the only DPS from the other side. But he eventually falls. Now it's 3 Sipples versus the world. And weirdly enough, even though it's 123 points to 94 in favor of the red side, I think these Sipples might actually be able to pull it out because there's just no damage remaining from Arrival.
Yeah, and I think the Bellicose just did a bit of an MGD play. They're spreading out a little here. The Speeple's in the center of these red ships. The Griffin in trouble. Yeah, it's going to be tricky to see who can do what here.
Yeah, Dalzi Alorada trying to stay alive with the aid of his Executor. As these Sipples themselves move on to the Exec, we see 2 of them on top of Blacktooth Tony, and just 1 on top of the Griffin.
Some DPS now on Kev in his Spipple. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to tank this DPS.
Yeah, that one. He was right on top of the Griffin. Now the Griffin's pretty much free. Blacktooth Tony going down in towards structure, so it will be 2 Sipples versus 2 Bellici, a Pontifex and a Griffin, with no Logi remaining from either side.
Of course, these Bellicose will be able to apply to these Speeples, and if they can coordinate their reloads, they'll be able to pump in quite a lot of DPS. And the 2 Sipples just next to each other, trying their best to mitigate.
Yeah, these Valkyries appear to be the only DPS in the Bellicose. I don't see any... No, I see a HML launcher apiece on each one. So, HMLs don't really apply to Sipples all that well, but they are applying well enough to get them out of shields and in towards armor. As this Pontifex gets taken into armor himself, but down goes a Sipple, and just like that, looks like Arrival will be able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, this final Speeple sort of pinched it in between 1 Bellicose and the rest of the red team. Nowhere to go, really. No MJD nearby. Doesn't have a lot of choices left.
And Arrival move on in the redemption bracket. Yamate Kudasai does not, and they will be knocked out of the tournament. With that, we're going to send it to the desk real quick, and afterwards a break, and then we will return with the second half of the day.
Yamate Kudasai going down in elimination against the team from Arrival. Welcome back, folks. I'm CCP Jotun, of course, joined alongside moderator and Wingnut Cross. A tragic loss for humanity today, a loss for gamers everywhere, as Yamate Kudasai sings their last
I hate
song.
both of you.
This shield rush setup going down to dual Paladin, Executor, dual Belly, Griffin, Pontifex. Let's start with you, moderator. I know you're a fellow Yamate Kudasai appreciator. Tell me what their downs or what their big failing was in this last match. Oh, moderator, no, you have been mutilated, my friend.
Okay, so really what they need to do here is, what they needed was they needed the power of friendship, right? They needed to take basically, their significant other and their childhood friend in those Steeples, all 3 of them, and have that love triangle to just collapse on top of that Executor that was keeping those Paladins alive for so long. And they didn't really have anything to deal with that, so they could have just gone on top of the Executor, killed it. Towards the end, we saw that a lot of those ships were basically just burning past each other. Or, kill a Griffin. you have these ships, you don't have to use them to be kind of one-dimensional and get on top of something like the Paladins. Leave your Sleipnirs to do that. Just kind of some misplays here, and unfortunately, as a result, you know what that means? It means the Weebs are out. Get rid of these ayayas. Okay, Weebs out. You're out of the tournament. Okay, it's done for you. You're gone. You're out. I don't want you here anymore. Okay, it's done.
Brutal. I'm still a believer. I still love saying Yamete Kudasai. Listen, sometimes the heart of the cards just doesn't work for you. Sometimes it's just the play is not there. But we do have a whole slew of matches that we'll be having coming up next. Before we go to our break, Wingnut Cross, any last thoughts before we head off?
That match was actually really, really, really close. And honestly, potentially not killing the Griffin at the start might have cost him.
Yeah.
Because all it took was one jam cycle, and that Paladin lasted that little bit longer, and a Sleipnir died too early.
And
that 1 second. Also, I had to say as well, big laugh, big respect. The Bellicose paint bonus coming in clutch.
Yeah, no joke, right? I was gonna say those heavy missiles not applying well to Sipples unless they are painted by bonus paints. Very cool. One last go around, moderator. Anything else before we head off for a break?
No, just remember that friendship is the best ship, but sometimes you need more than the power of friendship and cat girls to win it for you. Good job to both teams. Congratulations to Arrival. It's been a pleasure with both you and Wingnut Cross, and I'm excited for this next round of matches for the Redemption arc to see who makes it and who's going to be in our top 16 for tomorrow.
I am so excited as well. And gentlemen, I've really enjoyed working with you today. Folks, we'll be taking a quick break. We'll be back here shortly. I'll be at the desk with CCP Overload and Yin Tan for our next slew of matches. Until then, get some water, get something to eat. I've been CCP Jotun, and we'll see you back here at the desk in just a little while.
Death to Weebs.
Welcome back, folks, to the desk. I am CCP Jotun, joined alongside CCP Overload and Jin Tan. Jin Tan, living the moment, living the day. It is a day of celebration, and we are here with you for this, the second half of the third day of the Anger Games. CCP Overload, Jin Tan, thank you so much for joining me here at the desk. We have an exciting set of matches, but first of all, I'm so glad to see both of you. How are you doing?
I'm very well.
And Jen, I assume you're doing well as well.
Yeah, I've just been catching some of the fights that were going on the second stream. Been wonderful to hang out with some of the new casters over there.
Awesome.
Unfortunately, we did have a couple of dropouts, so all the action is
Yeah.
moving forwards onto this stream.
Well, I am so excited to have everybody here. Our numbers are so good right now. Thank you all for being here and joining us. We're going to get right into it. We have our first set of matches. We have Module Clickers Anonymous versus Contract Clickers Anonymous. Thank you, CCP Overload, for that very good joke that I have just repurposed for myself. We have Hidden Ship Village, Ninja Assassin, Idiot Contracts, Sports Scam, Esports. Module Clickers banning the Gila, the Jackdaw, the Barghest, and Contract Clickers banning the Scimitar, Sentinel carries. CCP Overload, the Barghest pick, very popular, especially if you're trying to get rid of Apex Kite. Anything else in that set that looks pretty standard for you?
I mean, the Gila is a pretty standard ban as well. It's a pretty OP ship. Bonus drones, fast, does a lot of damage, hard to kill. And then the Jackdaw, it's just kind of a really annoying little shitbag of a ship to face. Like, it's hard to kill it if it doesn't want to be killed. It does a lot of damage to your small stuff, especially if you're bringing like support EWAR frigates. It can reach out across the arena and touch them from a great distance. So very good thing to get rid of if you're planning on bringing stuff like that.
I absolutely agree. Jin Tan, the Scimitar, the Sentinel, the carry. Scimitar banned out more perhaps than any other Logi ship in the tournament so far. And the Sentinel carries a slew of EWAR as well for this team from Hidden Ship Village, Idiot Contract Scam Esports. Anything there that looks out of the ordinary or unusual to you?
Yeah, there is something that's out of the usual, and that's a ban that is not present. Both teams here have not banned the curse. Now, we saw just how that went down for a couple of teams that didn't ban the curse last week. So we've got to hope that both of these teams are either prepared to bring a curse comp or have something that they think beats it. And we've not really seen a lot of teams bring something that looks like it can.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the curse specifically because we have seen a lot of curse bans throughout the day, and we are going to be seeing more curse bans in the near future. I promise you. In fact, there are a lot of curse bans just across the board. We have about a minute left until we get down here. These are, by the way, these are all redemption bracket matches. These are all elimination. So every match you see now has meaning. Teams that win will go on. Teams that lose are eliminated. So Module Clickers Anonymous versus Hidden Ship Village, Idiot Contract Scam Esports in a head-to-head fight to the death. To the death! CCP Overload, let's get some predictions. What do you got?
I mean, Module Clickers have got some pedigree, but then again, well, they don't have any prize ships. They do have a lot of skill in the Contract Clickers side, so I'm going to put my imaginary money on them. And
Jin Tan, what about your imaginary money? Where that's going to go?
I think my imaginary money has got to go on Hidden Ship Village Idiot Contract Scam Esports as well. They are just such a good team. You know, they've got the pedigree for this one.
Well, I do love my boy Vladislav Sakin, who is the coach of Module Clickers Anonymous. However, if I had imaginary money, I would put it on Baz's team. So we're going down now to the arena. My boy moderator, Zeroak Ul, in the arena for these two teams versus each other head to head. We'll see you back here on the desk in a few minutes.
So in the thick of the redemption brackets now, right in the middle, we have the Module Clickers Anonymous bringing a Leshak control comp with the Aneros for T2 reps, 2 Blackbirds, Pontifex, Vexer, and Maulus. Moderator, what have our contractors brought?
Yeah, so our other team might not have any Shapashes, but they do have a lot of heavy assault missile damage. They're going to want to use those Cyclone fleets, the Loki, the Caracal Navy, and that Hecate to get on top of the Oneros. These Blackbirds really punch through the reps. as soon as they can, get rid of the jams, and then try to break the Leshak towards the end of things. The Maulus here probably not going to be super effective. Critically, though, that Hidden Leaf team not bringing any links, and the Crow already diving towards the backline, trying to get on top of this Oneros, and we see that there is going to be a tackle already from that, getting damage.
Yeah, and the Crow also playing DPS the Oneros. This Oneros already tackled. I wonder if the Blackwoods are going to be able to jam off this tackle.
Yeah, it actually might seem like instead of the Oneros are going to go for Vladislav Sagan in the Blackbird. He's already down, immediately popping. Really good call there.
The Maulus also in trouble, but as you say, not that critical here. The second Blackbird now in trouble. James is currently going down quite quickly. Of course, these Cyclone fleets will have to reload, but they do take down the 2 ships, and the Maulus is now looking to be continuing to struggle. The Oneros, perhaps the next target.
Yeah, he will be. We see the Crow of John and the Loki of the Basilisk have webs. That Oneros is going to go nowhere fast. The only place he's going to go is out of this arena. He's got a small amount of rep drones, just absolutely being swarmed by the Crow Cyclone fleet, and Loki will go down in a matter of moments. Very dominating performance so far from Hidden Leaf.
So they still have the Leshak critically, of course, but with so much DPS coming from these Cyclone fleets, and the Caracal Navy, is going to be just a matter of chewing through the armor, you'd think. At this point, of course, the Maul is still in play. The Vexor with drone damage also available, but it is limited in terms of what our module clickers can do here. Of course, fortunately, the Leshak only really having the one module to click when it comes to DPS, and it can just select a target and spool up on it. But if they can kite away, they can break that spool.
Yeah, so we see that the John Hurt, that Osprey has had to get in very close because of those damps from the Maulus being put on top. And now Carl O'Neill will go down here. I like the choice of splitting drone damage on top of the Pontifex, right, and the Leshak. Try to use your drones to get rid of the Ponti, use the Tate for that as well, kill the Lynx, and then the Leshak that's already taking a ton of damage will go down that much faster.
Yeah, I wonder if this Ponti will get a Lynx burst off before it goes down, but without those armor links, that Leshak is really not long for this world.
I mean, we can look at the attack bar, right? Module Clickers Anonymous having a lot, but the defense bar for Hidden Leaf just so much higher. The Osprey being nuded out, damped out, might not have a lot of capacitor remaining to keep Stadman up, but even if Stad goes down, it won't matter. Pontifex getting low and Leshak already in hull.
Yeah, and this Leshak looks like it might be going down next, followed by the Ponti. The Vexor not really in a position to avoid being tackled and killed as well. Even if it kites away, that Vexor is going to have to run a very far away, long distance to get away from this Cyclone Fleet issue projection.
Yeah, so the two, just the Vexor and a Maulus, these, small little ships are going to be absolutely cleaned up. Hidden Leaf really just showing that, like, this is how you execute a rush team. I mean, with this victory, they're going to secure themselves, getting out of the redemption arc, and they'll make it back into the main tournament. With that, we'll send it back to the desk to break that one down.
Contract clickers prevailing over module clickers in that match. Module clickers Anonymous going out of the tournament. We bid them a fond farewell. Contract clickers advance. The Leshak heavy, or the Leshak all-in comp with a little bit of E-War support in the back. Or not a little bit, a lot of it of E-War support in the back. CCP Overload, we've seen this now twice, and both times it's lost. What is wrong with these Leshak comp that's not quite holding up under this kind of pressure?
I mean, in theory, it does a lot of damage. Of course, it has to spool for almost 3 minutes to get to that at high damage output, and the Leshak is a lot of points. So if you have your spool broken for one reason or another, whether or not the target shooting goes out of range, if you're tackled down, if you have to change ammo, there's various reasons why your spool would be reset. Then, well, it's just going to like slowly fall apart, and that's kind of what happens. You put so many of your eggs in one basket, and then you shake that basket and hope that they don't break. And if someone manages to crack through the Leshak, then you lose more than a third of your points and your main DPS ship, and that's it. Kind of game over from there.
Yeah. Jintan, too, we saw in terms of just target selection, both the Blackbirds going down immediately to this shield rush. The two Fleet Cyclones, the Loki, the Navy Caracal, all have this ability to reach out and just touch you if they want to. The Hecate, interesting choice from the Hecate, flown by Costas, of the Hidden Ship Village Idiot Contract Scam Esports team. Why the Hecate and not something like the Svipple or the Jackdaw?
Yeah, that's actually the first time we've seen a Hecate in this entire tournament so far. So a really unusual ship, especially given that the Zvipple or the Jackdaw, which is what we would normally see flown in that position, weren't banned. Both of those ships were still available. I have to suggest that, I didn't actually think to check if that was Railgun or Blaster, but my assumption is that that's some sort of Railgun Hecate fit, and they're trying to use the mixture of shield and the great tracking bonus that hull has to just snipe out frigates and have this incredible duelist that might be able to win, say, the 1v1 versus the Jackdaw, maybe something of a mirror breaker if they were expecting their opponents to also bring Rush.
It is interesting, especially with you when you talk about projection. You talk about these the Blackbirds who do so much of what they do well at any kind of range. They do, especially at distance. And being able to reach out and, like we said, reach out and touch those things, bring those Blackbirds down, eliminate that ECM threat. While they may not be where the bulk of the damage or any of the damage was coming from, mitigating that kind of E-War right out the gate is such a huge boon to this Shield Rush team. And again, we've seen a lot of these Shield Rush setups the last couple of days. CCP Overload, what is it about Shield Rush specifically, whether it's these kind of these ham rushes or the Sleipnir Rush or the rare Kizril Rush? What makes them so appealing to teams in a variety of different setups?
They're relatively simple to fly compared to like high execution, high skill level kiting comps, especially in an arena. They're very much able to just approach F1 and do a lot of damage. And because Shield Tank traditionally goes in your mid slots, it leaves you a lot of room in the lows for damage amplification modules. And obviously, you're very fast as you're not weighed down by thick boy armor. So they're just pretty solid, and with like a lot of them having various types of selectable damage, it can be a really good way of just powering through things. Like they don't necessarily win against a really well flown execution team that is able to screen them off effectively, but if you come up against something which, for example, the Leshak comp, where it has just like a ton of EHP in one ship and you just rush in on top of it, which you will do, you don't have to move around, then a rush is very effective. If you have to like split your rush up or go from one ship to the other across the arena, then it will slow down your route to victory, I guess.
I do want to point out it was just and we were just moments ago informed by the Basilisk in Twitch chat that the reason they fielded that Hecate instead of the Hecat, I know Twitch chat has a problem with that as well. The Hecat instead of the Sybil or the Jackdaw, specifically the Jackdaw, was because they forgot the Jackdaw was banned.
This is not the first time that team has failed to read something to do with ships and ended up in a bad situation.
Oh my God, coming at them with the heat. CCP Overload, waking up today, choosing violence. You love to see it. But yeah, I want to talk very quickly about the Leshak specifically. And Jintan, he says, I don't know if I can say that on stream. He has some strong words for you in Twitch chat. I'm sure you can read those. Jintan, let's talk very briefly about the Leshak. So the Leshak recently received a nerf to its starting DPS in the beginning of its spool. What is it about the Leshak that people would still find more appealing than maybe another high damage battleship in that same spot, something like a Mega Navy or something like a the Mega Navy is the one that comes to mind as being a high damage battleship up front.
So there's a couple of big reasons. The first of all is just that it has incredible base stats. It's
Mm.
relatively fast. It's got great base EHP, and it's got a much better resist profile than most
Mm.
other T1 ships. And that alone makes it a step above the rest. It sort of competes closer to a Marauder than any other T1 battleship.
Mm.
And on top of that, the spool is really the key. It doesn't matter that, you know, you're going to have to take maybe an extra 30 seconds to reach the max DPS you need to kill your thing. The thing is that even if your Leshak gets tackled down by something, you will eventually be able to kill it. All you have to do is hold the stalemate until then, and that's not the case with other ships like the Vindicator, and to a certain extent like the Paladin and the Varga.
Sure.
If you get the Leshak in a position to apply DPS to anything full stop, you will eventually win the match, as long as your opponent doesn't kill you first.
Of course. Well, let's go ahead and now move on to our bans for our next match. We have Redemption match number 8 between Ryba and Arrival. Ryba banning the Sleipnir Scimitar Curse and Vargur. Interesting ban, the Vargur, and Arrival banning the Arbitrator, the Curse, the Pilgrim, and the Sentinel. A full send if there ever was one on Disruption. CCP Overload, let's talk about that Vargur ban. We've seen Vargurs compete very well in this tournament so far.
Yep.
But they have not been banned out a lot. What do you think they're seeing here with that fourth ban? Now it was a fourth ban that makes them say, "Oh, we definitely throw the Vargur in there as well."
This is a pretty easy one. Arrival, the team that's mainly been using Vargurs to great effect, so they've been turning up with that Vargur comp. Ryba have had an extra ban, and they're like, "Hey, screw these guys. They like Vargurs. Take that off the table. See what they can do without their Vargurs."
Well, and it's so funny you say that because Arrival clearly setting up a max spread of bans against the thing that could absolutely hinder those Vargurs the most. Those being the Arbitrator, the Curse, the Pilgrim, and the Sentinel. Though the Sentinel was an odd fourth ban. Jintan, looking at the set of bans with Ryba coming in with this last minute Vargur ban, keeping the Vargur off the table. Arrival now looking at it saying, "Oh man, this comp that we've used before, maybe we have to pivot here now." What could they do in the meantime, or what could they do instead of the Vargur that would be able to slot into that same comp and have that same kind of effectiveness?
Well, the reason why people use the Vargur is that there really isn't anything. We've seen Maelstroms do terribly so far in this tournament, as they always do. What I would expect is Arrival to transition to some form of a shield kite setup, and Ryba, on the other hand, will probably look to go into a Paladin setup or some other projection composition, just because, Arrival have those really clear tendencies, and they've not shown a willingness to break them until it gets to the playoffs.
Before we go any further, because we do have about a minute and a half left, I do want to ask one more question about the previous match, because I saw it maybe mentioned in chat somewhere on one of my side channels here. The Blackbirds, so interesting. Jintan, why the Blackbirds and not the Arbitrator and the Celestis in that kind of setup?
So the reason why you're bringing the Blackbirds there is because you're not bringing them to break up your opponent's DPS. You're bringing them to break up your opponent's E-War control. You're trying to use that to counter either an opposing Rook or Curse composition. And, tracking disruptors and sensor dampeners don't have the ability to do that. That said, we do have ships landing on the grid here, so let's get predictions in.
Awesome. Let's do it. CCP Overload, Ryba, Arrival, what do you think?
I know a bunch of the guys in the Arrival team. They're a very, very competent team, so I'm definitely going to go for Arrival.
And Jintan, about you?
I'm going to go for Ryba here. I think they're going to take the upset.
I am going to split the difference and go Arriba. No, just kidding. I'm picking the Arrival team. I think I like what they do. They've got some cool comps, and I'm excited to see how they play out in this match. Redemption number 8. Win or go home at this point, folks. We're going down now back to the arena with Zeroak Ul. Moderator will be back here in just a few minutes to discuss. Until then, enjoy the match.
Hello, I am Moderator, joined by my co-caster here, Zeroak Rabul, for what should be a very fast and exciting match. Ryba choosing to go all in on that Minmatar Angel composition with a full autocannon rush. Kesriel's and Scythe Fleet issues very, very fast ships. No Logi, they're going to try to get on top of this Arrival kiting team. Zero, what's the key to victory here for Arrival?
So Arrival, they have the advantage of kite, of course. They can try to split up, perhaps, and not get all of their ships tackled at once, and then hopefully they can start to burn through this shield rush comp with their own ability to project damage from a greater distance. But of course, the Kizreals, they can project very well out to a good range. So if the Kizreals and the Scythe fleets can tackle things down, it is going to be quite rough here for a rival. But if a rival can successfully kite and split around perhaps, then it's going to be even harder then for the Kizreals to avoid sort of being alphaed off the field by some significant damage. So we'll see what happens as things get underway.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, that roll bonus that you have to that medium projectile optimal and fall off is very, very potent on these Kizreals getting those Galente and Minmatar bonuses. And already off the jump, we see these ships burning 5,000, 2,000 kilometers straight into the line here of these kiting ships. The Bifrost and Jaguar need to be careful, make sure they don't get alphaed here by these rapid light and kiting ships. And looks like the Osprey and the Scythe fleet will be the initial primaries. Good call to get your Logi off of the side if you're going to rush in.
Yeah, and it looks like Arrival now are starting to split up, but they do have a few of their ships tackled. The Scythe fleet goes down on the red team side, but the Osprey now tackled for Arrival. Not really critical, this Osprey, because if they can just mitigate through kiting, the Osprey not really critical for victory for Arrival.
Yeah, I do, with that said, though, like the trade of a kind of 1-for-1 here. The Bifrost will go down. Daniel Arata, his Jackdaw, getting pretty well mitigated, and that Loki is actually scram-webbed. That's pretty disastrous. You want that ship to be able to, use its range to kite, but a Scythe fleet issue in the Jaguar got on top. The Jaguar, through ADC, will pop, and Howling Wind taking a lot of damage.
Arrival here probably hit and reload. They're going to have to think carefully about their next target. They're going to have to think carefully about not getting all their ships tackled down. So far, the Loki struggling to stay up. Of course, no more Logi on field.
Yeah, they will be primarying Call to Zash, but just as Zero was saying, around the minute 30 mark is usually when an Orthrus will use its clip and will have to reload for another 40 seconds. So damage will drop a little bit, but I mean, look at the defense bar for Ryva. There's just so much more EHP on those Kizreals that will have to be chewed through. Scythe fleet issue for Loki trade is pretty good for them right now.
So with 2 Orthruses left and the Claymore, a good amount of DPS, but as you say, these Kizreals, not the most resist heavy ships, but certainly quite tanky. I imagine these Kizreals are going to be sort of doing everything they can to mitigate here, but with missile damage coming in, it's going to be quite hard for them to get away from it. Perhaps their tactic best here would be to split around a bit and start to tackle things down. Looks like they're going for Larynx's Claymore at the moment. They're both Kizreals, Tiger Prong, and who is this? Crop is also going in there. They should be able to get tackled on this Claymore, you'd think.
Yeah, the Claymore so far doing what was a pretty good job of mitigating damage, but now I don't know if those Kizreals actually have any tackle on them. So the Kizreals of Cropton is on top of that Claymore at 0, but we don't see any scramble web effects. We see some ECM drones try to force a jam, but Snorbit taking a lot of damage from what was initially drones and missiles. The Orthruses and Stork doing a very good job of grouping up together, making sure that even though if the Claymore goes down, those Orthruses will continue to get those speed links to try to kite out the Kizreel. Claymore will trade for the Snorbert here in the Kiz.
Yeah, it's difficult to see this Kizreel staying up here. It's got no way of regaining HP as far as we can tell from these ship fit-ins. It looks like the Orthruses are just finishing reload here, likely to be able to take this third Kizreel off the field. They need to stay, as you say, within Link's range, but the Link cycle goes off now, so they have options to split up for a minute.
Yeah, Biabi's Orthrus was a little bit slow to prop up, now getting up to speed, and going 2.1 on your Orthrus against a Kizreel that's around 2k. Furious taking a lot of damage. That is going to be ASB charges. We're counting 2, now 3 of them used, 4 now, as the Kizreals are chasing after, using probably Barrage or some other long-range ammo to try to put damage. Furious is the closer of the Orthrus. Bobble close as well, but it, again, doesn't seem like there's any tacklement on these Kizes to hold the Orthrus down.
Yeah, and these medium drones, of course, not really faster than Orthrus. If it pops the overheat on its micro-warp drive, it can probably... Oh, in saying that, the Vespers now, they've changed direction. They go in for the Orthrus of Babel. He, of course, will have his own shield ancillary reps. Those are coming in now.
Yeah, a little bit late to boost on some of those. So Furious, used about half of his charges. Babel now using his. It'd be interesting to see if Furious can actually try to force a reload. Cropton getting rather low into shield. I think if they don't trade Babel for Cropton at least, Tiger is going to be in a very difficult spot in the 2v3 here. It's very much on a knife edge. Babel's got only maybe 1 or 2 charges left at this point.
Yeah, and those drones have caught up now. They're ECM drones as well, so perhaps not going to be applying. The infiltrators of one of the Kisdrills also going on to Furious rather than Babel, so I'm not sure if that was intended.
Yeah, so Cropton, interestingly enough, only going 200 kilometers. I hope to God, my man hasn't burned out his prop. That would be very, very embarrassing for him. He is just completely dead in the water as a result. You would think that otherwise he would not have that issue. Tiger Prawn is, chasing after Furious, getting towards him, continuing to apply damage here. Meanwhile, Cropton is just sitting in the middle of space. I think his prop is completely gone.
Yeah, and this Ulthras could take advantage of that in some ways, but of course, the further it kites away, although the Ulthras can probably project out to around 90 kilometers, and able probably to pop this Kisriel if it manages to get its load off, but it's going to take quite a while for those missiles to get there, and I imagine Cropton, with barrage loaded, could probably project onto the Stalk all the Ulthras from this position. It is very close here, and I just don't know if the Ulthras of Furious has that sort of burst damage enough to get through either of these targets. Looks like DPS being applied to Tiger Prawn's Kisriel at this point.
Yeah, so unfortunately for him, he needs to swap damage to Cropton, right? There's only 45 seconds, and if you want to force the overtime, you're going to have to get damage onto Cropton, right? Furious using some of those ASP charges, he may have forced a reload. Good call here, but he needs to get onto Cropton, and Tiger Prawn, what he needs to do is try to intercept. Furious now is chilling on top of the micro warp drive beacon. He is spooling now, trying to get towards Cropton, but 20 seconds left. It's going to be a lot to force Cropton in that time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Ultras can't hit Cropton from this range, but perhaps there's just he's just MJD'd.
Yeah, he's on top of him basically at 0 now, but only 9 seconds left in the match. It's not enough time. He had to do that 30 seconds ago.
I wonder if he burned out those missiles, but DPS has been applied, so perhaps not. And yeah, it just looks like he just wasn't able to get that DPS onto Cropton in time to take him down and force the overtime.
Well played by both teams. A lot for the devs to talk about as we send it back to them for this very exciting match we just had.
What a match! The Orthrus versus the Kisriel showdown at the very end between Ryba and Arrival. Ryba pulling out a victory at the end, able to stave off this strong push from Arrival. CCP Overload, Jintan, myself, CCP Odin here back at the desk. Wow, what a match. Jintan, let's start off with talking about these Kisriels. We said ahead of time, Ryba, or rather Arrival, might be the team that would try and push some kind of a of heavy black or heavy turret setup. They've liked that Vargar setup in the past. Vargar got banned out. Arrival then goes missiles, while Ryba comes out with these autocannon Kisriels, the triple Kisriel setup with the 2 fleet size, the Bifrost, the Jaguar, the all-in. This is such a strong comp, and it obviously carried them. What stuck out to you about the way Ryba played that?
Yeah, I think that was a really interesting call by Ryba. I think what they said was they took a look at the ships that are available. They said the 2 comps that are untouched here are kind of armor projection heavy battleship, which is weak to rush, and Kite, which is advantaged against rush, but you can put your rush comp in a position where it can beat Kite. And that's what Ryba did here. They said, okay, we don't think that Arrival are going to be willing to bring a rush comp back into us. So if we run a Kite comp that can beat projection and that can beat Kite, we will have the advantage no matter what they bring. And they pulled that off successfully. That was a really, really great push. The Jaguar especially did some amazing work just to close out space, force Arrival to turn in awkward places, pushing them right up against the arena wall at one point. I thought a couple of ships were going to boundary. Amazing piloting from both teams, but Ryba did what they needed to pull that one close.
It honestly was pretty incredible. And let's talk CCP Overload for just a brief moment about the Orthrus, dual Orthrus Stork versus Kisriel matchup at the very end. We saw Kropotkin Peter near the end in low shield, into armor rather, no shield left, and the Orthros is unable to push him into hull, which may have saved them, at least give them the opportunity to go into that overtime period. Should the Orthros, we saw at one point the Orthros take that damage off of Kropotkin, put it onto Snorbit. Should they have stayed all in on Kropotkin, despite the fact that may have put them in a more dangerous position range wise with the other Kizreal?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Kropotkin had burnt his prop mod out, as moderator pointed out, so they would have had no issue getting near him. To be honest, it was just good tournament play from those pilots. They correctly assessed the situation. They saw what the score was in terms of points. They realized that their win condition wasn't just chase after the enemies and keep killing them. Their win condition at that point was keep that Kizreal alive to avoid going into overtime. So he pulled back. Snorbert kind of started screening him, I think, or Tigerprawn started screening him, forcing the Orthros to move around. Honestly, they probably should have just YOLO'd straight in on top of it and tried to get him. When they swapped damage, if they actually swapped missile damage, that's a pretty big mistake, I think, because then suddenly you're wasting part of your precious clips. If anything, if you're being split up like that, one thing you can do is just pull back, both of you reload, and then you commit and you just full send it in, and you hope that you kill one of them and then scamper before you die as well, and then you can readdress, because at that point they would have pushed it to be within 2 points, gone to overtime. They still needed to kill the second Kizreal to actually win the match in overtime, but with clips in overtime heat bonus, that probably would have been relatively feasible.
We've got about 2.5 minutes left. Let's talk about bans very quick for the next match, Redemption Match 10. We have Only Needs 2 Comps versus Odin's Call. Odin's, of course, a very well decorated tournament team. Let's talk about the Only Need 2 Comps bans: Jintan, Blackbird, Gila, Scimitar. Here's the Blackbird ban we were talking about previously. Anything stand out here that looks like it's worth mentioning to you?
There's not a huge amount here. This just seems like roughly power bands. The only thing that really stands out is that Blackbird ban. As I talked about earlier, the Blackbird is something that you ban when you are worried about people bringing something to counter your control setup. So it looks like Only Need 2 Comps are hoping to try and bring some sort of Leshak setup or some sort of other setup that relies around a single ship that that relies around a couple of curses or something similar to control their opponents, and they were hoping to bring that, but that curse ban from Odin's Call, very well aimed. I suspect that will have scuppered Only Need 2 Comps' plan.
And let's talk about Odin's here real quick. CCP Overload, the Paladin. Boy, the Paladin and the Bargus alongside the curse. Paladins and Bargus, both very strong comps, or rather fit well into strong comps. But not getting a ton of use, especially the Bargus right now, not getting a ton of use. What stands out to you here about these bans from Odin's Call?
I mean, Curse, classic weapon disruption platform. It's really good at shutting down anything that can project. Paladin, by the way, also can project, and so can a Barghest. So this is making it so people find it more difficult to stop you from hitting them across the arena, while also not being hit from across the arena. Essentially, is what they're trying to do there. Now, I'm not sure if they're aware of this, but there are tons of other ships in the game, so it's not going to completely eliminate that possibility, but it's certainly going to make it slightly more difficult, and those are quite good ships to fill those spots.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, CCP Overload. There are, in fact, many other ships in the game.
North of 10 other ships.
At least 10 other ships. We are hearing it first from CCP Overload. Thank you so much for that insight. Well, we'll be going down to the arena here momentarily with our next set of casters. An exciting duel, or exciting setup of Kevin Grumman and my boy Chad Flame in the arena. We have Only Needs 2 Comps versus Odin's Call. We'll be back here at the desk in just a few minutes for a recap. Until then, enjoy the match.
Absolutely. Starting off, we got head in the blue team, Nighthawks, Loki, Double Scalpel, Bellicose, Flycatcher. There are lots of DPS, and they've landed at a little bit of range here.
We're looking at the other team bringing the double Foon with a Stork, a Talia Navatas Logi combo. Little out there.
Absolutely. You need to free up some extra points to get those heavy battleships in. That's a lot of DPS for rapid heavies, and they've started right on the beacon.
They're going to look to probably try to get rid of maybe that Bellicose right away, or the Loki, get rid of that application from the Nighthawks from the Odin's Call team. But we will see what the Odin's Call team does here, what they're going to go for right off the gate.
Absolutely. They got a lot of DPS of those Nighthawks sitting right in their face. They might pull straight in and try to burn something down. They might pull back and try to stay alive. Those Scalpel's pretty far back, but those Rapid Heavies can apply pretty well.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the battleships warping in at 0 and not the Nighthawks, something you're not used to seeing. So we will see how that pays off as the match starts to go down to 0.
Absolutely, and immediately charging in from the Nighthawks. And an MJD play from the Typhoons. The Typhoons are MJDing right past everything.
That is an amazing play off the gate if they can get the MJD off before they get scrammed getting into the back line, really using the power of the MJD to get on top of something, maybe expecting a Logi cruiser for this play, but it looks like one of them did get scrammed down at the center.
One of them did not.
One scrammed and one gets away, so we will see that one Typhoon that got scrammed is in low structure already, though.
Immediately getting burnt down by those high DPS Nighthawks, but it looks like they might trade it for a Scalpel here, and they do get that good trade.
And we see the Hyena going down too, though. I don't know. You're going to have to kite the best you can with that Typhoon, get as many ships down before they get on top. You're seeing the Typhoon is the only remaining DPS left. Odin's just trying to get on top of it, get it down, and they'll win the game if they can do that. But on the way, they're picking apart the Thalia.
Yep, the Thalia is getting hit pretty hard. The Scalpel does go down, and they're switching to the next one. But they're not going down as fast as their own Logi is.
Yeah, the two Logis working together to try and keep each other up by as much time as possible for positioning on this Typhoon. The Scalpel not having a Logi buddy to keep him up, slowly going down. It's really just a game of, can we get rid of the Logi quicker than the other team? The Logi trade happening when they saw that the Scalpel went down.
Absolutely, and it looks like that Navi might go down. The Navitas does not have as small of a sig radius as that T2 counterpart in the Thalia. It does not have the same level of tank that it does, but it can get pretty quick. It can tank a little bit at least. It's still dripping down, though, ever so slowly.
Yeah, it's not going to be around for much longer as it reaches structure, but what matters is that they do the Logi trade and keep this Typhoon alive. It is the only ship that they have damage. The Logi is not going to matter, but the amount of DPS on grid, if they can use the Typhoon to clear some damage off, it might matter, but it does not seem like that's going to happen as the Scalpel, though, is leeching extremely low shields.
Yep, but the Scalpel is very much still alive. It's still drawing the fire of that Rapid Heavy Typhoon. I don't know how many clips left it has in the for as far as firing, because if it's clipped out and doesn't get the Scalpel down before it runs out of ammunition, it's going to be very hard to pull it back.
And we see the Odin's Call team hard burning in for this Typhoon, now starting to apply the range of their missiles. The Scalpel does go down, but they have gotten into this Typhoon. They have tackled him, and he is going down extremely fast.
Absolutely, with only one plate allowed, they can't buffer nearly as hard as they need to. The Thalia is not able to hold it up at all as the Typhoon drops so quickly.
That Thalia not even able to do any work onto that Typhoon as he probably pulled away to keep himself alive. But with that, there's no actual DPS left on the grid, and Odin's Call is just going to be cleaning up here.
Absolutely, with two Nighthawks left and a Loki, they have no shortage of DPS whatsoever to clear this grid off, and that is a very firm victory for the blue team.
Yeah, I really look at Tosbrat there and that Loki really doing a lot of work getting webs on the correct targets that they wanted to apply to, wanted to put their hands on, chasing targets around the Flycatcher, making tackle on that first Typhoon, it looked like, and then going in and getting the second one as the match progressed. The Loki and Flycatcher doing great getting webs, picking targets to really brawl down with that extremely heavy, massive ham damage that those Nighthawks do.
Absolutely, and the MJD on the Typhoons, that could have been huge if they had managed to get off, but one of them does get caught by the Flycatcher. They don't get to pull range with it. You don't get to control the position with it, and that one Typhoon dropping so fast once it got caught. Those Nighthawks ripping it apart.
Yeah, if the second one got off, they might have been able to save a little bit of time on grid. I'm sure that first Typhoon didn't even get to shoot over half of its Rapid Heavies off, so you're missing out on all that damage to start the match. If they both got off, they might have been able to take out the Logi Wing and maybe a Cruiser, but I still think they would have not been in a great position as this match really was an uphill battle.
Absolutely. It looked like when the MJD, that the one Typhoon went for the Bellicose. It landed pretty close to it, but it didn't even get through half its shield before the Bellicose managed to pull back, get reps, and that's the match, as they didn't get what they needed.
Welcome back, folks, to the desk. It's me, CCP Jotun, joined alongside CCP Overload and Jin Tan. What an interesting setup here. A lot to talk about in this one. We have a lot of time to talk, so let's dive into it right away. Jin Tan. So we have a pretty standard Nighthawk Loki setup from Arrival, a strong setup. We've seen this used a lot in the last, we just see it used in the past for sure. But Ryba, or not Ryba, excuse me, looking at the wrong sheet, only needs 2 comps, which, by the way, may need to think about a third one. Now looking with a dual fleet Typhoon, Thalia, Navitas, Stork, Hyena, Mollis. This is a Kingslayer setup, but I get the impression this is maybe not what it was intended. What is Kingslayer typically set up to? What is it designed to do, Gentile?
Yeah, this is a real blast from the past. Kingslayer is a composition that really gained favor in Alliance Tournament 14, if you can believe it, many, many years ago. And it was designed around using 3 Typhoon fleet issues and a Hyena to be able to project DPS onto an Aneros and kill it in the first clip of the game, no matter what happened. It is just designed to kill an opposing T2 logistics cruiser with great ease, and then be able to rumble in with the lovely ability that Typhoon fleet issues with RHMLs have to support itself. And, even if you're able to trade out their logistics and kill all of their support, those Typhoon fleet issues are just so strong, and they can win out the late game. At least that's the theory. Unfortunately, the game has advanced quite a lot since Alliance Tournament 14, and now we have incredibly potent threats like the Kizreal, like the Nighthawk, like the Healer even to some extent, that can just run up, punch it in the mouth, and they don't care if you're trading logistics on them. They're still going to win the late game because they have more DPS, more EHP, and they don't even need any support to apply because they're medium-based weapon systems.
Well said, Jintan. Thank you so much for that. CCP Overload. We were talking during the middle of that match about perhaps one of the more confounding moments of that match that happened pretty early on, a certain micro jump play that happened in the beginning. What was the thinking there, and why didn't it quite work out?
Well. So the tournament arena, if you've never flown in one or paid too much attention to it, you'll note there is a bunch of micro jump units that are dotted around. There's a cube of 8, and then one in the center of the arena as well. These, you activate them, they ping you forward 100 kilometers, and then you go around the rest of your life. Presuming you land inside the arena. Now, they clearly had this great plan of, hey, if we bring in our battleships at, wait for it, 0, then we'll be able to use that micro jump beacon in the center of the arena and then jump behind them because, let's think about this. They're going to want to kite away from us. And away from us is the other direction. And if we just jump past them, then away from us becomes towards us. So that's their thinking. Unfortunately, they kind of screwed the pooch a little bit by sending one up the back and one just got stuck in the middle. So they separated their 2 main DPS dealers, meaning that no matter which way, if one of them caught the logistics ship, the other one would probably be out of range. Or at least into like extreme range with precision missiles or something. So, I mean, in theory, you can see why it would work if you're standing with like a whiteboard and you're like, okay, guys, here's the plan, like drawing the diagrams. But like any good plan, it did not survive contact with the enemy, and they got separated and ate shit and died.
You're absolutely right. They did eat shit and die. Thank you, CCP Overload, for that. One more thing, very quick, before we go on to the next match. Jintan, let's talk for just a very brief second about the underutilization of points in that match. Moderator pointed out to us in the middle of that one, Arrival not using 3 of their points, or not, Jesus, Odin's Call not using 3 of their points and only needs 2 comps, not using 6 of their points. That means that one of those fleet Typhoons could have been something like a Leshak. Why would you ever not want to use the full amount of points if you have the option to?
I don't know. Like sometimes certainly the math just doesn't add up, and you're looking at, oh, this is a 2-point short combo, whatever. It has all the things that we need in it. It doesn't matter.
Mm.
But once you're looking at 3, 4, 5 points, there's almost certainly something in that composition you could have upgraded. How much would you have had to have shifted around to get a second Thalia in there instead of Thalia Navitas? And also, why the hell are you using a
Yeah.
Thalia in the first place and not a Deacon, the objectively better logistics frigate?
You are right. The Deacon is absolutely the objectively best logistics frigate for armor specifically. That being said, let's move on to our next match. This is the show fight. This match has prizes, but it does not count towards standing or towards seeding rather in the next for next week's finals. We have Camelot versus aggressively mid-tier. Camelot banning the Orthrus, the Curse, the Sleipnir, and the Barghest, while aggressively mid-tier banning the Curse, the Pilgrim, the Armageddon, and the Deacon. CCP overload. Let's talk about the Orthrus, Curse, Sleipnir, Barghest bans. Again, the Barghest was the 4th ban, so it was a little bit of an afterthought. Curse, very standard. Orthrus and Sleipnir does kind of point towards something specific, though. What are you seeing here?
I'm seeing a bunch of bans by 2 teams that are about to play in a show match together. Orthrus, pretty strong. Barghest, just a bigger Orthrus, really. Or depending on how you're looking at it, you'd be a lot closer than the Orthrus.
Yeah.
And the Sleipnir is a very powerful ship in tournaments in general. So these are basically probably the 4 most potent ships in a tournament environment right now that they're banning here, depending on how you look at it. And I'm looking at it my way, which means I am correct. So yeah, I'm not that surprised with these bans. These are nothing wild. They're just solid bans.
I always feel kind of weird talking about bans, and this is kind of a fourth wall here break. Hi, audience. Talking about bans is always kind of a funny thing to do, because while bans certainly can kind of point you towards, or kind of certainly will help teams kind of decide what they do and do not want to look at, it's always sort of hard to decide how a team's going to play it, because there's so many different options. Like, even if you ban out a lot of one thing, there's still a lot of other things that could fit into that slot just as easily. So, looking at Sleipnir, Orthrus, okay, does that really get rid of Rush? Does it really get rid of Kite? No, because you can still do a lot of other things on top of that. Regardless, it's still we're still going to talk about it, because we got some time, and it's fun to see. Speaking of which, we actually have a very, very interesting ban for the next set. Aggressively mid-tier banning the Curse, the Pilgrim, the Armageddon, and Jintan, the Deacon, the objectively best Logi frigate. What happened here? Why would they ban the humble Deacon?
Yeah, the Deacon's not seen a lot of bans, but it was actually the most picked ship as of the end of last weekend. And that's because it is probably the best way to bring a double battleship comp with a couple of Deacons to back it up as rep support. Traditionally, we've seen it backing up now a couple of Paladins, sometimes a couple of Redeemers, sometimes a couple of Armageddon Navy issues. That seems to be depending on the team and where they've landed in theory crafting. Personally, I think the Paladin is objectively the best choice, but that's just me. It's gold and it's shiny, and I love gold and shiny things.
It is gold and shiny. That is true.
But the Deacon.
Go ahead, please.
These are for a show match. Both of these teams seem like they're taking it exceptionally seriously. Both teams are positioning themselves to be bringing healers, and they're showing that they're banning the counters to it, basically.
Yeah, I do want to be very clear about this for the folks at home. This is a show match. The outcome of this match does not matter.
Teams... pride.
Well, okay, yes.
The best prize in all of New Eden, pride.
Yes,
a sense of victory.
The ability, yes, a sense of what was it that was said once? A sense of
pride and accomplishment. I think
pride and accomplishment. Yes,
yours for only $49.95.
That is true. It's that pride and accomplishment that really drives all these teams. So I guess with that in mind, Camelot and aggressively mid-tier, CCP overload. What are your predictions?
Aggressively mid-tier.
Okay.
I enjoy spamming the Mademoiselle to support Rote Capel, and I believe it's basically the same people
to support. I made a mistake earlier today too. I said that there was another team that sounds like a Rote Capel team. I fully forgot that aggressively mid-tier is the most Rote Capel team name that Rote Capel could potentially have. So I apologize, Rote Capel fans out there. Jintan, Rote Capel versus Camelot. What do you think?
I got to go for Camelot here, just because of what they brought. They're having fun. I take it back. They're not taking it seriously. They know how to party.
Okay, well, here we go. I'm going to pick Camelot as well. We've got Camelot, aggressive mid-tier, show match number 1. We'll be back here for analysis in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the arena. I am Chad Flame, and I am here with Kevin to bring you the absolutely amazing Machariel match of the century as we look at the Camelot versus aggressively mid-tier game.
Absolutely. We're starting off with double Mac, Hugin, Draugr on one side. Yes, it's just 4 people. And on the other, we got Gator, double Gator, Osprey, double Helium, double Maulus.
I don't know what more to say other than I guess the Machariel is the ship, and that we should all put our trust in that Hugin to make those Machariels absolutely show that they're the best ship in the game. 100%. You know, there's no question about that. Versus this wonderful Garista setup that was left open with the Gilas and Gators, and those damps are probably going to be pretty problematic as the match goes on.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely devastating. Going to keep those Machariels from being able to apply the super long range DPS that they need to, even with the boosts. Yeah,
Immediately damps out. Oh my goodness, the amount of damps all over these ships. They're not able to do anything.
Yep, and the drones closing in on that Hugin and going to be doing a lot of damage with that double Gator, double Gila drones are going to rip apart this Hugin.
My goal this game is to see if this Draugr can actually go in and pick apart that backline. Draugr, a really good ship at that, you know, using its speed and trig, gun and tracking to pick apart small things and get on top of them. But he seems like he's kind of just hanging in the background right now, providing links for those Machariels as the webbing ship goes down.
Yep, but as we know, Machariel's best ship in the game, so they still have both of them alive, doing an excellent job of being Machariels.
And as we see, they're doing absolutely amazing DPS for Machariels, as they have not even been able to apply to a single target due to the Mauluses on grid really controlling down the ships. That's what happens when you have less ships on grid. You were really, you know, getting strength from having less targets to really need to utilize that E-War on. So that Underman comp not really getting the favorable end of the stick here, not just because they're Underman, but also because of the E-War.
Absolutely, and the Machariel's being chipped away by that huge drone ball that's sitting on it. But it is getting it extra bit, is able to close the range, hopefully able to get any amount of logs with the Maulus is still sitting on it. It can probably be... damage has come out against a Gila.
I'm also seeing the Draugr start to burn in, like I said, going for that backline as we start to see some of the rapid light damage going for the Draugr. That Machariel is not armor tanked. He is 100% shield tank as he is immediately chunked into half armor and already about to hit structure.
Yep, the XLASB is running their heart out, heating the best it can, but there's not enough against this huge drone ball. The Gila is getting hit, and the Maulus is getting hit by that Draugr in the backline.
I'm wondering, there goes that Machariel. Not a lot of DPS left on grid, and those Mauluses are going to be able to control that one Machariel by themselves as long as they keep the kite game up. But that Draugr is actually putting in work on this Maulus. It is a shield Maulus, and every time he gets shot by that spooling Draugr, he chunks deeper and deeper into armor. But it seems like he might have stopped that spool by pulling some range.
Yep, and the Draugr has been switched onto by all that huge drone ball. It's going to have to be moving quick if it doesn't want to get torn to shreds by them in seconds.
Yeah, that Draugr is probably not going to be long for this world. I'm assuming it is a shield Draugr, but we don't know. They don't have any Logi, so it could be fit any way possible. But it does seem like he's going through armor a lot quicker than his shields.
Absolutely. The moment it hits armor, it just evaporates. And they are left to a single Machariel sitting on top of that Gila, trying to burn it down through the Osprey, but it's not quite enough DPS with just the one.
Yeah, they really need to get both of those Machariels on top of something to do, you know, that damage that they were seeing on paper. The one Machariel, just not enough. 2 probably would have been enough to take down these Gilas. That Draugr, good job at the end of the game getting on those Mauluses to try and free up the guns, but it just seemed like the move was made just a little bit too late.
Absolutely, not quite enough speed, can't quite get into the backline quick enough. And those Machariels with those double Maulus could not do anything at range. They're damped so hard.
Yeah, the aggressively mid-tier team here, finishing off this Makario. They might lose a Gila for it, but I would trade away that Gila for a nice set of skins. These show matches are providing 3 skins for the winning team here, so they're trying to collect up on that and maybe get a perfect sweep here, but this Gila is not living very much longer, actually.
And so it's a DPS race between that Gila and the Mac, and the Mac loses it, unfortunately, and the Gila stays alive.
Well, it lasted longer than I expected. I think we can all agree that. You were right. Whichever one of you said Camelot likes to party. They certainly do like to party. One of these 2 teams understood the assignment. I'm not going to say which because I'm sure everybody has different opinions. I am, of course, CCP Jotun back with CCP Overload and Jintan. Gentlemen, it was a match by all definitions. It was certainly a match. Let's talk for which one of you is going to talk about which comp? Ooh, let's see here. Jintan, let's talk about aggressively mid-tier, bringing the Florida Man comp with Osprey, dual Gilas, and the dual Molluses. An interesting setup. What do you think what they were thinking about going into this match?
I think they were trying to win those skins. I think they saw the couple of billion ISK that was on the line today, and they thought, well, let's go and get it. And they absolutely did. Although I think any sort of 7-man comp with actual logistics that they brought would have done the same. The Makario is not great when it is not supported properly.
Yeah, so CCP Overload. What? What were they thinking?
I didn't hear most of that. The microphone cut out. So
Okay.
all I heard was you and then some silence and then what were they thinking? And the answer to that is they were thinking about having some time to game in the arena in this show match because this was a show match. This was a match for just some prizes, but it didn't actually count towards the standing. These teams were already eliminated and are just literally fighting for your entertainment, dear viewers out there. Oh, and while I'm at it, shout out to the people who are enjoying this live entertainment at Eve New Orleans right now. I was in a picture. We were on the screen in a bar somewhere in Nolans. So hello down there. I hope you're having a great time. Say hello to CCP-B. He's there. I think he's got some cool signed stuff to give away. So I'm hoping they're all having a fantastic time in Eve New Orleans. But back to the Makario. So there's really one reason why you would pick and bring a Makario in a tournament match, and that is the match doesn't count because there's no real legitimate reason. It is a good ship on TQ, but it's just so unflexible in a tournament environment. There's other things that do almost everything it can do, but better. Like it's fast and it warps really quickly, so you get to the arena super quick, which is nice. But other than that, there's other ships that you can get for less points that can do kind of the same thing. I would personally swap it out for things like command ships, like Sleipnirs and stuff if they weren't banned, Claymores and so on. I know Jin has got some thoughts on the Makario as well.
Yeah, Jintan, let's talk about the Makario for just a moment. I'm sure you have a strong opinion about the Makario specifically. Jintan, what are you thinking about this Mac pick?
So, I'll just riff off of what Overload was saying there a little bit. I think the main advantage with the Makario is that you get to know what's going to beat you faster than with any other ship. But there are some genuine strengths to the Makario. It is one of the highest skill cap ships in the game, I think. It's kind of up there with the Widow, the ECM Tengu, to an extent the Kerries, ships like that which have to position constantly and have a lot of buttons you've got to press at the same time and a lot of heat you've got to manage. However, the actual benefit that you get from that is that you get to be a acceptable level battleship if you fly it perfectly. You have to be in the very middle ranges for anything to work properly. You have to take advantage of its great tracking and its fall off range to really do anything. You can't ram into a logistics and win like you can with some other ships like the Vindicator or now probably the Varga or the Leshak, you've got to kind of keep at 30 kilometers. You've got a trans match. It's just so awkward to use, and your reward for doing it is doing something those other ships can do by just right-click approaching.
Yeah, it is kind of a shame too, because the Mikael, I know the Mikael well loved, not just because it's the biggest battleship in the game by a wide margin, but also just because
size shaming there, CTB Jotun. You size shaming the poor Mikael. She's a slender creature.
She's slender. Listen. I certainly am not one to talk shit, sir, about large things. Being one of them myself. Thank you. But the Mikael and the Praxis, I should have mentioned the Praxis, falls into that camp as well as the sort of size queens of New Eden's ship layout. It does have a high sky ceiling. Or a high skill ceiling rather. You are right, Jintan. Oh, beautiful. I love that. Thank you so much. But unfortunately does not play well in this match, or at least in that match. But maybe not the best setup for it too. Maybe playing with a diminished hand, as it were. Regardless, we're going to move on now to the second of today's show fights. We have the new Jovian Mining Department versus No Need Loose Face. Yep, that's exactly right. New Jovian Mining Department banning out the Carries, the Curse, the Orthrus, and the Kizriel. And No Need Loose Face banning the Gila, the Orthrus, the Sleipnir, and the Scimitar. So the dual Orthrus band at play here. Let's talk for a moment, Jintan, about the Kizriel and why you would ban the Kizriel over something like the Sleipnir. Now, granted, the Sleipnir did get banned here. They got banned by No Need Loose Face, but I'm curious. Actually, you know what? I take that back, because they would have known about that Sleipnir ban by the time they banned the Kizriel. So, I guess with that being said, what else do you see here that stands out to you?
Yeah, the Kizriel ban's interesting. It's just the most picked ship, other than
Yeah.
the Deacon in the tournament so far. It's a really powerful ship. Taking it off the grid's just like, hey, let's do something fun. Let's do something crazy. Healer ban, curse ban, a lot of just good power bans. The most powerful thing that's open is the Loki, and most of its support is gone. I think we'll probably see maybe a Loki kite comp, and then maybe projection coming in off the back of that, or some variation of that. Those are the two comps that are really open here.
If somebody in chat just pointed this out, CCB Overload, Jintan does kind of have like a British Kurt Cobain looking to him right now, doesn't he?
Yeah,
definitely has that vibe. I kind of dig it. CCB Overload, of course, the Gila, the Orthrus, the Sleipnir, the Scimitar. Pretty standard set. Just don't like kite, don't like rush.
I feel like at this point, I'm just going to ask Software or maybe CCSLs to send me a button and I can press it, and I'll just pre-record me saying the same thing about these bands, and then when you ask, I can just push it, and we can pretend that it's me saying it at the same time every time.
We gotta find something else to talk about before these matches, and these are.
Why don't we talk about how to pronounce the name of the Tech 2 Mimitar logistics cruiser? Because some people say Scimitar, other people say Scimitar, and those people are in fact wrong. The correct way is the Scimitar.
The Scimitar, yes. Scimitar, or some say Scimitar.
Scimitar, actually, yes, that's probably more accurate.
Yeah.
Scimitar.
There are some a couple spelling issues in our band list as well. The Sleipnir is missing an I. But listen, these things are sometimes overlooked. This is not a problem. This is just, look, we're keeping you all on your feet, giving you guys stuff to talk about. Okay, if it weren't for us doing all of this stuff for you, you would you'd just be sitting around on your couches on Saturday. Listen, I know who you are. I am you. Okay, so yes, there are some things here, just discussion points. Anyway, Jintan, how are you feeling right now, by the way?
I'm feeling wonderful. It's it's a good holiday to celebrate this time of the year, and we're here to watch some people play my favorite spaceship game.
Hell yes, that's what I'm talking about, Jintan. That's what I love, that positivity. It's so good. It's so very good. Thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and move right along then to the second show match. We have like 20 seconds until this thing sends down. We're not even gonna do predictions. You guys know it's about to get weird. New Jovian Mining Department versus No Need Loose Face. We'll be back up here, sending you down now to Kevin Grumman and Chad Flame in the arena. We'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes.
Awesome. And welcome to the arena. Today, we've got on the blue side a Balgorn, a Baden, Og, Magus, Ponti, then double Hound. Again, it's on the red side, triple Raven, Jackdaw, double Caracal, Bellicose. Chad, what do you think about these two compositions?
I am seeing a lot of battleship guns between those Ravens, those Hounds having the torpedoes, the Abaddon, the Balgorn. We're seeing a lot of these battleships. We haven't seen a ton of them during the tournament, more focused on the cruisers and battle cruisers, it feels like. So I'm happy to see this kind of set up in a show match as we see the armor versus shield battleships going to see who is the winner of that matchup.
Absolutely, and we're facing off against over on the red side. Those Ravens have no Logi support, but they have a lot of buffer and have a lot of range capacity as well. On the other side, they have only a single T1 in the cruiser Logi. That's going to be limiting their amount of staying power, but the Abaddon and Balgorn are famously thick ships. They take a lot to burn down.
It does, and that is a gun battle, so we are going to be seeing DPS coming out from it outside of just the Abba and the Hounds. So there's going to be a fair amount of DPS on this armor comp. We're going to see how long those bombers live and how well they can apply DPS, as I assume that they're going to try and go for a Raven. As I say that, they do, and the Hound is already dipping into armor.
Absolutely, dipping very, very fast. Those missiles are slamming it hard, but the Augur is able to get some reps on it. Stealth Bomber's very, very thin ships, but the Balgorn's getting hit hard as well.
I like what this shield comp is doing, using the Jackdaw to try and pick off this bomber. It might not succeed, but they're causing the Augur to rep the bomber and maybe not have all of its reps focused on this Balgorn, which is entering half armor, while one of the Ravens is entering half shield.
Absolutely, the shields are dipping quickly, but they only represent about a third of the DPS, whereas that Balgorn is probably around half of the DPS on that armor comp.
Yeah, you can't count these bombers' DPS until they live, as we see one of them's getting switched onto as well and taking some armor damage, as the Balgorn is going into structure and the Raven is going into its weak armor tank and getting chunked.
Absolutely dipping hard, but the Balgorn's just about to chip into a hole, but his reps are landing. The Balgorn is holding and the Raven is not.
Yeah, that's one thing, having the Logi on grid to really try and slow down the damage coming in from the Ravens, as we see one of the bombers go down, but the Balgorn is stabilizing, and it is not going down anymore as the Ravens, cut from 3 to 2 now. They might not have the DPS to break through this Balgorn. We see them swapping on to the Magus, possibly.
Absolutely. And the other Hound is still holding up fine. It looks like the Augur pulled all of its reps off to try to keep that Balgorn alive, and it was very much successful. The Balgorn holding on, and the other Hound has been switched off of. I'm not sure where that Jackdaw is putting its missiles right now. Probably into the Balgorn as well.
It seems like everything is going on this Balgorn. They're attempting to break. He's slowly bleeding structure every time they hit him, but it is this extremely slow amount as this Raven is going into low shield, and he does not have a Logi pilot to save him.
Absolutely, and the Balgorn is still alive despite all the damage going down onto it. There is so much damage going to the Raven as it dips into its very fragile armor, dipping fast and hard.
Yeah, at least the other team does have Bellicoses, Caracals, and a Jackdaw to continue to supplement their DPS. But with that Augur on grid and the Balgorn not breaking as quick as you'd hope it would, I really don't think they have the damage to take down this Balgorn. They might have to reorient their focus to maybe that Augur to be able to break ships on grid.
Absolutely, and the Hound did go down, and so that's a solid chunk of DPS being taken off grid, but it's being taken off very late after most of the battleships had already been taken off. Those Hounds would have had trouble applying onto the Jackdaws and Caracals anyways.
Yeah, I think this would have been a different game if maybe they went for that Augur, running triple battleships. Usually you want to take out that Logi cruiser, whether you are cruise or rapid heavy, doesn't matter. You need to get rid of that Logi to be able to break through the other battleships. And as we see the Bal going into mid-structure and the Caracal getting shot now, we might lose a Balgorn, but it seems like he has paid his worth killing out those two Ravens.
Absolutely, that Balgorn did plenty of work before going down. Trading a Balgorn and 2 Stealth Bombers for 2 Ravens, I think that's fair. I think that favors our wonderful blue team, but they're switching onto the Augur and it's dipping fast.
That Augur is not tanked very well, obviously, being a T1 logistics ship. I think they made the right call finally going onto that Augur. I think they might have went a little bit too long on that Belgorn, but how quick that Augur died, if they got rid of that quicker, they might be in a better situation. But I don't think they're out of the game yet, as we see the Megas starting to go down extremely quickly.
Absolutely. Those lasers from the Abaddon are going to be hitting into the resist hole of the Raven, and which will help it, but there's still a fair amount of EHP that needs to be ground down. And with those Caracals and Jackdaw being able to apply additional DPS to the Abaddon, even once that Raven goes down, which I think it will here in a moment, they will still have a decent amount of DPS on grid, and the Abaddon will have a very hard time applying off to those cruisers without any support.
It does have a lot of tank, the Abaddon does, so it's going to come down to a race of, can the Abaddon kill these ships and tank long enough to hopefully make its damage apply? And as we see, everything is now cleaned up and is just an Abaddon, and that Raven is going to be going down shortly before that Abaddon even starts getting its tank tested. It's going to be the Caracals and the Bellicose and Jackdaw versus an Abaddon.
Absolutely, and before too long, it's going to run out of boosts since the Pontifex went down fairly recently. It'll have boosts for a while, but once those runs out, it's going to drop fairly quickly. But Abaddon is huge tank.
Yeah, you can probably get under these guns fairly easily as long as he's not got any sort of application mods fit. You know, Abaddons do not have a ton of mids, so you got to really pick and choose what mid you're going to run, and you need a cap booster because Abaddons are not known for having a lot of capacitor either. The Caracal is trickling through its shield, and the Abaddon is trickling through its armor. It is a DPS race between one bulky battleship and 3 cruisers with a Jackdaw for support.
Absolutely, and it looks like the Caracal's trying to close the range, trying to get under those guns, but it might take him too long. He's dipping very quickly as he tries to close that range down.
Yeah, they're relying on these shield maintenance spots to keep themselves alive, but they're currently sitting at a far enough range where this Abaddon is actually able to apply to them fairly decently, as we're starting to see that application bring down one of the Caracals.
Absolutely, Caracal is chipping into the armor, or those shield maintenance spots do not provide a lot of EHP. They're very weak when they're unbonused, and we can see that on full display as the Caracal dips, even though I'm sure that Abaddon's having a tricky time applying its DPS down.
Yeah, and I think that this is where the shield bots are not going to make a huge difference. The Abaddon's got very great projection. You're not going to be able to kite it overly well. You really have to keep your tracking up. And we're at a point in the match where if these Caracals don't have cap boosters, they could be capped out and not able to prop properly, or having a hard time, you know, trying to not get hit by the transversal of the large pulses. But it seems like this Abaddon is just picking targets, shooting it, applying very well, and not even stressed about his tank whatsoever.
Yep, we're seeing the armor tick up ever so slightly now and then, so it must be the Ansel fit as well as plated, because it is tanking extremely well against these few handful of cruisers. There's not much DPS on grid.
With about 20 seconds left in the match, though, we will be going to overtime if this Caracal does not die, which could spell an interesting turn of events with heating of the modules, but it still seems like this Abaddon is taking this Caracal down possibly before time expires.
Absolutely, and that'll be the swing that they need. That overheat damage bonus is going to favor one side more than the other, and it looks like the Abaddon's doing everything it can to apply down to that Caracal. It's trying to transmatch, it's trying to hit every drop it can, and it is working perfectly.
As we enter overtime, the Caracal does go down after overtime starts. It is just a Bellicose and a Jackdaw versus an Abaddon. I do not think they have the DPS to bring him down, and it is just going to be a cleanup for this Abaddon, using as much of its fun heat damage, hopefully having some left to put out some great damage. He doesn't even have to worry about it, though, as this Bellicose is entering half shield, and the Abaddon hasn't even had to worry about its tank. As I said earlier, he's just sitting there comfortably, you know, the brick that he is, and the projection that he has, just cleaning up the cruisers on grid. They did what they need to do, taking out those Ravens. The Abaddon being left for last, I understand it. It's a brick and you don't want to shoot it, but it is really the ship you want to try and clean up these cruisers that are not under its guns.
Absolutely. Yeah, I thought that the Abaddon would have a lot more difficulty applying down to those cruisers, but it had no problems at all bringing them down, especially with a composition that intentionally did not have any Logi to increase its sustaining power, and without any Logi on grid, they can't hold against the DPS that's coming in. Those Caracals are not super tanky. They're pretty fragile.
Yeah, and with all the ships down, there's no bots to actually save this Bellicose. The Jackdaw does not have a drone bay, so he's purely relying on shield regen as he seems to be buffer fit. He does seem to have good transversal and is no longer getting applied to by the Abaddon, but I don't see there being a future where they can kill an Abaddon in 2 minutes.
Absolutely. There's just not enough DPS left on this grid to bring down on that Abaddon. Like we were saying, Abaddon is a huge brick. It just tanks and tanks and tanks. They left it last so they can bring off those valuable those valuable ships off grid to try to get the application that they needed, the time they needed. But that brick of a ship just holds grid all day long.
Yeah, as we see the Bellicose, though, in structure and only being able to tank purely by transmatching. He's not being able to do that, though, with the range that he has, and he goes down, and it is only a Jackdaw versus an Abaddon. That is not a battle that can be won with how this Abaddon seems to be fit. I will say, though, this is an awesome show match. For being a show match, it seems like they really were pushing for a great match and trying to get those skins.
Absolutely. And both teams brought in an excellent comp that were well thought out and really had a good chance of winning. If the Ravens were able to bring down the Augur sooner, if they were able to bring down those Hounds sooner, they had a very good chance of pulling this match out.
I think that may not necessarily be the team's best comps each. Unsure of that, obviously, but I think that they did a very good job bringing comps that were not overly memed out, but something that could have a chance to win them skins, while also bringing out something that might not be their A game. Something to give us a little fun to watch for as this match has concluded, and we'll be sending it back to the desk.
Well, a miracle has occurred in EVE Online in the year of our Lord 2024. The Abaddon has won a tournament match. Welcome back, folks. I'm CCP Jotun, joined alongside Jintan and CCP Overload. And wow, for a show match, kind of exciting. That I didn't expect that one to turn out the way it did. We had Triple Raven versus Balgorn, Abaddon, Og, and a couple of Hounds. Jintan, we don't have a lot of time to talk, but let's talk about those bombers for a second. You don't see bombers used very much in tournament play. Why is that?
You don't see bombers brought a lot because in the low points of your composition, you're not really worried about putting out the most amount of DPS because you don't have a huge amount of survivability with it. You want something that can control space. You need something like a Jaguar, a Nurgle, a Confessor, something like that. And really, I think that this comp from the red team, even though it did win, would have been better with something like that instead of the bombers, as much as I love them.
Now, CCP Overload, I see that you've been aggressed. Can you explain sort of the situation that's occurring on your screen here right now?
Yeah, this is my cat, and she decided that right now is the time that she wanted to come up and be held. She's very content. She's climbed right up here. This is what she does, and then basically goes to sleep. I'm just an unwilling participant in this. She's doing whatever she wants.
She's very sweet, very big. It's a big cat. I appreciate that. Again, as another big thing. She's
the Macariel of the cat world.
She is the That's not really
that a lot of low set gates as well.
She does, constantly camping. Usually fit with smart bombs.
Oh my god. All right. Well, we have let's see here. They're cleaning up the arena right now. We've got a couple minutes. We're gonna go ahead. Just as an FYI, the next match is our next redemption match. Oh boy, it's a big one too. Hidden Ship Village, Ninja, Idiot, Contract, Assassin, Scam Sports, Esports versus Ryba. This is, again, win or go home for both of these teams. Obviously, our boy Baza hanging around comms right now. I'm sure sweating up a storm, but confident. Kizreal, Scimitar, Hyena, banned from Hidden Ship Village, Idiot, Ninja, whatever. You know the one. Versus Armageddon Navy, Sleipnir, and Curse bans out for Ryba. Pretty standard set of bans. I'm curious now, having seen what we've seen over these last couple of matches, group play is different. I'm taking off these ridiculous glasses. Group play is different than elimination play. I think we can all agree. Jintan, how do teams adjust their play style, or maybe even adjust their comps when they're faced with an elimination match? Am I muted?
Oh.
Hello?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry,
Oh.
when faced with an
Yeah.
when faced with an elimination match, teams generally do tend to try and play with their strengths. They tend to try and go towards something they're really comfortable with.
Uh-huh.
They
I saw
try
that
and-
happening, by the way. I saw Jin miss the cue you gave him, and I decided to let it happen because it was quite fun to watch.
I was
He
looking
starts
at
flat.
something that was going on in local in the on the actual system. That's my fault. Situation.
Oh, is that what it
wins.
was? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
It wasn't the
No, it's nothing. No, anyway.
particular medicinal foodstuffs that were consumed, I'm sure, at some point in. Listen, we're not talking about IRL boosters today, folks. We're talking about exciting EVE Online PvP, which is what we're all here for. So yeah, are we ready to go down on the arena yet? I just sorry, I wanted to. Are
I've
they
seen some interesting stuff here.
okay?
In the
The-
arena.
Not yet.
Yeah,
not yet.
that's what I was looking at. It's an absolute. I don't know what's going on, but I've not seen that before.
Okay, that's wild. We're not going to go down to the arena then. We're going to talk some more about CCP overload.
We're going to talk about me.
We're going to talk about CCP overload. You've been in and around the tournament. Okay, fine. Predictions. Yes. Oh, they want predictions in chat. They don't care about our predictions.
Yeah, but I mean, they can just type it in chat. Just type predictions.
just type
if you
your
type
predictions.
predictions, they start. Just exclamation mark predictions.
Actually, if you have to type it a certain number of times, and
Yeah.
then it starts. So you have to it's sort of like Beetlejuice summons Beetlejuice somewhere in your house. You have to do the same thing with predictions. Listen, CCP Overload, you've been doing this for a long time. Some say since the beginning of time. How would you say now that this is not the AT, this is just the Anger Games, it's a little bit more casual, a little bit less competitive, but no shortage of fine teams and fine players. Would you say that the Alliance tournament as a whole has developed to be more competitive over time, or has there been now a larger disparity between top teams and bottom teams?
There's always been a large disparity between top teams and bottom teams because, to be brutally honest, some teams are just genuinely terrible. But the overall level of tournament play and theory crafting behind it has just continued to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Like, I'm pretty sure if you took top 8 team from last year and you dropped them into like Alliance Tournament 8, they would just rampage through and win everything without like losing a single. It's
Sure.
the general level that you needed to succeed in the old days was probably lower. Nothing against those teams, of course. Like, they all did incredible things. It's like if you watch a soccer team from the 50s play today's soccer teams, it would just be a destruction of the old team, even if it was like a World Cup winning team. It's just the level of general athleticism and play increases over time, and we see the same thing in tournaments.
I don't know if I've ever heard somebody from the British Isles say the word soccer before.
I'm literally using it to help our dear,
I see. You're the
our dear American audience.
Yes, of course.
I wasn't sure you would understand the Americans if I said football.
I heard it, and it was like somebody's put smelling salts in my mouth. It's like, I think we're maybe not ready yet. Still not ready. Jintan, let's talk to you for just a second. While we were waiting to get down into the arena, I'm sure they're just rebuilding it from scratch. They've got guys out there with the hammers and nails, and building.
They're negotiating with the Hamster Union.
That's
very hard
exactly
this time
what
of
it
year.
is. That's exactly what it is. Jintan, this has been a long day of matches. We are getting now up here towards the end of the day. We're about we've got another 4 matches left after this, or 5 matches left after this. However, that being said, some of these teams have been playing matches over and over and over again. This is Ryba's 3rd match. What do you, as a team leader or somebody who's on a team like that, do to stay fresh over and over and over again?
Yeah, normally when you're playing like this, you'll have contacted a couple of teams ahead of time, and you'll be running warm-ups in between these games. So you'll be making sure that you're, putting in comps. If you've got any last-minute tweaks you want to make to like the ships to get around bans, you might try those against a team that you trust, and just make sure that you've got the feel for them. And this is also potentially not even Ryba's last match of the day. They could be fighting in the final match of the evening for their 4th match in one day. And you know, playing in a tournament match with 4,000 people watching you, that really gets the adrenaline going. And having that go through you for, you know, nearly 5 hours is brutal, especially for some of these teams that are in weird time zones. For some of them, it will, you know, it will be coming up to 5, 6 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, that's rough. This is also, I should be clear, this is also Hidden Village and Ninja Assassin Sport Contract E-Scam teams third match as well. I believe that's what they're saying in chat. Thank you, chat, for making up for my personal failings.
Twitch chat has never been incorrect.
Twitch chat has actually never been incorrect.
If you ever need to fact check something, just ask Twitch chat. Always
also,
correct.
Thank you so much.
Twitch chat, can you let me know what is the best alliance in EVE Online?
Ooh, that's a good question. This is not going to cause any kind of controversy whatsoever. It's funny too because it takes a second for us because of the delay. You can see Rooks and Kings comes out strong, then Goons, of course. Wow, there are a lot of Goons in here. Oh boy, there's so many Goons in chat right now. Hey, there's a Turbo guy. Look at that. That's fun.
See, look, never wrong. Technically, they're all right because they're all the best.
They are all the best. You know what? The best alliance is the one we made along the way. I've always said that. We get down there yet?
We're going.
Oh boy. All right. Well, let's see here. What else do we have today?
I mean, Jin Tan was talking about time zone gamers briefly.
Yeah, go ahead.
The tournament, like these days, can be very long, especially in things like the Alliance tournament where you have elimination brackets. You could potentially be playing like 8 matches in a day. I believe Odin's did that 1 year because they dropped the ball in the first round and had to charge to the losers bracket. Like it can be extremely tiring, and obviously a lot of the tournament production is European time zone based. So you have a lot of like Australian gamers and American gamers having to like pull long shifts, and I've experienced it myself. I did Alliance Tournament 13 while living in Australia, and let me tell you, those times are awful when your matches are at like 3 a.m. and stuff like that. So I always got a lot of respect for like the out of prime time zone gamers who are coming and competing high level. It's awesome. It's a huge level of commitment. Just
hell yeah.
Like they can carry their team.
Cool. Well, folks, I am hearing in my ear that we are ready to go down in the arena. So for elimination, we have Hidden Ship, Village, Idiot, Contract, Scam, Esports versus Ryba. We have Kevin Grumman and Chad Flame in the arena. We'll be back here in a few minutes to break it down. Until then, enjoy the match.
Welcome to the arena. I'm Chad with Kevin here to bring you the wonderful armor control match of the century, headed with a Vindicator and 2 Paladins on the other scene. We're going to see how this plays out. What do you think of this, Kevin?
I think it's going to be very interesting. One side's got the T1 and Logi frigates versus the T2s on the other. That frees up a lot of points for them to be able to use those more powerful control ships and to use those Paladins. Lots of range DPS, has lots of control, and lots of those newts can be very powerful as well. Looks like they're going to immediately gun for that Quizzy, and on the other side going for the Blackbird.
And we are seeing the Vindicator burning back. An interesting way for a Vindicator to be flown. You usually do not see this here, folks. The Blackbird being the primary, the Deacon being the primary. Just picking and prodding and positioning happening to start this match.
Absolutely. That had Ashimu trying to get in, trying to see if he can get to any of the backline, but that Vindicator's doing an excellent job of just being a giant bulldog sitting in the way of the composition. It's going to be very hard to break in with that. That's still in the way.
That is a rail Vindicator. Would you believe it here, folks? That is a rail Vindicator starting to apply to that Ashimu, doing damage at range, hoping that it's enough DPS with these Blackbird jams paired with the Maula stamps to actually break through this Hidden Leaf camp.
Absolutely. And with those Blackbirds being able, with that Blackbird, able to jam out those T1 Logi frigates, they don't have a lot of sensor strength. They're not that hard to jam. If they are rendered inoperative, then they will have the time that they need to burn through the Ashimu, burn through the rest of the composition.
And we see the Maulus starting to take damage, but it doesn't seem like it is a lot of damage going into it as he is not chunking, and I'm sure reps will comfortably land as long as positioning is done correctly. Like I said, this match has not seemed to have that breakthrough moment yet where jams have landed on the Logi, where damps have been majorly effective. It seems like it is just a positioning battle, waiting for somebody to make a mistake as damage starts to go on to the Magus on the Hidden Leaf team.
Gunning for those links, trying to break anything squishier on this grid against the other side. Try to get any advantage they can. The moment that if those links do end up going down, is going to be critical, because that'll reduce the amount of reps the Inquisitors can output. It'll reduce the amount of buffer that they have to work with. It'll swing very fast if that goes down.
We're seeing damage go on to the Vindicator, obviously getting comfortably repped up as a Vindicator, actually able to tank the grid very well, especially with the E-War being mixed in. Looks like they're poking at the Celestus now. They're just trying to find that opportunity, that target that might be not able to get repped because of jams or out of positioning. The Deacons are keeping the Maulus up fairly well, but now we're seeing damage switched onto the Inquisitor of the Hidden Scam team.
Yep, and we can see that Paladin burning in, trying to get towards that back line, and trying to apply those higher DPS ammunitions, but it looks like the Vindicator's doing an excellent job of applying those extremely strong webs as the Inquisitor starts dipping very hard.
I wouldn't be shocked if we have a jam on that other Inquisitor and the work is actually starting to pull through with those jams. The more ships that get killed, the better these jams are going to be, especially with no Logi on the grid for the Hidden Scam team. But it seems like the Inquisitor is catching and damage is going back onto the Vindicator.
Absolutely, the jams must have failed. The next cycle, the Inquisitor gets unjammed and the other one gets caught very comfortably. They're switching DPS onto the Paladin, trying to burn it down when those Inquisitors don't have a ton of rep potential, as opposed to their T2 counterparts on the other side.
Yeah, we're seeing, like I said, it's this positioning game and just picking the correct target and hoping those jams land for the Ryba team. Hidden Leaf not really able to break anything on this grid, just waiting for the opportunity to pounce on something, hopefully, and sink their teeth into it.
Yep, the Paladins have managed to get between the Vindy and the rest of the composition. That Ashimu's holding down the Vindicator. It's not allowed to get back over and start defending its fleet again, and like it was earlier. And with that, it's going to be very hard to hold off any tackle from their fleet, and her application of those Paladins is going to be increasing from here.
Yeah, the Blackbird comfortably sitting up there, the Celestus is sitting on top of that Blackbird. No, he's just trying to damp him out. Not seeming like it's doing much, but it could get somewhere. Baza, though, and the Ashimu actually starting to take some meaningful damage now.
Same on the Blackbird. The Blackbird getting applied down onto by those Paladins there, and it's taking chunks out of it. It's dipping, not holding at all. Neither is the Ashimu on the other side.
Yeah, there's a Paladin both Paladins are sitting right next to that Blackbird, getting meaningful damage put into it. But that Ashimu, once again, not tanking overly well. Hopefully this Blackbird's getting those last few jams it can onto these Inquisitors. But as I said, he's actually starting to catch reps.
Absolutely. I guess the Deacons must have just hit the cap inject button because they're getting reps landed again. The Maulus is dipping, but it's not going down. But the Ashimu cannot be said the same.
It seems like all the rep bots have arrived on the scene. There is a crap load, that is an actual number, yes, onto that Blackbird, keeping it alive as the Ashimu goes down, relieving some of that damage and possibly nuke pressure and web application. The Maulus taking some chip damage, really testing the work of these Deacon pilots. Like you said, having to cap inject at the correct moment, having to be repping as many targets as possible, keeping them up. This Blackbird going down might be problematic, though, for the Ryba team.
Absolutely, with both Logi still on grid, it's going to be very hard to break further things on the red team with both of those Inquisitors being able to do all the reps that they need. The Inquisitors, I think, were out of position to save the Ashimu, and the Vindicator has been freed from those Ashimu webs. It's able to reposition and get in close again.
Yeah, with about a minute and 20 seconds left in the match, it is actually a very close match. This will be going to overtime if things do not die. That is a little bit early of a call, though, as that Blackbird seems to not be tanking anymore.
Absolutely, the Blackbird dips into hole. The Blackbird is gone. Without those jams on grid, there's a very good chance that they will be able to hold things up, and the Maulus seems like it might be next.
That Magus is not doing very well either, and the Vindicators are approaching half armor. Those Paladins do a lot of damage. Nothing to scoff at compared to the Vindicator and the Harp. They do a lot of damage too. But it's going to be a DPS race from this point on, with all the control kind of being killed off, except for the two damp ships. We're seeing the Maulus, though, go extremely low as well.
Yep, but the Mullis is still alive remarkably. Even against all this DPS, those reps are landing where they're needed. It's bleeding whole, but it's still alive. But the Magus is holding no problem. The Vindicator is in hole, though.
That Vindicator getting chunked very quickly, seeming like he's a projection DPS fit, and he is going down faster than the Blackbird is as a battleship. He is down, and the two Deacons were not able to keep him up, as the two Inquisitors, though, are having no problem keeping up the support wing of Hidden Leaf.
Absolutely. Without that Vindicator, that's a huge chunk of DPS off grid, and that's going to be a lot of their application with those extremely strong webs gone, and they're switching onto the Harpy, trying to bring off as much DPS as they can and try to claw back the match.
That match has run out of time, though, sadly, as we see the scam was not accepted by Hidden Leaf as they move forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, an excellent match on both sides, though.
Welcome back, folks, to the desk. It's me, CCP Jotun, with CCP Overload and Jintan. An exciting match. A lot of stuff going on there. We want to get through it as quickly as possible, but I do want to break down first the Logi matchup here between Ryba and Jutsu. Ryba bringing dual Deacons, Jutsu bringing dual Inquisitors. Jintan, what is the thinking? How do you keep your Inquisitors alive? Or rather, how do your Inquisitors keep your comp alive when the Deacons were not able to do the same on the other side?
Yeah, the key thing there is and this is the real benefit of bringing these Paladins, bringing these big ships, is all of the rep drones that you can bring out of the back of them. You know, you saw that cloud of rep drones that was being managed expertly by the Jutsu team. You know, this is the kind of comp that they run a lot in the Alliance tournament. It's the kind of comp they love to bring here as well when the chips are down. And it is so able to keep those small ships alive because the Paladins give you this sphere that they can hide behind. You can't put a Vexer in there, you can't put a Confessor in there and get on top of the Inquisitors in the way that they just were simply able to versus that Vindicator having a Navy composition. You know, to get into the range. Sorry, whenever those Deacons tried to get in range to start applying reps, they were pushed off not by DPS, but by newts, by control. And that was just something that Ryba didn't bring to the game. And, you know, the execution really from Jutsu, though, carried it.
I absolutely agree. CCP Overload, let's talk for a second about losing the Blackbird for Ryba. Seemed to be the thing that pushed them over in this match. Is the Blackbird that critical to be able to put the pressure on that Celestis, on the Inquisitors, even on those Paladins? We saw both of them getting jammed at as well.
It can be, because the Blackbird obviously gets a pretty substantial range bonus, so it can just sit in Narnia somewhere and reach out and jam things across the arena. And it's like a taunt. So basically, when something is jamming you, in this case a Blackbird, the only thing you can shoot is the Blackbird, and it's really far away and has a bunch of logistics friends around it. And that's just annoying, because if you want to go kill it, you have to commit to moving and going across and killing it and then coming back, because you can't really hit it from where you are. This is why we saw the kind of, once that Blackbird went down, things started to trade, because once those ships were no longer being like jammed, unjammed, jammed, unjammed, then they could actually start getting in about what they wanted to hit, and all of the DPS could land at the same time, and that's enough to start punching through the reps.
Well, you are absolutely on the money, I believe. A shame that we saw the only Vindicator in the tournament go so quickly. I know our friend Wingnut Cross just devastated in chat right now, weeping, gnashing his teeth, wearing sackcloth as he stumbles around the streets of wherever he lives in Australia. I'm sure he's just a miserable sight to see right now. But it is what it is. We move forward. Ryba, unfortunately, is eliminated. I believe they're eliminated, right? Is that correct?
I mean, you could just make it so. We could just eliminate them right now if you want.
They're gone.
Okay, eliminated.
Goodbye, Ryba. You did well, but not well enough in this match. Okay, well, we're going to be moving on here shortly. We have the next match. We're going to try and get to it fast. We don't have a lot of time to talk about this. New Eden Villains Valley versus Odin's Call. Curse, Orthrus, Kizriel, Scimitar banned by New Eden Villains Valley. The Curse Paladin, Oneros, Widow, banned by Odin's Call. Ryba is not eliminated, by the way. I just don't understand how the bracket works. We'll talk more about these bans and what it means for these two teams here in just a few moments. Before then, we go down now to Alieris and Chad Flame in the arena for New Eden, Villains Valley, and Odin's Call.
Hi everyone, welcome to the arena. I'm Ali Aras here with Chad Flame. And good news, we have another Vindicator. New Eden's Valley has brought a Vindicator, Guardian, Blackbird, Carries, Pontifex, Confessor. So pretty heavy armor comp there.
And on the other side, Odin's is bringing the shield setup with their Kitey shield chips with the triple Jackdaw, Cyclone, and a Nighthawk. That Vindicator this time, making Wingnut proud, getting another chance for his Vindicator to really shine through here. With the match counting down to 0, we are off.
Yeah, so if we're hoping to see, Odin's is hoping to stay far away from the Vindicator, far away from those 90% webs. Vindicator obviously hoping to get up and see if he can get some damage on. See him sort of slowly moving in while the Odin's team starts kiting along the outside. And we've got damage coming in on Passion, Onzo, and the Confessor.
Yeah, Odin's trying to get rid of that tackle. Only a few meaningful tackle shifts here for the new Villains team. And Odin's just kiting away, doing what they've been doing most of the day today, and just trying to get rid of anything that can actually catch them, as they're in a lot of fast ships with that Rapier to web things down.
Yeah, it looks like Paisio is holding. The Guardian's able to apply full reps, not too much contesting it. Sitting back nice and comfy there. We'll have to see what Odin's does.
Yeah, Confessors have a lot of tank, especially when you go into that defense mode. It seems like some damage is getting put onto the Carries now, probably trying to damp off some of these ships. And the Confessor is actually starting not to tank as he is burning a little bit sideways, but the Guardian has switched some reps back onto him.
Yeah, it can be particularly hard in a Guardian to catch small ships like this. The armor reps take so long to cycle, and as I say that, the Carries goes down.
Yeah, I don't know how much that Carries is going to matter. Probably taking some of the DPS off the grid using the damps, but there's still a fair amount of DPS, that was undamped on that team. Maybe enough to actually break this Confessor, though. He needs to get tackle on something, or else this Vindicator is not really going to be able to do what Vindicators do.
Looks like the Vindicator might be going for the beacon. It's hard to see. He's just kind of slowly boating along right near the center there.
Yeah, looking for that opportunity to pounce. And it seems like the Odin's team, they put a couple shots into the Guardian, but then have changed to going back into that Confessor. Maybe just, picking a target, seeing if they could test the tank. Not the, missiles are opened up, but the damps being off grid. But it looks like they are actually going to try to go for this Guardian, but a lot of rep bots on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of rep bots, but there's not too much local tank available. We'll have to see if the Jackdaws start taking those rep bots out.
I would think that would be a good move. Try to get rid of the rep bots as much as possible. Really start to snowball this match. As it seems they cannot really get on top of anything with those, a couple Ponties and a Confessor's tackle. The Odin's team is able to just kite away from that. We don't want to be near anything. Using the real power and webs from the Rapier to, control range. They haven't even been touched yet. None of their tanks have been tested. As we see the Guardian going into low armor already.
Yeah, Ansel only lasts so long, and once that Ansel runs out, this Guardian's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, banking on those rep bots to save him, it's not enough, though. Guardian going into mid-structure now, not going to hold very long, down, and now damage immediately onto the Blackbird, ready to take out those gems and the control element. It's just a cleanup job for Owens, just kiting this team. The Confessor also getting shot. Just seems like a free fire. Get rid of as much stuff as possible, as quickly as possible, and just leave the tanky, slow Vindicator for last.
Yep, I can see that the Cyclone of Joken's gotten caught, and the Vindicator's finally making its way over to test the tank of that Cyclone. We'll get to Basilisk will get to use its reps, and but it's a little bit too little too late. So the rest of Odin's team is kiting away in perfect safety.
Exactly. They're going to abandon the Cyclone behind. They know they got to keep kiting. They might sacrifice the Cyclone. That's one ship caught, and all that's really left is that Vindicator for damage. The Basilisk might be able to keep the Cyclone up through the Vindicator, even though the Vindicator does a surprising amount of DPS and has great application when those webs are put onto a target.
Instead, Odin's still cleaning up the low end. We've got Ponty just going down, and another Ponty soon to follow. As you say, just leaving that Vindicator for last.
Yeah, the tank on this Vindicator, it's an armored tank ship, battleship, not very quick, especially when you throw a plate on it. And that's kind of the linchpin to their comp outside of the E-War. It's the only DPS dealer they had, and they were not able to really utilize it because it couldn't get on top of anything. It's on top of the Cyclone. It's not really going to matter. All it's doing is allowing Odin's Call to do something other than click in space and press F1 on targets.
Pretty much, this was very cleanly flown. Not too many mistakes from the Odin's Call side, and honestly, not too many from the New Eden Villains Valley either. It's just a little bit tough when you've got a slower comp up against something that's pretty effective kite.
It seems like this was something that got lost in the draw stage. You know, a little rock, paper, scissors here, maybe playing some band games to have a comp like this brought. It's a real uphill battle when you have a very heavy armor tank core versus a extremely fast, high DPS shield kite. You know, the Vindicator not really able to get on top of anything, and they weren't really able to leverage that low-end tackle wing as it was getting plunked out a couple times here and there, really testing the tank of the Guardian. And then Odin's did a great job switching all their DPS and then clearing that low end, as well as the Vindicator is about to go down, and the Cyclone has lived, and with that, we'll be sending it back to the dusk.
Another tragic loss of a Vindicator for our friend Wingnut Cross. F's in chat for the poor Vindy. Odin's Call certainly in their element in that match with the truly elite shield kite. Let's start with you, CCP Overload. Odin's Call does this maybe as good as anybody else in the game right now. What is it about their version of this kite setup, especially a kite setup that does not have a scimitar, and he's relying on that Basilisk for Logi? What makes this so potent against other teams, regardless, it seems like, of what comp they bring?
I mean, so Odin's are, first of all, they're a really good execution team. Not that they're not also a great theory crafting team, but they are very, very good at execution. So these higher skill ceiling comps that, you know, the line between failure and victory can be very narrow in some of these ones, and not many teams are able to dance along that line. Odin's definitely one that can. In this case, going for the Basilisk instead of something like a scimitar, you lose some mobility. The Bazzi is probably a little bit more tanky, and it does rep a bit more, but it is really slow. So you pretty much need to work as a team. You can't just rely on your Basilisk pilot to fly around and do his own thing like a scimitar pilot. You need this rapier and some other ships to help screen things and keep them away. And they have to be, as a unit, really, really in the right place at the right time. Make sure nothing gets on top of that Basilisk, especially, for example, a Vindicator. If that was to get on top of Basilisk, it would be a terrible, terrible day to be a Basilisk pilot.
That is absolutely true. I agree that is would not be ideal. Genton, speaking of things that should not be getting on top of other things, let's talk about the Vindicator. Because as much as we love the Vindicator, I love the Vindicator. I know Wingnut loves the Vindicator. Vindicator, very good skins on the Vindicator. This is always something you have to consider. Not used very often in the Alliance or in these kind of tournament setups, with a handful of rare exceptions. Why is the Vindicator not used as frequently as some of these other, perhaps more projection-based heavy battleship setups?
For pretty much the exact reason that you saw in that match. If you can't get the Vindicator to a position where any other battleship, any other heavy armor battleship will win anyway, e.g. at 0 on a target it can apply to, nothing beats it. However, that is the hardest position to get a battleship in. And all the other battleships have an ability that is better to get them to that point. The Balgorn has its webs and its newts. The Armageddon has its newts. The Paladin has its insane projection. The Varga has all the utility it brings and its self-rep. And the Vindicator has precisely none of that. It's a bit faster.
Yeah, we have seen Blaster Vindicator setups before, but you require so much extra support to get those. It's the same thing with the Blaster Hyperion, right? You need to be able to close that distance first, and honestly, you need to be able to run into the right comp. A comp like this Odin's kind of rangy comp fits well against a lot of different kinds of opponent setups, a lot of opponent comps, but you really need something that you can just bury your face in, just get in there and, that's what I wanted to say. if you are, flying a Vindicator or flying any of these blaster battleship comps. So unfortunate that didn't work out for them. Odin's Call does advance, and they played that one spectacularly well. We have the next show match is going to be up here in just a moment. We have test tournament team. Let me double check the name there. Yes, test tournament team. Please ignore versus trash tier tryhards or show fight number 3. Test tournament team. I used to be in test for like a year.
I know, you told me about it. You said it was your fondest memories in EVE, and you're diehard testy all the way to your
I don't
soul.
know. I think I may have said the word testy, but I think it may have been under different circumstances. I will say, listen, I don't have any personal gripes against the good people of Test Alliance. I was among your number for a period of time, and I do remember it fondly. It wasn't too bad. I mostly just shot things with jackdaws because I had no idea what I was doing. But it is what, what are you going to do? It was fun. We had a good time.
You send it to Darkshines.
Yeah, I did tell Darkshines about it one time, and he didn't speak to me again for a month. He took that pretty seriously. And that hurt me because I love Darkshines so much. I just love him so much, guys. He's so nice. He's got a good beard. Oh, I just want to bury my face in it. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on then to these bans and some predictions and talk about what these teams might do. Loki, Curse, Paladin, Armageddon for test, and trash tier tryhards banning the Nighthawk, Loki, Curse, Deacon. So actually 2 dual bans with the Paladin and Geddon ban for test, and the Nighthawk and Deacon being the extra bans for trash tier tryhards. Jinton, for these show matches, we talked already about what we would like to see about teams coming in here and understanding the assignment. What is the weird comp that you would like to see in these show matches if you had your pick?
I'm not sure what I'd like to see trash tier tryhards bring, but I want to see Test bring out a Tinker. Historically,
Ooh.
it's always been their calling card. In 15 and 16, I believe, they did really, really well with this distributed Tinker style tournament. Distributed Tinker style setup that used Natana that people were absolutely raving about. And they've generally just done a lot of really fun things in that regard in trying to break the meta. And if there's one time to bring something like that out, this is the time to do it.
CCP Overload. Jinton brings up something. Sorry, I was stuck on a thought there for a second. I know that you're typing something very interesting. Jinton,
I was just pointing out in our back room that it's the next matchup is TTT versus TTT.
That is true.
Which I think is hard-hitting analysis that the people need.
That's really high tier journalism. Or CCP Overload, do you pine for the days when AT ships were permitted within the AT?
As a viewer, yes, because it was always nice to see expensive ships get dunked. And it was nice to see them be used. They're very unique in the way that they can be used. They can be ban dodging tools. They can be just like, the Cambion can just be like a little pocket Drake the size of a frigate, but it's actually a Drake underneath. There's a lot of fun things like that. The Rabiasu and the Atana, another 2 good examples of the logistic ships. Although, to be honest, Atana, kind of garbage, but it is good swag factor, that's for sure. However, there's always this argument about on a TQ tournament, some of these ships, there's maybe like 10, 15 Atanas left in existence. And the people who have them aren't going to sell them to you, because if you turn up and you're like, hello, we're a small tournament team and we would like to spend 300 billion of our finest space money and buy an Atana from you, they're just not going to sell it to you because they have them and they can use them. So pine in some way, yes. In other ways, I think it makes the playing field a little bit evener. So it's kind of a swings and roundabouts situation.
Well, it certainly doesn't make it evener because everybody, is on the same playing field to a certain extent, with some exceptions being made for flags and the truly excessive amount of money some teams will put into their flags. But you're right. As a viewer of the tournament, I do like seeing expensive things die, and it's a really good way for that to happen. who can say what the future holds? I certainly would, be interested to see that play out at some point, but we won't know, and we will not know until the rule set is announced at some point in the future. Who can say? I'm not trying to give anybody any ideas. CCP Zealous, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But who? I guess we'll see. All right, let's do predictions real quick. Then we'll go down to the arena. Trash Tier Tryhards versus Test Tournament Team. Please ignore. Jinton, who do you got?
Oh, I don't. I'm going for Test. I also was once a member of Test in my my long sordid corp history. So yeah, I've got love for them. Let's see them do well.
CCP Ithaca Hawk, what do you have between these two teams?
What do I have between them? Probably Strife and Pain, but I think I'm going to go for Trash Tier Tryhards.
Okay, good pick. Zeroac, of course, one of our boys. Appreciate you being here, Zeroac. Unfortunately, I am going to go for Test as well. It's something deep inside my bones.
You never truly left Test.
I know. You can take the boy out of Test, but you can't take the Test out of a boy. So we're going to go down to Aliaris Wingnut in the arena for Test Tournament Team. Please ignore and Trash Tier Tryhards in show fight number 3. We'll be back here at the desk in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the arena, guys. I'm Wingnut. Just like Beetlejuice summon when Vindicators show up, and we have looks like Sleipnir Autocannon Rush versus Heavy Missile comp. What are you thinking, Ali?
Yeah, that's definitely what this looks like here. I noticed that the Gila is open, and the Sleipnirs have brought Gilas to party as well, so it should be exciting seeing how much damage those put out.
Oh yeah, just all in, warped in at 0, double Sleipnir. These Cyclones fleets and Ultras are going to run for their life, but I suspect the Scalpels and Jaguar potentially are going to die very quickly.
Yeah, that's what I'd expect as well. I'm not sure how long these bursts are going to survive either. This is really sort of ablative Logi from the Trash Tier Tryhard team.
Exactly that. A ablative Logi match is underway, and they're already charging in as expected. And watching the ship like the Jaguar is usually very tanky, but he's also pretty much I think, enemy number 1 for this team.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the Trash Tier Tryhard team scattering to all 4 corners of the map, running away from that onslaught of the Test rush.
Yep, and they're going straight for that Gila. That's fair enough. Gila's also going in. The Jaguar has actually just left the building at this point, basically. And as you said, they're scattering in every direction. We've got a Orthrus moving up north. We've got a Cyclone fleet on the other side. It's going to be really hard to pick this team apart as they keep just leaving each other behind.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like that Gila's taken some pretty good damage coming down into low shield. And just like you said, that's Dante and the Scalpel also taking some hits.
Yeah, that Gila's tanking pretty well to get a resist bonus, but he is about to go into armor. Once that happens, he should drop very quickly. I'm seeing Rapid Lights potentially stopping. No, wait, it's still going. Never mind, we're good.
Yeah, we are coming up on the Orthrus clip in about 30 seconds here, but it does look like that Gila is hitting armor at the same time. Archimedean, a Cyclone fleet issue, hitting armor as well. So it's a DPS race, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Oh yeah, trading a Gila for a Cyclone fleet honestly comes out pretty even in my opinion. That Scalpel is still surviving. At this point, I'll probably switch those missiles over to the Cyclone fleet just to force a kill. Or Gila, sorry, to force the kill. But yeah, Cyclone fleet goes down.
Scalpel low, Scalpel down. Gila's surviving. He's hanging on.
Oh, that might maybe have been clip.
Yeah, the Orthrus should definitely be on reload now.
Oh no, Gila's going to buy a bit more time. He will probably still die very quickly, but that's more damage he's going to put on the field. And you see Cyclone fleet's going down really quickly. Gila goes down, Cyclone fleet's in hull. This race is going their way.
Yeah, and this is what you like to see in a rush comp. Just trying to trade out as much damage as you can, get ahead, and when the dust clears, you're the one with the ship still standing.
Exactly that. And also they're going against bursts for Logi instead of the usual stuff we see. So usually rush comps reach a point where they can't kill a target anymore without killing Logi. It's going to take a lot more to reach that point, especially with 2 Sleipnirs. So I get the feeling they can kill this entire comp and leave those bursts alone.
Yeah, and they've got Zero Cool tackled as well, so he's not running anywhere in the Fleet Cyclone. Just as soon as they get everyone on, that we should expect to see Zero Cool dead as well. But Austin Kafour's Scalpel gone. No more Logi for the Test team. Exactly.
Now it's just going to be ripping through them. They're also shooting the Jaguar of all things. I think they're trying to remove the last bit of the tackle so they can potentially outrun the rest of this comp. But that Cyclone fleet is going into low shields already. Poor Zero, one of our fellow commentators. No!
Yeah, and just clearing the Jaguar isn't going to save Zero. The 2 Sleipnirs are all up there, and they've got tackle as well. So Zero is
It looks like
not
that
long.
Jaguar Durac actually chasing after the Orthruses right now, trying to get the tackle down the next target before the Cyclone Fleet goes down, which is a good call for sure. That's definitely, he's in the right spot. He's just going to die for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like Lasers is taken off to do that duty instead, heading for the Orthrus of Francie. And Francie's not moving that fast.
Yeah, and unfortunately as well, the Sleipnirs can reach out pretty far with their autocannon, so it's going to be really hard for him to get away. But he's already actually got scrapped. Sleipnir already tackled him. Wow, and Orthrus getting caught by a slip that quickly. That's
I think
brutal.
there might be a prop burn situation. Francie wasn't moving that fast.
Potentially might have been that the Jaguar might go scram for a while and dropped his speed just enough before he died. Either way, he's now caught, and that's not going to take very long at all. And I think with that Orthrus going down, their chance of potentially pulling this back by kiting has just been deleted. Because look how fast he's going. The Sleipnir is actually orbiting him a bit too fast. He needs to control space a bit, but yeah, he's going to go down real quick.
Yeah, test tournament team ahead on points, ahead on DPS on field. It's not looking that good for the Trash Tier tryhards here.
Yeah. They did very well, things they said it at the very start, star bursting out, trying to buy some time, but unfortunately this is just a lot of damage and fast ships that are just, you have to try and figure out a way to stop them. And it's not going to go.
Yeah, and you've got to stay really, as soon as someone's tackled, you've got to just hurry up and get way far away from them. They become radioactive.
Every man for himself. If you're tackled, I'm leaving you behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and those, by the way, like I said, the burst being left alone, because again, this comp has so much damage, the amount of rep they can provide does not matter.
It's also a range issue, I think. The Tech 1 Logi frigates really don't have that much range. Outside of 20 kilometers, the burst's rep effectiveness drops out a lot. So, especially since the Trash Tier team has to spread out, has to stay away, it's likely that the bursts aren't going to even be able to get in range to effectively rep the primary target.
Yeah, they're doing their best with it, but as you said, it's going to be very hard for them. But I'm just watching where these ships are going. Okay, they just decided to oh, hold on a minute. I think Laser Clear was actually trying to transversal match the burst, and sure enough got it deleted. So I think he actually transversal matched and deleted them with autocannons. Respect.
Respect, yeah. Tomlin burst now taking hits. Ugly Hyena in the Gila is getting a little bit low, but likely to survive.
I think he... No, he's not on a beacon. Never mind. I thought he was sitting on a beacon at the moment, but no, he's just getting slowly taken down. I'm sorry. At this point, I'm just watching Laser just trying to get rid of the burst. I'm just entertained by this. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, Gila's about to go down. They're not really going to be able to catch the other Orthros. I think he's already at speed and trying to keep away. And I don't think he's gonna have the damage to break through within a minute. So looks like this is going to be how the way this match ends up.
There goes the last burst, and Orthrus is flying free. Is this gonna see? Looks like he's going for a beacon. Is this going to be a Edge of Glory attempt?
Potentially, yeah. I'm also wondering to see if any other just try and beacon onto him. We've only got like 40 seconds or so to do this.
Yeah, Lasers might be heading for one. I think Solidarius is just running in. And nope, John Orthrus turning around, not headed for the beacon, just trying to survive as long as he can.
Funny enough, historically, chasing down things in a Sleipnir near the border has actually ended really poorly for at least one team, where they managed to boundary 2 Sleipnirs doing that. So, got to be careful when you're chasing these ships. They are quite fast, but their agility is not the best. Well, that's the match completed there. Well done to us. I can't tell which team that is. That's the test tournament team. Sorry, they're all T's. And with that, let's go back to the studio and see what they think.
What do we think? Well, I'll tell you what we think, Wingnut. We think a lot of things. A pretty interesting matchup there, as Trash Tier team is won that match as Test beat Trash Tier tryhards. I did not even get close to making that one. Oh my god, I've been talking too much today. Listen, he set me up for a great joke. It was well written, and I couldn't say it. I did the best I could. It's been a long day.
Should we rewind? We can rewind. Hang on, McLeod, can you cut? Can you give us the wipe again, please?
Yeah, can we get the wipe one more time, please, McLeod? Awesome, thank you.
Okay, stand by.
Beautiful. Welcome back, folks. CCP Jotun here alongside CCP Overload and Jintan as the Trash Tier team winning there as Test beats Trash Tier Tryhards. CCP Overload, a pretty fascinating setup from Trash Tier Tryhards with the triple Fleet Cyclone and the dual Orthrus, almost pulling out a win, but could not quite get over the hump with those Sleipnirs. What did you see in that fight that stood out to you?
I mean, Gila's being pretty dominant again. They were the first primary for the TTT team, and that's probably a good shout because Sleipnirs are going to be harder to kill than the Gilas, and the Gilas can just really threaten your small ships. Your bursts are really vulnerable to those. All in all, I mean, to be fair to both teams there, they were both equally trash. Like there was no disparity really. So one team was slightly less trash than the other, and then won. But to be real, they actually both did pretty well in situations like those are pretty tough matchups for both of those comps to go into. So nothing hugely exciting, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean it was kind of nice. You know, it was good to see them putting all their effort into it. Maybe not as fun as we would have liked it to have been. I really was, after Jintan mentioned it, really wanted to see a Tinker setup because that's really, really fun. Unfortunately, we did not see that there. Jintan, let's talk very briefly about how important it is as an Orthrus pilot to, when you become unscrammed, to turn your micro warp drive back on. Would you say that is among the more important things that you can do as an Orthrus pilot?
Yeah, one of the most important things to do when you're playing EVE Online is to press your buttons. A
Yes,
lot
true.
of people don't know this. A lot of people just don't press their buttons, but actually, you should press your buttons. It's quite important.
Yeah, you should definitely press those buttons, folks. I recommend it. In fact, I press my buttons every day, and you should
Some
too.
say that's all you do when you play EVE Online is press buttons.
Some people do say that this is just the game where you press buttons, and you know what? Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, Laser over here talking in chat, talking shit about transversal matching a burst. Pretty gangster move, hard thing to do, but you got to do what you got to do to get it done. So a shame for our friends from Trash Tier Tryhards. Appreciate the effort though to all of you, and we will move on to our next show match. We've got 2 more show matches and then 1 more match at the end of the day, and then we are done for this week. Next week, for all the marbles, the last 16 teams, I think it's 16 teams, are in a full elimination bracket. Is going to be an exciting day, or exciting weekend rather. But for right now, we have 2 more of these show matches left before our final match. This one, NC Date versus Drake Side. NC Date banning the Gator, the Loki, and the Gila, and the Orthrus and Kiz, and the Scimitar being banned by Drake Side. CCP Overload. Let's talk for just a brief minute about all these lizard bans. These folks are banning out these lizard teams, and I understand it. But what I want to know is the Gila getting a lot of use, the Gator getting a lot of use, the Rattlesnake not getting any use. Why don't people love my beloved Rattlesnake?
It's very expensive point wise, and really not that great. Like it's situationally good, but this goes into like comp theory in general. You don't want to just bring something that's very good in a particular situation unless you can absolutely guarantee the enemy is going to bring the situation that you need. You actually generally want more flexibility, and the Rattlesnake just does not provide that flexibility.
How many points is the Rattlesnake? Do you know off the top of your head?
50.
Like, yeah, somewhere between 1 and 100.
It's 53. It's the same
exact
as
same
a Lashnak. Then why would you not? Oh my! You're telling me don't think Rattlesnake is more competitive than Jack? Oh my God!
That's correct, CCP Jotun. This is exactly what I'm telling you. This is why we don't see people bringing it. I will point out that traditionally, if a ship is considered good, it is usually brought or banned. And if it is not banned and not brought, we can consider it might not be good.
Maybe. Listen, just hear me out. Maybe they're just too intimidated by the Rattlesnake. They see it on the list of ships to pick, and they're like, "Whoa!"
Remind me how your alliance did in the alliance tournament.
Well, moving on, let's look at the Orthrus Kizril Scimitar bans. CCP Jintan or Jintan.
Wow, I've been promoted apparently.
Yeah, a little bit. Orthrus Scimitar. Listen, we know how this goes. Look, what I want to know, Jintan, is again, it's been a couple minutes now since I last asked you this. How are you feeling?
I am feeling fantastic. You know, we're coming up to the end of the night. We're going to find out who the first team playing next weekend is in the final match of the evening. I'm really looking
Yeah.
forward to that. But we've got a match queued up here, so I won't keep you for too long. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much for bouncing that one back to me immediately. Definitely appreciate that. Well, we're going to very quickly go down to the arena here in about 10 seconds as I draw out the end of this sentence. We have NC Date versus Drakeside in the arena. We have Moderator and Wingnut for you. We'll be back here in a few minutes. Enjoy the match. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the arena. This is Ali Aras. I'm here with Wingnut, here for NC Date versus Drakeside. It looks like we've got an armor control versus a rush matchup here.
Yeah, these Geddon Navies, rapid, heavy Geddon Navies. That's going to be a lot of damage, but this Basilisk should have enough rep to tank all of that. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this one goes.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like, again, from the Warpins, it looks like this is rush, so I'm expecting these to be ham Cyclone fleets, come in and just pile damage on whatever they can catch.
Sorry, just been distracted by something. Hey, Maud, you sound a little different.
Hey, Wingnut.
You know.
You mind if I do this one with my my alliance mate? Okay,
Go for it.
we got NC Dot. They've got a lot of missiles, but not as many missiles as this rush team from the Picker BDSM. So they're trying to really get in and get on top of this Armageddon Navy issue. The Basilisk of Celette is taking a lot of damage from rapid heavies. Okay, Ali Aris,
I'm sorry, I got confused.
Gotcha.
Confusion. Yes, Alan's taking big damage. Basilisk is dipping into, going through his ansel. We'll see how long that lasts versus the clips.
Yeah, just trying to get a good count here. I think Celeste is pretty low here. Alan Armessa still the primary, getting some drone damage now on that Deacon. Just a cloud of bots on top of that Deacon, and I don't see his Deacon buddy really able to do anything. I don't know where Coreller's at. The Basilisk does go down.
Yeah, so it's Basilisk down. NC Dot free to apply full damage onto the Cyclone fleet issue, and Alan's surviving. He's in low armor, but tanking okay, and Nurgle just got deleted.
Yeah, they did a quick swap off here to the Nurgle. I mean, you don't want those Nurgles to spool up. That's going to be a lot of the, the Jackdaws are having a war basically in the middle of Narnia, right? Are shooting this Nurgle, and the Deacons are just way too far away to do any sort of repairs. Deacon, first one does finally go down to a drone cloud.
Yep, second one's hanging out with Alan, trying to rep the big important battleship, and looks like with that his buddy down, Alan's going to fall next, and Kraylor now taking damage from that very same drone cloud.
Yeah, and speaking of drone clouds, with that Armageddon Navy and his Logi buddy no longer there to support him with web drones and actual reps, Kraylor does go down. And all the damage is on top of Anveri. I don't think there's any way back for NC Dot in this matchup here.
No, very unlikely. And Barry's doing the best he can into Ayumi's Cyclone fleet issue, and I think the best way that NC Dot can do is try and get as much damage off the field as possible, but it's going to be tough to clear damage before Anveri runs out of EHP.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ayumi will go down. It's more than likely. Now that there's no Logi to support. But Anveri here, there's just a quick race, and even if, Ayumi does go down, it's going to be a single Pontifex and Armageddon versus 2 Osprey Navies, 2 Jackdaws, and a Cyclone fleet. So not looking too hot for the red team.
Yeah, even though the Osprey Navy's probably Rapid Light, I guess might be Rapid Light, I haven't looked, but they're still going to put enough damage to clear the Armageddon Navy, and there he goes.
Yeah, those Ospreys are, in fact, heavy assault missiles, just like the Cyclones. And the only disappointment I really have here is that Drakeside, in a show match of all things, they brought Cyclone fleets, not Drake Navies. What do you think about that, Ollie?
The Cyclone fleet is it's a powerful ship. It's been powerful on TQ, and it has a reasonable number of points on in this tournament as well. It's not up-pointed like some of the more powerful ships, and it's a little bit faster than the Drake Navy issue, which is probably one of the reasons it gets favored.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It is generally the better tournament ship. Even though they can't live up to their name, they will win the game. And with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Oh, hello there. It's me, CCP Jotun, alongside my good friends, CCP Overload and Genton. Drake side versus NC Dot. Drake side with a heavy missile, or not a heavy missile, a missile heavy setup versus the dual Navy Geddons of NC Date. But not quite able to come up. What is what pushes a comp like this? We've seen these Navy Geddons get used to such effectiveness throughout the competition, but running into a Fleet Cyclone, Navy Osprey, Jackdaw comp with just the Bassi for support. Genton, why aren't these Navy Geddons able to keep up with that much DPS coming from the Drake side team?
It's very simple, Navy Armageddons, their potency is their ability to sit in the close range, the 30 kilometers and below, and just blast through you with RHMLs. And that only works if you can actually mitigate some of the DPS through that control. And to their credit, Drake side here, they brought a ham rush. They can turn off a little bit of that tank, they can turn off a little bit of those MWDs, but you're not going to be able to effectively run away and want to run away from a ham rush, and you can't turn off those missiles. So they were able to just sit there, apply, a cool 3,000 to 4,000 DPS, and just blast through any reps that could possibly have been brought. Even if it had been a Guardian backing that up, there was no way those Armageddon Navy issues were staying alive.
Yeah, it is just a lot of DPS, and we saw how quickly that first Navy Geddon of Alan Artemisa, Alan Artemisa went down early on. CCP Overload, this kind of Navy Geddon comp with the dual Nurgles in the back end. They chose Nurgles instead of something like a Confessor, like a Jackdaw. Do the Nurgles make sense here? The Nurgles, I believe, were also affected by the Triglavian the Triglavian nerf that came out recently. So their DPS, their saying DPS, even lower than normal.
Yeah, but they are quite tricky to kill. So the advantage of ships like this, you see it quite often with things like Vexors, Maulers, Punishers, like lots of these relatively low cost, not the highest DPS, but pretty substantial tank ships, depending how you fit them. Some of them have more utility, like a Vexor could be a Newt Vexor, for example. And they are just basically like a heavy tackle ship. So they're designed to go flying in and just be a limpet on something else, like a Fleet Cyclone, and allow those Navy Armageddons to trundle into range, because they need to get right in there to do the most effective damage. A Nurgle is not something that you can shed quickly if it gets on you. It's small, it's tanky, it does a pretty good amount of DPS as well. So it's going to be extremely, extremely good at getting in on top of something bigger than it and holding it to allow big, slow support ships to get in range.
You are absolutely right, CCP Overload. Now, I'm curious what your thoughts are when you're talking about the Navy Geddon, because the Navy Geddon, correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't have it up in front. The Navy Geddon is one of those ships that can kind of do a lot of different things well. Why would you not use why would you, in the way they fit their Navy Geddons, why would it how do I want to even say this?
Use your words, CCP Jotun.
I know. It's been a long day. I'm trying to. I've got a thought. Why would one configuration of the Navy Geddon be better over another configuration of the Navy Geddon? In other words, when you're fitting out your ship, you don't know what the other side is going to be looking like. Do you look at it and say, okay, well, today's gonna be a missile thing. Today's gonna be a laser thing. Today I'm going drones. Today we're going full newt. What goes through your mind when you're having that conversation?
I mean, what goes through your mind is what you want your comp to achieve. Like, you don't sit down and go, I'm going to make a Navy Armageddon comp. You sit down and you say, I'm going to make a close range brawling type comp. And then what do I need for that? I want high amounts of DPS from a couple of like chunky battleships. Probably they need nozzes to keep themselves running if they're going to be running lasers. They don't need those nozzes if they're going to run missiles. So maybe then you slap some newts on it instead. And then you start filling out the support to allow that to work. And that could be things like your Nurgles here, you want Links, and then of course they've gone for Deacons. So the fit is kind of prescribed by the archetype that you have chosen to try and make your comp do. You're never going to get anywhere if you just add up 150 points worth of ships and then kind of start fitting them to work together. You have to think about it from the start. What do I want this to achieve? And this is the whole comp, not a single ship.
Certainly. Well, I think we can all agree that what they want their comps to achieve is to win the match, although I'm sure it's not ever quite that easy. Based on my previous AT experience, I know that to be true. Thank you again for that, CCP Overload. I'm not bitter, just as an FYI. Genton, let's speak very briefly about when you're in these matches, when you're flying as part of these teams. I know that you've been part of many different teams over your long storied history as a pilot in EVE Online. When you're in these matches and you land on grid, you're faced with the other side for the first time, and you have the opportunity to, as a team, discuss what your next move is going to be, what your initial play is going to be. Do you feel like, in your experience, teams often have a plan going in, or do you think it's not really something that they formulate until they get on grid, and so much of the preparation happens as they land and they say, okay, this, here's how we're going to do this based on what you're seeing on, in the moment?
Yeah, the amount of time you actually get on the grid is a little variable. It can be anywhere from as little as a minute to 3 to 5 minutes, if there are some delays or other things like that. So you've got to be able to get on the grid and analyze the situation very quickly. You know what the strengths of your composition are, but you are always working with imperfect information as you look at your opponent's composition. You will have people on your team whose job it is to look at the ships, tell me what guns they have, try and figure out in your head, is this an armor comp? Is this a comp that wants to run away from me? What are their win comps? What can it do to me? And is there anything I can do to prevent that? Is there something they're going to be able to do that I can't stop? For example, if I'm fighting a Kingslayer, I know my T2 logistics is dead. How do I win from that position? How do
Correct.
I trade back in a way that's advantageous? There's a lot that goes through your mind in a short period of time. And that's why generally you see the best captains consistently run teams and do well, because the people who can do that in a very short period of time are few and far between, and
Yeah.
they will generally bring their teams to victory, no matter who's flying underneath them.
Do you think, and you've flown with a lot of different teams, different team configurations. Do you think that the success of a team has more to do with its roster or more to do with the individuals who are organizing those teams? And I'm not just talking about captains, but also people who are putting together matches, people who are handling the raising of funds in some cases. Like, is team success and a more individualistic thing? And CCP Overload, you can answer this too. Or is it something that these is more of a unit experience?
It's 100% the unit. It's 100%. Like it makes a huge difference. You have theory crafters, you have people who do a lot of logistics, you have people that do a lot of support and organization. And if you have one of these things really good, like you could have like the best theory crafter in the game, but then if your team just turns up and mis-executes everything, then you're never going to be successful. And likewise, you could be some of the best pilots in the game, and if you just bring garbage comps, then you will probably lose. If you have really, really good people and really good theory crafters, and you never practice because no one organizes things, so it's a balancing act. You need everything, and not only that, you need dedicated just members of the team, like the people who get like the glory of the theory crafters and the captain, etc. They can't do it without 15 plus other people who are there week after week practicing and being part of it. And whether it's turning up for a practice in the middle of the night if you live in Australia, or it's a huge team thing.
Certainly showing up for practices, I think we can agree. How many teams have fallen apart in the past because they weren't able to get players into ships for practices? I mean, I can speak to that myself. It is the thing that you almost always have the most trouble with, especially when you're not a high tier tournament team. Apologies for that. All right, well, we have the last show match of the day. Going to be starting here momentarily. We have Moss Piglet Preservation Society versus Cosmic Potion. Moss Piglet Preservation Society going with an odd ban strat, not putting any bans in at all. I think this was probably a miscommunication, but honestly, I kind of dig the moxie this has.
Yeah, I think this is almost exactly what we were just talking about. So
Yeah.
the captains didn't turn up, and the person who jumped in to cover for them wasn't aware of the process, so like missed the opportunity to submit bans. So this is exactly what we just talked about. The team has been let down by a couple of individuals there.
Honestly, what a story if they were able to pull this one off. I hope they do. No offense to Cosmic Potion, you guys did everything. You didn't do anything wrong. But listen, sometimes you got to chase a story, right? You got to chase a compelling narrative. And the compelling narrative that I want to chase today is that this team with no bans and no captains showing up is going to be able to pull out the win. With that being said, last show match of the day, Jintan predictions. What do you got?
We can see the ships coming in on the arena now, and I'm going for Cosmic Potion here because I love one of the ships that they've brought. It's a rare ship. It's a ship we don't see often, and it can be used to great effect.
And CCP Overload, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going for the captainless Moss Piglets Preservation Society.
I am going for Moss Piglets as well. With that, we're going to go down to the arena. I assume this is Mod and Wingnut. It might be Mod and Ali again. Hard to say. Until then, folks, we'll see you back here in just a few minutes for the recap and preparation for the last match of today. We'll talk to you soon.
Hello, I am moderator joined by Wingnut Cross. To be clear to the audience here, we have what looks like an autocannon Sleipnir Rush supported by a Tengu for, a little bit of variety. We typically don't see a lot of these brought, and supported by heavy, missile Armageddon Navy and some disruption. What are your thoughts on this, Wingnut?
Full rapid heavy Armageddon Navy versus a full rush. This is going to be interesting to see. A lot of frigates from the Piggy side. 2 Sentinels for just maximum control. That's going to be a lot of newts and potentially tracking disruption as well. That's a lot of investment.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I have these Fiples, I'm going to want to get those on top of the Deacons, right? And probably you're going to have to chew through the Deacons before you can really get a kill on the Sentinels. Really, to make that effective, Sleipnir's probably going to want to work at, I would guess, maybe the EOS or also some of these Deacons and Sentinels as well. We'll see what we do, though. The EOS is sending out some of the drones along with the Geddon Navy issue, and it looks like they're targeting this Viple of Callian, who's really burned far ahead of any of the rest of their core.
Ooh, I believe this is a Jamgu.
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing some ECM effects that is very, very atypical. We do see that, Tengus, you can have that ECM subsystem, but often they're not brought. So they're going to have a little bit of damage, mostly jams, but Callan taking a lot of damage.
It's not going well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He kind of outran the rest of the team in kind of support and is catching some reps, but it probably will not be enough as I say that.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's just holding. It's going up rather than down. He might be able to hold this, but I might be speaking too soon.
Yeah, XCY, XMND must be heating literally everything that they possibly can to keep Callan, as he does manage to all of his shield. So Val is going to be taking damage in that Sentinel. That's going to be primarily from autocannons from Marshall, who's getting on top of him at 0 right now.
That's 11% hull and a set of very dirty pants, but he is alive, and the Sentinel's being primary as well, but they're going for the Armageddon Navy. Looks like they're going to go for the headshot with their Sleipnirs.
Yeah, we see that both Sleipnirs are pretty close to that Geddon Navy issue. The Enyo now getting on top of that steeple of a Colin, trying to continue to apply damage. Man, I feel like you're not going to be able to break a Geddon with all of the drones on top of it with 2 Deacons supporting with just 2 Sleipnirs.
Potentially not, but one thing they can do, of course, is have their 2 Sleipnirs target the Geddon Navy, then have the Swipples target something else to start forcing these Deacons to make choices. But at the moment, they're not really doing much of either. That both ships are holding perfectly fine.
Yeah, both Vipels are really, one is on top of the furball with this Enyo, and the EOS has been held down by the Newts and Tackle, and the other, Marshall, is kind of off in outer space. Not sure really what they're doing. He looks to be possibly, completely capped dry because of the pressure from the Sentinels.
I think we're all off in outer space. But yes, he is a significant distance away doing sweet FA. And at the moment, nothing's really changing. That Swipple's being pressured still, but he's still going to hold. It's interesting. They've got all the ECM control here. They've got 2 like ECM ships here. They can't really force a mistake or a hole so far. They're just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, the Tengu and the Griffin are doing what they can basically to chill basically in Narnia right now. That said, Colin is taking a lot of damage now. Maybe either some, maybe getting some hardeners neuted out was finally enough to break that. So only one Swipple of Marshall remaining, who is again still kind of out in Narnia, really not doing anything. Needs to get possibly more into the fight. Anastario rather will be the primary here. Possibly neuted out. We see newts from the Geddon Navy and the EOS on top of that Sleipnir.
It may have been a rapid heavy reload from the Geddon Navy that pushed that Swipple over the edge there, because I noticed that he just started firing and the Swipple died, and the second one gone instantly. Wow.
Yeah,
they're
really
just doing damage now.
Not really catching any reps from that Osprey Navy. The Osprey's not been pressured this entire game critically. I would think that maybe the Sentinels would try to apply a little bit more pressure, but they're getting a lot of value right now on those, 2 Swiples, probably turning off their hardeners.
It looks like the heavy drones from the Geddon Navy or the EOS are currently going after the Osprey instead of potentially going for a Sleipnir trade. So they are going to go for the Logi first before they try and rip into these 2, DPS ships.
Yeah, I say, as we see, these Berserkers going across the field, and the Enyo now with the Swiples gone is completely free to just get on top of that Osprey and apply blaster damage. And there's a Tengu and a Griffin really to intercept. It's not going to prevent that Enyo from getting on top.
Yeah, they're spreading a bunch of damage at the moment. They're hitting both Sentinels and the Deacon, and even the Armageddon Navy a bit, but they're just not really making a hole. I mean, it's actually kind of surprising how much damage 2 Sleipnirs can have, and they just can't really make it do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the power of 2 of your Sentinels really just applying max tracking disruption. Those Sleipnirs are really going to have to be on top of the Geddon really at 0 to do meaningful damage, and one of them's been held down by this EOS and maybe not able to project.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's a well played handoff as well for the EOS to hold down one, and the Geddon, I believe, is actually holding the other one down too. So they've just got them both stuck there. They can't take out the Sentinels. They can't stop the Deacons. They're just stuck. Meanwhile, the Osprey is dying to heavy drones.
Yeah, there's a flight of Berserkers on top of that Osprey and an Enyo just pounding blaster damage into it. So the Osprey eventually will go down. He has no friendly rep drones. Sleipnirs and Tengu are not exactly known for their large drone base.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Tengu is firing, I don't know what missile type that is, at the Enyo, which is currently holding the Osprey. So the Enyo is going to hold him down. He dies. There goes their Logi. And at this point, those Sleipnirs are just going to be sitting ducks for the Geddon Navy and EOS.
Yeah, I mean, as this match goes longer and longer, we've only got 1:15 left, and there's been no blood scored for a Cosmic Potion to even force, an overtime. They desperately need to be able to kill at least some of these Deacons somehow, but they can't really. They're pinned down. They're held down by, this EOS and the new pressure from the Geddon Navy as well.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the most saddest experiences, right? You're in one of the best DPS ships around, known for just destroying stuff, and you're just being entirely gimped. You basically just don't exist anymore. Oof.
Yeah,
But he is about to get down.
And now out of complete ASB charges, Anastario will go down in low hull here and should pop shortly. Just clouds of EOS and Geddon Navy drones on top.
This ridiculous comp with double Deacon, double Sentinel is actually going to come away with this, with potentially 0 losses. Meanwhile, the weird Tengu fit we got, which is I got told it was jamming and bursting, but I haven't seen a burst from them. Which, if so, is just ridiculously wild.
Yeah, I mean, those do look like the ECM subsystems, and we do see jam attempts. So yeah, an ECM Tengu. It's not typically used a lot. It does have jamming ability. It's not quite as good as you would find on, say, a Rook or a Falcon, but they're still somewhat potent. We are now, however, out of time. Moss Piglet will cleanly win that 77-0, and we'll send it back to the desk to break it down.
Thank you, moderator. I am planning to break it down. My name is CCB Jotun, and I'm here to say I like to recap the games in the funky way. Thank you so much, everybody. I am, of course, CCB Jotun here with CCB Overload and CCB Jintan. Please don't look at me like that. God, please stop looking at me
Look of
like
judgment.
Oh,
I'm
God.
judging you.
This is not good for me. I can feel, oh boy, this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like grade school all over again. An exciting match. An exciting match, regardless, between Cosmic Potion and Moss Piglet Preservation Society. Coming through without a captain, Moss Piglets, with the Navy Geddon, the EOS, kind of a drone setup with dual Sentinels versus the Sleipnir Rush of Cosmic Potion. CCP Overload. Let's talk for a moment about how effective these Sentinels can be. We see them get banned out fairly periodically. We're not banned out here, obviously. Still getting the moment to shine in a comp where they have to deal with Svipples, they have to deal with Sleipnirs especially. Why is the Sentinel such a big deal when it shows up on these grids?
The Sentinel is got a lot of control with its newts because they're small, so they cycle really quickly. Like a Sentinel can quite easily cap out a Tech 2 logistics cruiser and then keep it capped out. So one of the things that you see a lot with things like Balagorns, Geddons and stuff is they have heavy newts and they go kapow and you're neuted, but then you don't get another kapow for a good like 20 seconds. So you can sit and inject, and for a logistics cruiser, that's not a problem. Like it will never really be a problem for you. You just wait to be neuted and then inject and you go back to normal.
Certainly.
A Sentinel, you can't do that. It cycles so quickly that once it's on you, you're basically perma-capped out.
Yeah. Genton, during the middle of that match, you made a comment about how these setups were, I believe your word was, boring. What do you not like about this kind of not quite armor control drone, not quite drone setup versus pretty standard shield rush?
Well, both of these comps' whole designs are just make sure your opponent can't do anything, and and they don't really have a proactive game plan they're trying to do. They're just like, we'll hold them in place. We'll just let them use their resources. We'll wait for them to get tired, and then like George St. Pierre, we'll just wrestle you to the ground and we'll just make you submit, when it comes down to it. We're not going to really try and knock you out. We're just going to break your arm, and then the ref's going to call off the fight, aka we're going to run out of time.
Wingnut Cross does make a good point in chat. Stop the opponent from playing the game. That is from a technical point of view, I absolutely agree. There could be some high-end gameplay there. However, from a fully spectator point of view, boy howdy, it makes it hard to talk about. But despite being down 2 captains, Moss Piglet Preservation Society is able to pull out a win. They will get their prizes. I don't know how many skins that is, but good for them. Glad to see them pull out one. Yeah, great. Let's move on now to the final redemption match of the day. We have Ryba versus New Eden Villains Village. New Eden Villains Valley? Not Village. New Eden Villains Valley. Ryba banning out the Geddon Navy, the Sleipnir, the Curse, and the Oneros. And New Eden Villains Valley banning out the Orthrus, the Kizriel, the Curse, and the Inquisitor. CCP Overload. Let's talk for a brief moment about the Oneros. I know it was the 4th ban. It was the extra ban. The Oneros rarely ever gets banned out. In fact, I think this may be the first time I've seen it. Why is the Oneros here getting banned out where, no other armor logi is being touched?
The Oneros is the best armor logistics in a tournament, like basically straight up, especially cruisers. You can use things like Deacons, of course, if you want to go for frigates. But in a 7-man tournament, that's 2 out of 7 versus 1 out of 7. So those numbers are different numbers, and it makes it more impactful. So the Oneros, because you ban that out, you basically say, hey, you have to bring a Guardian, or you have to change the shield.
CCP Overload, do I understand that you are trying to besmirch the good name of the humble Guardian?
There's no besmirching. It's just categorically in a tournament less good.
Oh, the Guardian. Oh, it's such a good boy, though. I would never listen. I would never say these kind of hateful things against the Guardian. Not me personally. Genton. The other side, the Inquisitor getting banned out. We spoke about the Inquisitor earlier, about how the Inquisitor can get some usefulness, especially in that match where it was up against its cousins in the Deacon, and it was managed to hold grid longer than the Deacon was. However, getting banned out in this place, why ban the Inquisitor and not the Deacon?
That is a very obvious ban where New Eden, Villains Valley, they looked at the comp that Ryber bought previously, they saw Inquisitors make it work, and they said, no, you don't get to bring that, sorry. They probably haven't practiced against it before, but I see that both teams are ready on the grid, so I'll hand it back
Awesome.
over to you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Jinton. Thank you so much, CCP Overcat. We will be back here in just a few minutes for the final analysis of the day, folks. Until then, enjoy this, the final win or go home match between Ryba, New Eden, Villains Valley. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Enjoy the match.
Welcome to the arena, mate. I'm, of course, Wingnut, and I'm joined by the master of the mic, CCP Overload here, and my favorite ship is in the arena. It's a perfect final match for the day.
Yeah, I see there's a Vindicator and Mark's beloved Guardian. We'll see if it can pull out a W here. But they're going up against the Barghest. So that will be certainly interesting. Barghest's pretty dominant in tournaments the last couple of years. So we'll see what they can do here.
Yep, double Barghest pancake scenario here versus, well, a Blackbird Vindicator. So they brought some ECM, so I'm removing points for that one. But it is going to be interesting trying to get that Vindicator on target with two Barghests attempting to stop him.
Yes, so Barghest, of course, have a bonus range to the Scram. I mean, this could be another one of these extremely rare rail Vindicators. If we see two in the same day, then I don't know what is going on.
Hold on, let me just have a quick look. I didn't even consider that absolute nightmare scenario. No, let's blast us. We're safe. Okay, we're avoiding that scenario.
Chipmunk, more like Chad Monk in the Vindicator, so he's going to be approaching, trying to serve up some delicious pancakes for breakfast. Will he be able to do it? Will the Barghest kite around? Stay tuned. This exciting episode of Anger.
I'm truly hoping he does, because losing 3 Vindicators in one day with no wins, the 100% loss rate, I just can't stand it. You can't besmirch the good name of my Vindicator.
Yeah, the Vindicator is just one of those ships that it's, in theory, should be very good, but in practice, it's usually not. It's usually countered so easily. That's the problem. And it's like just completely impotent. If it gets scrammed by the wrong thing, it's just completely useless. It can't hit anything past about a kilometer in front of its own nose.
Yeah,
Right,
you also have to use it very, very aggressively too. You can't just like half-ass. You have to be very aggressive, which is part of why I love it. You really have to just slap your dick on the table and use it.
Yeah, and dick slapping has commenced as the Vindicator is flying towards the Barghest, trying to get the Blackbird, of course, taking the first damage. They don't like it. No one likes the Blackbird. They're all going to try and kill the Blackbird. So let's get that thing out of here. And to be honest, it is dying. So the Guardian, the one thing it does do better is it does rep more, but that is not any good when you've got 2 Barghests firing into a Blackbird.
I approve of this target selection. Remove the Blackbird, even though it's on the right team. But he is starting to hold now. The Guardian is doing absolutely everything he can. If he can survive one reload, they might be in a good position here.
Yeah, if those Barghests clip, then that's a moment they're going to set up and be like, oh, hang on, that's not good. That's not good at all. But we see jams spread across them, so I reckon that Blackbird has jammed the Hyena, which is probably the most important thing for him.
And unfortunately as well, there is only 2 tackle ships for this Vindicator team, and it is Confess and the Vindicator. And the Barghests are close enough, they can hold down both of them. So this Vindicator just could not get close. He got within like 20k and then just got fallen behind again. So that is just, that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, we've reached a little bit of a stalemate, so I can see they're changing onto the Confessor, a very useful ship. It's fast, does a lot of damage, it projects, it'll hit those Navatai, I guess, pretty well. So they're trying to get rid of that. You can see the newts, web, everything on that. So if they remove that Confessor, this just makes the Barghests even more safe running away from a Vindicator. Of course, never underestimate the power of stupidity. I have seen people ram into Vindicators before, so, there's still 5 minutes left. Plenty of ways this can go down.
I think the only way Vindicator's getting on target is potentially by MJDing it. If he attempts to just burn into them, they're just going to scram him off every time. They've got a Hyena and 2 Barghests to stop this Vindicator from getting in range. The man's got to think of a new game plan. This is not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat ironically, though, the Vindicator team already has 2 points because the Barghest team underpointed by 2. So if nothing else happens, they still win by killing nothing.
That would be perfectly ironic for the team with the Vindicator, all known for rushing in, to be the team that wins by just running away and doing nothing.
Kill nothing, win anyway. I mean, nothing's really going on at the minute. The Guardian is painted. I mean, well done, guys. Good job. You've painted the Guardian. I'm sure you'll hit it now with your Barghests.
Yep.
The
They are now.
damps were landing on the Kerries. I mean, there's a bit of a damp war going on there between the Mollusk and the Kerries. Those two ships are just going to be, damps out for Harambe, just putting them on each other and trying to see who can win. And at the moment, it seems like it is the Mollusk.
I'm just watching the Vindicator trying to get in. Is almost kind of there, but no, unfortunately not. Barghest sees it, turns away, and the Vindicator continues to be utterly ruined.
So this is one of the matches that, like, as a pilot in it, it's extremely stressful. Like, as viewers watching it, we just see some lines kind of occasionally moving up and down on a screen, and depending on what those lines mean, they can be very exciting. But this, as the pilots, you're on a razor's edge of like messing it up. If you're flying around in a Barghest, you have to stay away from the big bad Vindicator that is trundling towards you always, and you have to not fly out of the arena. Of course, if you go past 125 kilometers. You get insta-exploded, which is very bad for your team and also for you.
Indeed. And usually as well, like the 18 is more players to try and force you towards the wall. Unfortunately for this team, they're going to go to Vindicator and maybe a Confessor to attempt to do that. So these Barghests kind of just have all the room in the world to burn away from this Vindicator. As you can see, actually, one of them is already burnt entirely past and is now going up towards the Guardian core.
Yeah, I mean, no one is tackled on any team right now. There is just simply 14. Hey, the Pontifex is tackled. Okay, let's see. Can we kill a Pontifex under Guardian reps? The Guardian is webbed. That's not good for him. He's probably AB fit. Let's have a look at his speed. Yeah, he's AB. So we will find out if he just motors away. There's a cloud of rep bots around him. Do you know? I don't know who they need to primary at this point. Barghest has been scrammed and webbed. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no!
Barghest,
boys!
Snorbert in the Barghest. He is our winner of today's raffle of will you be webbed by a Vindicator? And he has. No, it's
not
the Confessor.
Not yet. It's only the Confessor. The Confessor's managed this. I believe. Come on, get the Vindicator, and he's got ECM drones on him too to make it even worse. Please, I beg of you, Chipmunk, get in blaster range.
That Vindicator is approaching. He has pointed his nose directly at his breakfast. He is trundling and trundling. He's getting ever closer. Snorbert is seeing this happen, and he's like, "Oh shit, boys, we have to go." And now Snorbert's scrammed. Oh, it's all falling apart for them now.
The Yabby in the stalk has gone to scram down the Vindicator to stop him from getting on top of one of these bargs. They're just trying their best to stop him.
Yeah, now the Mollusk is flying in as well. This Vindicator now on top of this Barghest. This, as a Barghest pilot, is not what you want to be seeing. You do not want to see a Vindicator with the range drop from kilometers into meters. That's bad.
This is what's known as a bad time. He has now been held down. Vindicator, please control space and just stand there, my boy. Yeah, and this might actually come back now. They've finally got the Vindicator on target. We're finally in the optimal location. It's time to remove a pancake from existence.
Yeah, he is being fired up right now. Look at the damage hitting it. That Barghest going a massive 22 meters per second. He's not getting out of the clutches of this Vindicator. It is, the sloth meme thing. Shh. Quiet time now. We're going to sleep. That's what's happening to this Barghest. He is being
just clicked to me as well.
put to rest.
It just clicked. This is an armor bug as well. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, armor Barghest. They're pretty powerful. They're really flexible. The Barghest. You can fit them however you want.
All right, here we go. It's time to have some breakfast, boys.
Yeah, I didn't want
and
that.
They still can't break through anything. They're still being stopped by this ECM core and even the Kerries. They just can't break through anything while the Vindicator is just loving life.
Yeah, I mean, the Vindicators are happy. So in these situations, if you're a Vindicator, it's just really frustrating as you trundle around and you can't hit anything and everyone runs away from you. You just want to give them a hug. You want to say, hello, friends, come to me and let me embrace you with my large neutron blasters. And everyone runs away. They're all afraid of you.
30 seconds left on the match and the Vindicator's going to get the kill at the last second.
And he made it. The Vindicator got in there. He pushed F1 so hard. Yeah, he's such an F1 enjoyer. The Barghest.
There we go. 5 seconds left and he gets it.
They are.
Vindicator supremacy, boys.
The Vindicator has been vindicated. The Guardian is surviving. The Blackbird died after time, so at least they got a kill, even though it didn't count. And that's it. So New Eden, Villains Valley. This time, I believe, actually knocking Rybat out. They weren't actually eliminated earlier on when CCP Jotun incorrectly said they were. I had nothing to do with that. But yeah, let's hand it back to the desk.
Guardian. Let's hear
Vindicator.
it, folks. Yeah, whatever. For the Guardian, player of the game, Cotton TDS, I think, or TOS, whatever it was, making it happen. Congratulations to New Eden Villains Valley, who are going to proceed to the matches tomorrow. Never in doubt. I never had any question. Ryba, you did well. Thank you so much for participating. However, they are eliminated now. Jin'Ton, let's speak very briefly before we wrap this thing up about that Vindicator comp versus the one we saw earlier today. What is it that they did well during that match? Was it positioning? Was it finding good targets? Was it target selection that made them successful against that, again, very spooky dual Bargus comp?
I mean, what really happened is that they came up against something that you want to face with that. You know, the other two compositions that that brought a Vindicator ran into comps that could either turn off its guns or could run away from it. And here, they successfully leveraged it. They found, okay, Barghasts are fast, sure, and they have that defensive scram. But if you overwhelm them with enough cruisers, enough cheap or enough assault frigates, you can lock them down and you can get that Vindicator on top of it. I still don't think the Vindicator is the right choice. I think a Paladin would have done the job just as well. I think a Varga would have done the job just as well. I think even a Leshak would have. But hey, you know, they made it work. They made Wingnut Cross happy. And at the end of the day, isn't that all we're after?
You are absolutely right, Jin'Ton. Making Wingnut happy is what I live for. Me personally, it's my mission in life. CCP Overload, very quick before we go. The dual Bargus not able to kill a single Blackbird. What do you think happened there? Sorry, not able to kill a single armor Blackbird.
Yeah, so the Blackbird just flew away. This is what birds do. They fly away.
That's true.
This one did pretty well. Yeah, I think with the damps and stuff also coming from the Kerries, it was breaking up the clip from the Barghasts, and we were just ended up like we didn't get like a full optimal clip application. We got half and half. And yeah, the Guardian, the one thing it does better than the Aneros is it can fit an extra rep, or bigger reps, I should say, than an Aneros. So it's a bit more power to the rep. It just loses out in a lot of other situations. In this case, the right choice for.
Well, I think you were right on the money as well. Folks, that is going to be it for today. We have more matches tomorrow, more matches next weekend. Going through today from the Redemption bracket, that would be the Village Idiots team, the Odin's Call team, and the New Eden Villains Valley team. Congratulations to those three on proceeding to the matches tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will see the first round matches of our finals bracket. Those teams: Lazy Piglets, New Eden Villains Valley, Bright Side of Death, only need 3 comps, Spooky at a Distance, Hidden Ship Village, you know the one, Paid Actors, Exodunks, No Spaceships for Old Men, the Finnish Toilet Apple Cider Vinegar Moonshine team, No Vacancies, Rusty Hyenas, Disaster, Burn My Props, Tempest Calcif, and Odin's Call. For myself, CCP Odin, alongside CCP Overload, Kurt Cobain, and all of us here at the Anger Games team, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you then. Take care.
Connecting. Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance claim. Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot.